everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
JJK The Culling Game Synopsis. If you had to choose between ending up with your first love, or gaining special grade strength and entering the culling game, which would you pick? Renji never thought a casual comment online would change his life, and all he did was post that he wanted to see if Sukuna was really that unbeatable. The next thing he knew, he woke up in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, as a player in the deadly culling game. Chapter 1 to 50, Chapter 1, Adapt or Die. 1073 words. Win over the one you've always loved or gain special grade power and enter the culling game. Renji, who was lying on the sofa scrolling through a short video app, grinned at the silly video. Is that even a choice? Once you're special grade, who cares about love anymore? He casually chose the second option out of boredom. He wanted to see for himself if Sukuna was really that hard to beat. However, the moment he posted his comment, a blinding white light suddenly burst from his phone screen. He felt a massive suction force pull at him from the device, and in the next instant, his entire body was sucked into it. After a few moments, the room was left with only a phone lying on the floor. Renji Kuratsuki had vanished without a trace. What the hell just happened? Renji groggily opened his eyes. The intense white light had blinded him earlier. When his vision finally returned, he realized he was no longer in his room. He stood in a space where every wall was stark white. There were no windows and no lights on the ceiling, yet the room remained incredibly bright. Where the hell am I? A confused Renji cursed under his breath. He stared at his surroundings, completely unable to understand how he'd ended up here. Just then, a beep snapped him out of his confusion. A semi-transparent interface suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Renji Kuratsuki. Level, Monkey. Cursed energy, non-sorcerer. Technique, none. Skills, none. Evaluation, your cursed energy is incredibly low, only a tiny bit stronger than a regular human monkey. You can barely see cursed spirits. You can at least know what killed you. Along with the screen, an emotionless, mechanical voice rang out in his head. Congratulations, host, on arriving in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. You will now become a participant in the culling game. Your objective is to defeat the King of Curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Wait. System, hold on a second. Where did you say this is? Before the voice could finish, Renji hurriedly interrupted it. This is the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. The system answered calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. You said what? Jujutsu Kaisen? He asked again in disbelief. To be precise, this is not yet the actual world. This is an independent space that cannot be observed by outsiders. You may rest here briefly before being sent into the culling game barrier. As soon as those words fell, Renji jumped up in a panic. Why the hell would I go to that world and join the culling game? This is kidnapping. I'm reporting you to the authorities. Didn't the host choose to go to the culling game and challenge Sukuna? The system's words immediately choked him up. He finally remembered what he did before he arrived here. He chose the option to gain special grade strength and join the culling game. He instantly panicked. No. I was joking. Why did you actually send me here? It was fine to talk big online, but who would actually want to go and pick a fight with Sukuna in real life? This wasn't just a challenge but a death wish. I was wrong. I actually want to go back and be with my lover. Can you send me back? At that moment, Renji was filled with regret. I made similar joke comments countless times before, but why did this one actually come true? However, Renji's hope of going home was never going to happen. I am sorry, I cannot fulfill the host's request. Please prepare yourself quickly. You will soon be sent to a culling game barrier. The system's cold voice shattered his last bit of hope. He stood up with a grim expression, pacing back and forth across the room in a frenzy. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and pointed at his status panel. Wait a second. Didn't you say I'd have special grade strength? This isn't special grade at all. You didn't pocket my rewards for yourself, did you? The system remained unfazed. The host has infinite potential waiting to be tapped. Once the host adapts to that world, you will naturally possess special grade strength. Will I really adapt? He asked hesitantly. The host will. The system's random confidence made it hard for him to keep a straight face. He didn't understand why the system trusted him so much. Did it think I was Daddy Raga? That I could adapt to anything? Even Maharaga has limits. If I don't adapt, does that mean I die? Yes. If I die, then everything's over. The system's blunt reply left him helpless. However, just as he fell into despair, the system's next words pulled him from hell back to heaven. Not everything. After the host dies, you will return here and rejoin the culling game. Huh? Renji's eyes widened. You mean if I die in the culling game, I can start over? Yes. Is there no limit on how many times? There is no limit. The host can resurrect and try again infinitely. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? He jumped up in excitement. That was originally part of the explanation. However, the host actively interrupted the conversation and assumed the host didn't want to know. How could I not be interested? After further explanation, Renji finally understood everything. Renji's current situation was similar to Saburo Natsuki's return by death. The ultimate goal was for him to defeat Sukuna. Once he defeated Sukuna, he could return to his original world. If he died during the process, he would return to the very beginning and start the challenge over again. Moreover, Renji's skills, experience, and memories he gained during the culling game would be kept. After each death, the system would evaluate his performance and grant rewards accordingly. In other words, I could continuously challenge Sukuna to increase my strength until he was finally able to beat me. Damn. What is there to be afraid of now? Renji was pumped. System, send me to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen right now. I want to join the culling game immediately. Understood. The host is about to travel to the world. Transporting, please be prepared. He was eager to see just how strong Sukuna really was. But the next second, Renji's smile froze. He realized that he had appeared high up in the sky, and he was falling at a terrifying speed. Chapter 2, The Trash of All Trash. 963 words. Damn it. The violent wind hit Renji's face, so hard he couldn't even keep his mouth open. He wanted to curse, but the words wouldn't come out. Shit, the ground is getting closer. You shitty system, where the hell did you send me? Is this even the culling game? As he plummeted at high speed, his adrenaline surged wildly. He had never felt the world look so clear. The buildings below grew larger and larger in his eyes. He desperately tried to steady his body, hoping to stop himself midair. But everything he did was useless. He could do nothing but scream as he watched the concrete floor rush toward him. Splat. Renji's head slammed into the concrete, instantly losing his life, bringing his existence to an end. Back in the system space, Renji suddenly jolted up from the ground. Is my head still there? He gasped for air, his face drenched in cold sweat. He checked his head frantically, looking like a madman. The sensation of his body colliding with the ground was far too intense. He couldn't forget it so quickly. Just as he was checking himself, a semi-transparent screen opened in front of him, and the system's mechanical voice rang out. Death, 1. Cause of death, host attempted to challenge the concrete with his head. Evaluation, the trash of all trash. You died before even officially joining the culling game. Reward, a small amount of cursed energy, and a slight increase in physical durability. The system's voice snapped him out of his fear of dying. He angrily pointed at the screen and shouted. "You've got the nerve to say that? Where the hell did you send me?" "That was the culling game." The system remained cold and emotionless as it explained. The location the host was sent to is indeed within the culling game. The host was randomly teleported into the air by the barrier. Hearing this, Renji suddenly recalled the rules of the culling game. The players were randomly teleported to one of 9 specific colony locations inside the barrier upon entry. There were some of those locations that were located high up in the sky. After he figured out what happened, Renji took a deep breath. "Hey, system. You can send me from another world into Jujutsu Kaisen, but can't you at least give me a safe landing spot?" "I am sorry, host. I cannot do that." The system replied mercilessly. "The culling game is a special barrier. I have no authority to alter its rules. The host's landing point will always be random." Renji clenched his teeth in frustration, then let out a helpless sigh. "I wasn't actually going to die anyway, might as well treat it like skydiving without a parachute. System, is my teleportation point random every single time I enter the barrier?" "Yes, it is random every time." The system's voice allowed him to breathe a complete sigh of relief. Even though the original story didn't go into detail, he remembered that some players in the culling game weren't that very strong. There's no way those people survived falling from the sky, and there must be some safe spawn points within the barrier. After he cleared up that problem, Renji turned his attention to the rewards on the screen. Seeing the evaluation, trash of all trash, he gave an embarrassed smile. Sorry for being such trash. He couldn't help the fact that he fell to his death. After complaining, he looked at the reward with some anticipation. A small amount of cursed energy and a slight increase in physical durability. To be honest, Renji couldn't feel the cursed energy at all. He pulled up his system panel, but the cursed energy column still read monkey without any change. He clenched his fist and punched his own chest. Maybe it was just my imagination, but my body did feel a bit sturdier. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Hey system. If dying once increases my stats, then if I keep dying, will my body eventually reach someone like Yuji Itadori's level? I am sorry, host, I cannot determine that. The rewards for each outcome depend on the host's performance. You must explore this yourself. Fine. He pouted. This system was useless and didn't know anything. He stretched his limbs, but hesitation returned to his face. He was wondering whether he should enter the culling game again. Even though he wouldn't truly die, the sensation of falling to his death felt incredibly real. Even now, whenever he thought about the moment his body slammed into the ground, Renji felt a lingering fear. As he hesitated, the system spoke again. Is the host prepared to challenge the culling game again? The system's voice made Renji's heart tremble. He took a deep breath. Screw it. You win some, you lose some. No one loses forever, no kid cries forever. I refuse to believe my luck is always this bad. He had to go in sooner or later, and staying in the system space forever wasn't an option. System, send me into the culling game. Understood. As the system's voice faded, he disappeared from the space once again. After a flash of white light, Renji's vision returned. Seeing the familiar scenery and the concrete floor enlarging below him, Renji shouted the first and last words of this challenge. Damn it. You said it was random. Why am I here again? Splat. As the familiar splat rang out once more, Renji returned to the system space. Death, 2. Cause of death, host attempted to challenge the concrete with his head. Evaluation, the trash of all trash. You died before even officially joining the culling game. Reward, a small amount of cursed energy, and slight increase in physical durability. Chapter 3, the 10th time is the charm. 1154 words. It was the same formula and the same result as before. Not only was the process identical, but even the final evaluation was exactly the same. Renji looked at the panel and spoke with a blank expression. System, is the teleportation really random? It is random. Then why did I end up at the same spawn point twice? Perhaps the host simply has bad luck. You may try again, perhaps it will be different next time. It better be different. He took a deep breath. After experiencing skydiving twice, he had gained a bit of resistance to smashing into the ground. The only good news now was that dying again would still increase his physical durability. If I kept dying, I might actually boost my physique to the level of a star athlete like Yuji Itadori. After adjusting his mood, Renji's third journey into the culling game began. As the white light flashed, Renji entered the culling game barrier once more. The moment his vision returned, the surrounding scenery entered his field of view. The good news was that the spawn point had changed. The bad news was that the spawn point was still in the air. As he watched the scenery below change from a blank concrete floor to a shopping mall, Renji extended his hand and flashed a middle finger. Damn it. That idiot Kenjaku never intended for regular people to survive the culling game. Splat. Renji's body slammed violently onto a rooftop, ending the attempt once again. Death, 3. Cause of death, host attempted to smash a building with his head. Evaluation, trash. Reward, a small amount of cursed energy, and a slight increase in physical durability. Back in the system space, Renji sat up angrily and shouted. Again. I refuse to believe I can't land safely. The fourth time, Renji fell to his death in an unfinished building. The fifth time, Renji fell to his death in a stadium. The sixth time, Renji respawned at the very first location and attempted to challenge the concrete once more. After dying repeatedly, Renji was starting to lose it. I'm not here to challenge Sukuna. I was clearly here to play a suicide simulator. After returning to the system space yet again, Renji looked at the number 9 next to deaths, and his eyes were almost lifeless. Sigh, let's keep going. I want to see just how many times I can fall to my death. He weakly told the system to send him to the culling game once more. But just as he spread his arms wide and prepared to welcome his 10th death, the situation changed. He discovered with joy that below him were no longer buildings, but seawater. He saw that his spawn point this time was over the ocean. Water. It's water. He was overjoyed. He was not far from the surface, but estimated it was about a few dozen meters. He didn't have time to overthink it and quickly adjusted his posture. The wind whistled past his ears as the sea rushed toward him. Boom. Renji's body slammed into the water. Since he had no training, Renji naturally couldn't enter the water vertically like a professional diver and felt like he had hit a solid wall. His head spun from the impact. However, this level was manageable. Thanks to the accumulated durability from his previous deaths, he managed to withstand the impact. The moment he realized he had successfully landed, he almost cried from excitement. Woohoo! I did it, I landed. However, this joy lasted for only a single second. The next moment, a terrifying howl dragged him straight from heaven into hell. He looked down into the distance and saw a giant fish-like cursed spirit lunging toward him. He then finally remembered that Kenjaku released a massive number of cursed spirits into the barriers when he created the culling game. The ocean, in particular, was filled with even more aquatic cursed spirits. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He shouted and immediately started swimming toward the shore without hesitation. The cursed energy was a huge magnet for cursed spirits, and coincidentally, Renji now carried a significant amount of it. Drawn by his cursed energy, all the cursed spirits in the sea noticed Renji's presence. They rushed toward him, even crashing into each other because there were so many of them. By then, one fish-like cursed spirit had already reached Renji's back. He turned his head and saw the spirit cursed opening its bloody, massive maw, ready to tear into him. The spirit's roar echoed clearly in Renji's ears, and he could almost smell the rotten stench of a curse. Seriously? I just landed and I'm already going to die. This is ridiculous. After finally surviving the fall, Renji refused to die like this. After dying 9 times just to land safely, he refused to die such a pathetic death in the mouth of a cursed spirit. The desire to survive surged within his heart. I can't accept this ending. I have to live. He clenched his fist and swung it at the cursed spirit. I don't want to die. This was his final struggle to stay alive. He let out a roar, and an invisible power erupted from deep within his heart. A blue aura of cursed energy appeared around his fist. The second his punch hit the fish spirit's face, a massive force exploded outward. The fish-like cursed spirit was actually sent flying by the blow. He looked down at his fist in shock and excitement. This is cursed energy. I used cursed energy. Many people have cursed energy, but it was usually difficult to actually channel it. However, in extreme emotional states, it can be forcibly tapped into that energy. Renji had clearly met that condition just now. Seeing more cursed spirits approaching, Renji didn't have time to reflect on the power in his hands. He hurried and swam toward the shore. After standing on shore, Renji looked at the fish spirits splashing around in the sea, and let out a wide grin. Come on then. You can't get up here, can you? Ha ha ha. Having narrowly escaped death, Renji panted heavily, but his mood was excellent. As he relaxed, the cursed energy that covered his body vanished. He didn't notice this change. He looked around and found that he was currently in a port, surrounded by a large number of shipping containers. Suddenly, bang! A puff of white smoke flashed and a small, white insect with a pair of tiny wings appeared in the air. Yo! I'm Kogain. Congratulations, player, you are now a participant in the culling game. Whoa, what the hell? Renji jumped in shock, instinctively thinking it was his system speaking. However, this voice clearly sounded right next to his ear, and the speaker's tone was full of cheer. He focused his eyes and immediately spotted the Kogain flying beside him. Oh, it's that little bug. Chapter 4, The Newbie Trap. 1108 words. Those who participate in the culling game are called players. Kogain was the personal liaison assigned to every player. The players could use it to look up or add rules to the culling game, and they could also ask it simple questions. Kogain looked at Renji with a bit of confusion. It did not understand why this person, who was clearly joining the culling game for the first time, seemed to already know about its existence. Kogain flew in a circle and hovered in front of him. Do you have anything you would like to ask me? Renji instinctively shook his head. Don't underestimate my information network. He had already seen everything about the culling game in the anime. In this regard, Renji was arguably the person with the most information in the entire world of Jujutsu Kaisen. Kogain nodded, looking a little disappointed. Then I'll take my leave. Call me if you need anything, dear player. Just as Kogain was about to disappear, Renji suddenly remembered something, reached out and shouted. Wait! I have a question. Kogain's eyes lit up. What would you like to ask? Which colony is this? There were 10 colonies in total, and he still didn't know where he was. Kogain tilted its head. Didn't the player walk into the barrier himself? How could someone not know where they are? Still, as a personal liaison, Kogain answered Renji's question directly. This is the Tokyo No. 2 colony. Tokyo number 2 colony. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. I didn't expect to end up here. I thought I'd enter the same first barrier as Yuji. There were 10 barriers in the culling game. The story focused on 4 of them, Tokyo number 1, Tokyo No. 2 Sendai and Sakurajima. The other 6 were only briefly mentioned, Lake Gasho, Niigata, Nagoya, Kyoto, Fukuoka, and Hiroshima. Kenjaku placed incarnated ancient sorcerers in every barrier. He looked at the rows of shipping containers around him, and a guess formed in his mind. Is this the container battlefield where Hikari Kinji and Kashimo Hajime fought? Thinking of this, he took a sharp breath, and his expression turned serious. At my current level, if I ran into Kashimo, I probably wouldn't even entertain him. He shook his head. Forget about Kashimo for now. Exploring the barrier is the priority. After squeezing out his clothes, he officially began exploring the barrier. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you okay? He turned and saw a man in a suit hiding behind a container. Seeing no response, the man asked anxiously. Do you know what's going on? I was at work today, and suddenly everyone disappeared. Where did they all go? Renji looked the man up and down, and thought to himself. A normal person. There were indeed ordinary people inside the culling game. There were some who were already inside the barrier, and didn't leave in time, while others entered the barrier by mistake from the outside. Even though every person received a Kogain to answer their questions upon entry, Kogain was a creation of cursed energy. Therefore, if the person was an ordinary human, they were forced to become a player, but they couldn't see or hear Kogain's words. Renji gave him a pitiful look. The culling game wasn't a place for ordinary people. Their chances of survival were slim. Even though his own strength was not great, Renji could at least resurrect and try again. This is a culling game barrier. Just be careful, find a place to hide, and maybe you will survive in the end. He wasn't someone like Yuta Okatsu, who was willing to protect others, and giving the man a piece of advice was already his parting gift. After he finished speaking, Reggie prepared to turn and leave. However, his final glance at the man made him stop in his tracks. The confusion and anxiety in the man's eyes vanished. Instead, a look of guilt appeared in his gaze that made Renji feel puzzled. Huh? What kind of look is that? Did he do something wrong to me? However, a split second later, Renji understood why. A flash of white light zipped through his peripheral vision, and a massive force instantly hit him in the temple. As his consciousness faded, Renji faintly heard the man's terrified voice. I'm sorry they made me do this. Death, 10. Cause of death, an ambushed by a player hiding in the corner. Evaluation, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered with 0 vigilance. Reward, a moderate increase in cursed energy, improved cursed energy manipulation, slight improvement in combat techniques, and an increase in physical durability. Back in the system space, Renji got up speechless. Damn it. Those bastards even ambush people. He looked at the evaluation on the settlement panel, and knew exactly what happened. Since the spawn points in each culling game barrier were fixed, a group of people who camped at these points emerged. They deliberately waited near the spawn locations to ambush new players before they could figure out the situation. In the original plot, Yuji encountered these same types of ambushers when he entered the barrier. Renji didn't expect to receive the exact same treatment. He instinctively rubbed his temple. Honestly, the sensation of getting shot in the head was not pleasant. Even though he didn't know the attacker's specific method, he suspected it might have been some kind of firearm. This method of attack was not uncommon. Before reaching a certain level, even sorcerers can be harmed by guns. For instance, Mai Zenin from Kyoto Jujutsu High used a handgun as her daily weapon. After taking a long breath, Renji pushed the frustration of the ambush to the back of his mind. Just you wait. Let's see if I don't crush you the next time I spawn at the containers. He turned his attention to the rewards. Unlike the previous challenges, the cursed energy he received was no longer a small but a moderate amount. It seemed that his action of repelling the fish-like cursed spirit during the challenge earned him a much better evaluation. Then, Renji opened his status panel. Name, Renji Kuratsuki. Grade, Grade 4 Sorcerer. Cursed Energy, Grade 4. Technique, None. Skills, None. Evaluation, you reached the basic level of a grade for sorcerer and barely stepped into the world of jujitsu. Even though you have no technique, you can now be a qualified cannon fodder. Even though his evaluation was still a bit insulting, Renji's eyes lit up when he saw that his grade changed to grade for sorcerer. I became a sorcerer. Woohoo! Chapter 5, The Quiet Mall. 1004 words. The system's rewards didn't stop there. In Renji's eyes, the most critical reward this time was not the moderate cursed energy, but the second one. Cursed energy manipulation. He calmed himself and suddenly felt as if his body had gained a new instinct like breathing. Renji raised his hand, and in the next moment, a faint blue aura of cursed energy wrapped around his palm. Just as I thought. Renji felt much more confident. Even though cursed energy was extracted from negative emotions and extreme emotions made it easier to extract, the Jujutsu sorcerer couldn't live in extreme emotional states all the time. In his previous attempt, Renji managed to use cursed energy by chance while facing the fish-like cursed spirit, but he knew that wasn't sustainable. He only achieved it because of his extreme will to survive. He couldn't maintain that level of desperation all the time. After I reached the shore, I clearly lost the ability to control my cursed energy. If I had been able to maintain it, I might not have been taken down by a Jujutsu sorcerer hiding in the shadows. He couldn't wait to control the cursed energy and spread it across his entire body. The cursed energy greatly enhances physical abilities. Once he felt the energy cover him completely, Renji jumped straight up from where he stood. To his delighted surprise, he leaped over 3 meters high. Woohoo! He couldn't help but laugh. Looking at his status panel again, he felt like he was becoming invincible. In just 10 tries, I was already a grade 4 sorcerer. However, I still don't have a cursed technique. Looking at the system's evaluation that labeled him as mere cannon fodder, Renji asked. System, how can I obtain a cursed technique? The rewards depend on the host's performance during the challenge. Defeating a sorcerer with a cursed technique gives a chance to obtain a similar technique. Really? Renji's eyes lit up. What kind of chance are we talking about? Do I get one every time I win? The probability of the host obtaining a technique depends on the difficulty of the battle. The harder the fight, the higher the chance of obtaining a technique. He nodded and didn't find this surprising at all. System, is there a limit to the number of techniques I can obtain? He asked casually, but the system actually answered. No. That answer made him even more excited. So if I defeat Gojo Satoru, does that mean I could get something like the 6 eyes or limitless? It is possible. The reward would be related to those, but the specific outcome depends on the actual circumstances. He nodded and his excitement didn't fade. Can I freely use all the techniques I obtain? The innate techniques were engraved in the brain, and each sorcerer could only use one technique under normal circumstances. He wasn't sure if the system followed that rule. The host can freely use all obtained rewards. No matter how many techniques the host has, you can use them as you wish. System, you're amazing. He stood up, eyes filled with fighting spirit. System, I want to fight again. He couldn't wait to farm a bunch of techniques, and then show that 1,000-year-old geezer, Sukuna, what he could do. After a few moments, Renji disappeared once more. A white light flashed, and he regained his vision. He immediately checked his location. After many skydiving experiences, he had already adapted to controlling his emotions while at high altitudes. A quick glance, and he identified his spawn point. He was above a shopping mall with the same spawn point as his third attempt. He curled his body into a brace position, and he coated himself in cursed energy to enhance his durability. As the rooftop got closer, Renji clenched his teeth. Bang! Renji's body smashed through the glass roof of the mall, and he fell straight inside. Right before he hit the ground, Renji seized the moment and performed a roll to break his fall, quickly tumbling to the side. After rolling several times across the floor, he finally slammed into a wall and stopped. He gasped in pain and stood up from the ground while clutching his waist. Looking up at the massive hole he created in the ceiling, he felt a wave of relief. Damn, looks like being grade 4 isn't quite enough. That almost killed me. Just then. Pop. That familiar sound rang out again. Kogain appeared in front of him once more. Yo. I'm Kogain. Congratulations, player, you've successfully joined the culling game. He looked at it thoughtfully. Kogain's introduction was exactly the same as they were last time by the containers at the shore. It seemed that no one possessed extra memories of me every time I entered the culling game, or is it resetting the whole world? He nodded to himself. Renji didn't wait for Kogain to continue speaking and told it to leave quickly. Ignoring the pain in his body, he quickly moved behind a railing and began scanning his surroundings. He surveyed the mall, saw 5 stories high, with a spacious atrium in the middle. The power was out, making the place dim and gloomy. After observing for a while, Renji didn't see anyone appear. Huh? Is no one camping this spawn point? He muttered in a bit of surprise. He continued to watch for 10 minutes until his body had mostly recovered. After he confirmed that no one appeared, he straightened up and prepared to leave. It doesn't matter if anyone is here or not. Exploring the barrier is the priority. The rewards after each challenge depended on his actions during the mission. I didn't have time to waste. I needed to get out there and enjoy the thrill of battle. He began to walk toward the exit of the mall. Surprisingly, he found neither humans nor cursed spirits. As he turned a corner, Renji froze, and his expression turned grim. A severed human head appeared right in front of him. Chapter 6, God of Lightning. 1068 words. So there are people here after all. Renji frowned. The fact that someone died here meant that this spawn point wasn't empty. He quickly scanned the area, and he saw many signs of combat on the surrounding walls. It was obvious that a battle had taken place here. He took a deep breath. As a normal person, he still felt a bit uncomfortable seeing such a scene. He suppressed his unease, tiptoed, and carefully continued forward. He didn't know how bad it was until he kept walking. After just a few turns, he saw multiple corpses lying on the ground. Their deaths were brutal, bodies torn apart, missing limbs, and not a single corpse was intact. He kept moving forward without stopping, but his body froze slightly when he reached the west side of the mall. He looked down and stepped on a pool of blood. The sticky texture told him instantly that this blood had not been there for long. This blood was fresh. Thinking that the killer might be nearby, Renji's breathing became shallow. Should I turn around and leave the area immediately? Suddenly, a cold voice surfaced in his mind. At your current strength, you're not ready for this. If you run now, you can hunt weaker enemies, build up your power, then come back. Renji's fingers curled slightly. Yeah, that would be the safer choice. A pause. Then he scoffed. Those were exactly the ones he should go after. Safe? That's just the mindset of the weak. Renji's gaze sharpened, and a different fire rose within him. Strong opponents, those are exactly the ones I should be going after. Die? I'm not going to die anyway. So what's there to fear? Renji smirked. If anything, I can treat this as gathering intel in advance. Not only was he not afraid now, but Renji was also very curious about who killed so many people nearby. He stepped up and pushed a door open without a word. However, a moment later, Renji's body froze. He arrived at an outdoor rooftop on the west side of the mall. In the center of the rooftop, a figure stood with its back to him. He didn't know if the person hadn't noticed him, or simply didn't care. The figure's feet lay on a mutilated corpse. The man crouched there casually, biting his fingernails and muttering angrily under his breath. Where the hell are you, Sukuna? Hearing the name, Sukuna, Renji's heart jumped. Not many people in the culling game dared to seek trouble with Sukuna. He quickly examined the figure, saw blue hair tied, and a rod-like weapon on his shoulder. Why you, are you Hajime Kashimo? Hearing someone call his name, Kashimo turned his head and looked back. He looked Renji up and down with confusion. You know me? As far as he knew, almost no one in the Culling Game should have recognized him. He was a reincarnated sorcerer. Aside from those from his own era, only Kenjaku should have known who he was. Meanwhile, Renji was internally shaken. He did not expect the person before him to truly be Hajime Kashimo. Kashimo, why are you at the spawn point instead of heading deeper into the barrier? Are you, a man with such a reputation, also camping the spawn points? However, Renji misunderstood Kashimo's intentions. He just happened to be here. In fact, Kashimo saw him fall from the sky the moment he landed. But because Renji's cursed energy was so weak, Kashimo didn't even bother to look for him. Faced with Kashimo's question, Renji scratched his head. Let's just say my information network is a bit better than others. As Renji spoke, he pinched his thumb and index finger together to signal a tiny amount. After Kashimo confirmed that Renji was a modern sorcerer, Kashimo looked him up and down and spoke with a hint of disgust. Are all modern sorcerers trash like you now? Renji smiled awkwardly. Yeah, sorry for being weak. Kashimo had no desire to attack a weakling like him, but he was quite interested in the information network he mentioned. Hey! Do you know where Sukuna is? Kashimo asked casually. Renji hesitated, then nodded firmly, yeah, I do. Don't underestimate my information network. There was no point lying to someone like Kashimo. He could easily tell if someone lied by the pauses in their speech. Where? Tell me. Kashimo's eyes lit up. The only reason Kashimo agreed to sign a deal with Kenjaku was to fight strong opponents. As for selling someone out, Renji felt zero guilt. However, the system's ultimate goal was for me to challenge Sukuna. If Sukuna died before I could challenge him, how would the system settle the final result? Sukuna should be. Just as he was about to speak, Renji suddenly thought of something and immediately called for his Kogain. Hey, Kogain, are you there? I'm here. What do you need? Kogain appeared with a pop and flew around him happily. What's today's date? Even though he participated in the Culling Game many times, Renji still did not know the specific timeline. Kashimo didn't interrupt and simply watched. Kogain paused for a second, spun in the air, and quickly answered. It is currently November 1st, 2018. He nodded, so the Culling Game has just begun. According to the plot, the Shibuya incident ended on October 31st, 2018. On that same night, Kenjaku absorbed Mahito and launched the Culling Game. He looked up at Kashimo. Kashimo-kun, Sukuna is still inside his vessel, Yuji Itadori, and hasn't come out yet. Kashimo frowned slightly. He didn't care about the nickname Kashimo-kun and continued to ask. Yuji Itadori. Then where is he? Renji thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, he should be in Tokyo. Kashimo's face darkened instantly. That was basically useless information. Tokyo was huge, and that was where he was supposed to find him. He might as well say he's on Earth. You're messing with me. Kashimo glared coldly. Renji quickly waved his hands. How could I, Kashimo-sama? I'm known for being honest. According to the plot, Yuji hadn't yet entered the Culling Game. He was still hunting the cursed spirits released by Kenjaku in Tokyo alongside his older brother, Choso. Itadori's group would not officially enter the Tokyo No. 2 barrier until November 12th. Therefore, Renji truly didn't know Yuji's exact location right now. Chapter 7, Rules. 993 words. As he listened to Renji's explanation, Kashimo's expression didn't soften much. Seeing this, Renji quickly added. Kashimo-sama, I know you are in a hurry, but hold on a second. Sukuna is currently suppressed by Itadori and can't come out at all. Even if you find him now, it's useless. Kashimo looked surprised. He had only made a contract with Kenjaku, and Kenjaku hadn't told him any details. He didn't know Sukuna's current state. He only knew that Sukuna, like himself, turned into a cursed object and then reincarnated in this era. In Kashimo's understanding, it should be impossible for someone to retain their own consciousness after ingesting a cursed object meant for incarnation. Kashimo suddenly looked at him, and the words he just spoke flashed through his mind. What do you mean by now? Do you mean Sukuna will escape Itadori's suppression later? Renji paused and didn't expect Kashimo to be so sharp that he could catch such a small verbal slip. You could say that. He nodded reluctantly, unsure whether saying too much might attract Kenjaku's attention. That old monster Sukuna has been waiting for a chance to break free from Itadori's body. You know about binding vows, right? A binding vow. I know about that. Kashimo frowned and nodded. As a sorcerer from 400 years ago, he certainly knew about things like binding vows. That makes it easy to explain. Renji continued without hiding anything. Sukuna knows he can't break free from Itadori's suppression on his own, so that old geezer set a trap for him. He made a special binding vow with Itadori. As long as he says the word in chain, control of Itadori's body is unconditionally handed over to Sukuna for 1 minute. Sukuna has been waiting for the right moment to take control of Itadori's body. He planned to use that 1 minute to transfer his soul into another person's body and incarnate again. Compared to this shocking information, Kashimo became more curious about Renji himself. Who exactly are you? How do you know all this? Renji laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. Haha, didn't I say not to underestimate my information? I've got my sources. Kashimo stared at him for a few seconds, but even with his experience, he couldn't tell whether he was lying. After a moment, Kashimo took a breath. He didn't really care about Renji's source anyway. His goal in signing the contract with Kenjaku was to challenge strong opponents, and didn't care about anything else. He looked back at him and asked bluntly. Tell me where I can find a strong sorcerer right now. He didn't mind his attitude and immediately lowered his head in thought. There were 4 barriers in the Culling Game, but the Tokyo No. 2 colony, where Kashimo was located, didn't seem to have many famous players. I have to guide him to Sukuna. It's probably a good idea to get a reward, and could probably sneak attack during battle. If I remembered correctly, there were only 2 named sorcerers here in the story. Aside from Kashimo himself, the only other one was the manga artist Charles Bernard, who had fought Kinji Hikari. Thinking of this, Renji looked at Kashimo with some difficulty. Kashimo-sama, it seems there aren't any particularly powerful sorcerers in this colony. What? Kashimo shouted in disbelief. Didn't Kenjaku incarnate many ancient sorcerers? How could there be no strong ones? Renji hesitated. He didn't fully understand this either. Kenjaku had indeed placed revived ancient sorcerers in each colony, but in the Tokyo No. 2 colony, aside from Kashimo, there didn't seem to be anyone especially powerful. At least based on what happened, Kashimo didn't encounter any decent fights until Hikari and the others entered. Renji made a tentative guess. I think that old guy Kenjaku might be wary of your strength, and he deliberately didn't place too many powerful ancient sorcerers in this colony. Kenjaku didn't want the Culling Game to end too quickly, and he intentionally limited the number of powerful sorcerers in each colony. However, Kashimo didn't need flattery. Just thinking about not being able to fight made him irritated, and his cursed energy began to surge unconsciously. After feeling that unique cursed energy leaping around Kashimo, Renji repeatedly backed away and shouted. Kashimo-sama, calm down. Even though there are no strong sorcerers here, you can go to other colonies to find them. Kashimo's irritation vanished instantly, and he turned to look at him. Tell me, which colony has the strongest sorcerer? After feeling the pressure disappear, Renji let out a small sigh of relief, and began recalling the situation in each colony. The Sendai colony. He looked at Kashimo. There are 4 extremely powerful sorcerers there. You might even recognize their names. Who are they? He stopped holding back and eagerly introduced them. They are Dhruv Lakdawala, who incarnated for the second time, Takako Yuro, the captain of the Sun, Moon, and Stars squad from 1,000 years ago, Ishigori Ryu, a sorcerer from your era, and Kururushi, a special-grade cursed spirit released by Kenjaku's cursed spirit manipulation. Hearing these four names, Kashimo's eyes lit up. Aside from the special-grade spirit Kururushi, he heard rumors about the other three. He especially remembered Ishigori Ryu, whom Kenjaku described as having ridiculously high cursed energy output. It was a pity that Kashimo was too old at the time, and never had the chance to see it for himself. Kashimo summoned his Kogain. Kogain, switch my colony, I'm going to the Sendai. However, the Kogain didn't agree to Kashimo's request. Sorry, Kashimo-sama. The players are not allowed to leave their colonies. I cannot send you to Sendai colony. Kashimo's expression darkened. Just as he thought he'd miss out on a good fight, Renji suddenly spoke up. Well, it's not like there's no way. Why not just add a rule to the culling game that allows players to freely enter and exit between colonies? Chapter 8, The Culling Game Consultant. 1013 words. Is that true? Kashimo looked at his Kogain with anticipation. The Kogain thought for a moment, confirmed that this rule didn't conflict with any existing rules, and nodded. That's correct, Kashimo-sama. This rule can be added. Hearing this, Kashimo was overjoyed. Kogain, how many points do I have right now? Kashimo-sama, you currently have 76 points. You still need 24 more to reach the 100 points required to add a rule. You can collect enough after killing 5 more sorcerers. Kogain quickly retrieved Kashimo's current score, and even thoughtfully calculated exactly how many sorcerers he needed to eliminate. 5 sorcerers, huh? Kashimo muttered. He suddenly turned to Renji beside him, and asked out of nowhere. Are you a sorcerer? That familiar question immediately triggered Renji's memory, and he answered subconsciously. I think I am. In the next moment, Renji realized something and quickly backed away, and stared at Kashimo with wide eyes. This is bad. Kashimo-sama, that's not very fair. I just gave you all that information, how can you target me now? Why would I care about being fair? Kashimo replied casually, showing no embarrassment at all. However, he still didn't kill Renji. After all, he was short 24 points, and Renji's 5 points alone wouldn't be enough anyway. He still had to find others. Moreover, Renji's information network was still valuable. There was no need to discard him so soon. If he had happened to be exactly 5 points short, the situation might have been different. Seeing that Kashimo had no intention of attacking him, Renji immediately returned to his usual carefree demeanor. Since he could resurrect infinitely, Renji didn't really care whether he lived or died. Even though he hadn't yet verified it specifically, Renji felt that his survival time during a challenge would likely affect the rewards he received afterward. He still preferred to stay alive longer. He looked at Kashimo, who was brimming with fighting spirit, and asked curiously. Hey Kashimo-kun, do you really plan to go to the Sendai colony? Yeah. Got a problem with that? Kashimo replied without turning around. Well, no problem, I guess. He hesitated and spoke with a hint of concern. It's just that those 4 people in Sendai are all special-grade sorcerers who possess domain expansion. Do you really want to fight them? You don't have a domain expansion, right? If they all open theirs at the same time, and you can only use Hollow Wicker Basket, won't that be a bit awkward? Domain expansion is considered the ultimate technique of a sorcerer, and the pinnacle of their understanding of their cursed technique. It could be said that a sorcerer who couldn't use domain expansion was basically guaranteed to lose when facing a sorcerer who possessed a domain. Even the invincible Gojo Satoru once said, the best way to counter a domain is with another domain. Kashimo glanced at him. He didn't expect the man's information network to be so advanced that he even knew about his lack of a domain expansion. But instead of answering, Kashimo stared directly into his eyes. He realized that this brat didn't seem to respect him much at all. The boy called him Kashimo-kun whenever he felt like it, and only called him Kashimo-sama when serious. Seeing Kashimo's silence, Renji thought he was angry. He immediately put on an awkward but polite smile. Kashimo-sama, why are you looking at me like that? Kashimo remained silent for 3 seconds, but chose not to dwell on the topic. It's nothing. I didn't expect you to know so much. It's true, I cannot use domain expansion. He didn't deny the fact that he lacked a domain. Kashimo's technique was too special and could only be used once in his lifetime. Moreover, he never even had the chance to develop a domain expansion tied to it. But even without a domain, I'm still invincible. Renji opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately chose to drop the subject. It's better not risk irritating him. In the end, Renji condensed his countless thoughts into a single sentence. Exactly. That's what I think too. They're the challengers. 2.5 hours later, in the center of the Tokyo No. 2 colony. Ever since he decided to head to Sendai, Kashimo began his journey to farm points. Out of curiosity about whether Kashimo could actually defeat 4 kings of Sendai, Renji shamelessly followed behind him. Kashimo glanced at him a few times but didn't object. After all, he might still need Renji's information later. After another minor battle, Kashimo killed yet another sorcerer. By then, it was already noon. Outside the battlefield, Renji came running over with a basket, laughing loudly. The basket was filled with food he had scavenged from a convenience store. Even though sorcerers possess supernatural abilities, they were still human, and humans needed to eat. Kashimo-sama is amazing. As expected, no one in Tokyo No. 2 colony is a match for you. As he spoke, Renji took out a mango from the basket and handed it over. You should eat something. Look, I found this mango specifically for you. I feel like it suits you perfectly. Even though Renji looked extremely flattering at that moment, Kashimo felt a strange sense of discomfort looking at the neatly sliced mango. In the end, he didn't take it. You eat it. I don't like sweet things. Oh? That's a shame. Renji withdrew his hand regretfully. He munched on the mango and asked Kashimo-sama, by the way, how many points do you have now? I have 91 points. Just 2 more sorcerers and I'm done. Kashimo didn't even need to summon Kogain, and he remembered his score clearly. He froze for a moment and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Haha, that fast. Well then, Kashimo-sama, I'll let you continue. I've got something to do, so I'll head out first. I won't disturb you. Kashimo glanced at him disdainfully but didn't expose him. Suddenly, Kashimo called out to him. Hey! Why did you join the culling game? Chapter 9, Rule Number 9. 1009 words. Me? He pointed at himself in surprise and didn't expect Kashimo to ask that. Is there anyone else here? Kashimo shot him an annoyed look. Why would a sorcerer like you join the culling game? The culling game was extremely dangerous, and any sorcerer could die. In Kashimo's view, aside from those unlucky ones who were forcibly marked by Kenjaku, and had no choice but to participate, no one would willingly join. He could also tell that Renji wasn't a sorcerer modified by Kenjaku. He was a completely natural, self-made sorcerer. Given the information network he displayed, Renji definitely wasn't some clueless amateur. He wasn't a victim who wandered into the barrier by mistake. He entered the barrier and participated in the culling game of his own accord. Kashimo simply couldn't understand it. Faced with Kashimo's direct comment about his lack of strength, Renji scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha. Well, it's kind of complicated. He didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't exactly say he got dragged into this after making a comment online, and now had to fight Sukuna. After thinking for a long time, he finally said. I have a reason that requires me to challenge Sukuna. Challenge Sukuna? You? Kashimo looked like he had just heard a joke. He couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Hey! Renji shouted, his face turning red, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued. Challenges aren't just about strength. There are many ways for sorcerers to fight. He continued with even more confusing statements, like information warfare is also combat, and throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away still counts as a challenge. This made Kashimo laugh even harder, and the scene was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After an entire afternoon of searching, Kashimo finally gathered enough points, after encountering a group of 3 sorcerers. Looking at the 106 points on his panel, he smiled with anticipation. Kogain. I'm here. Kogain appeared and hovered beside him. I want to add a rule. This rule will allow all players to freely enter and exit any colony. Understood. The new rule is being verified. The new rule does not conflict with existing rules. Permission granted. In the next moment, all players within the colony received an announcement. A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 9, the players may freely enter and exit all colonies. The players were shocked. Since a player earned 5 points for killing a sorcerer, they needed to kill 20 people to reach that total. It was only the first day of the culling game, but someone had already gathered enough, which shocked everyone. In a hidden location, Kenjaku, who hid somewhere as the culling game proceeded, looked up toward the distance in surprise. A new rule was added. Who gathered 100 points so quickly? He didn't expect a player to collect the points required to add a rule on the very first day. Even though Kenjaku was the one who started the culling game, he didn't have complete control over the game, and was merely an administrator. In the original timeline, Kashimo had used 100 points to add a rule revealing all players' names and scores. But this time, Kashimo didn't add that rule, and Kenjaku had no way to check other people's scores to find out who did it. Whatever. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Since he couldn't figure it out, Kenjaku simply stopped thinking about it. This rule wouldn't interfere with his plans. Tokyo No. 2 Colony. After a long day of work, Kashimo nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the newly added rule. Since it was already dark, Kashimo prepared to rest for the night. He planned to set out for Sendai the next morning to challenge the 4 kings of Sendai, Renji mentioned. Nearby, Renji was also full of anticipation for this moment. He previously read countless power scaling online about Kashimo's combat strength. Among them, many debated whether Kashimo could defeat the 4 kings of Sendai. At the thought of seeing Kashimo fight the 4 kings of Sendai, Renji felt incredibly excited. It was a rare opportunity to see a battle of the strong with my own eyes. I could probably sneak attack at the battle to get a reward. However, while Renji was filled with expectation, a problem suddenly occurred to him. In the original plot, the 4 kings of Sendai reached a 4-way stalemate because their abilities countered one another. By the time the rule allowing players to move freely between colonies was added, they had already been defeated by Yuta Okatsu. Druve was instantly killed, Kuroishi was exorcised, Ishigori had his fill after fighting Yuta, and Yuro had been subdued. After that rule, Ishigori and Yuro had no reason to leave Sendai. However, it's different now. Currently, Ishigori Ryu was looking for a fight everywhere, Yuro Takako only wanted to find a safe place to live for herself, and Kuroishi was forced into a dormant state to avoid battle due to Druve's abilities. Once the restriction between colonies was lifted, Ishigori and Yuro might stay, but Kuroishi would most likely run away. The only thing currently binding them was the rule: if a player's score remains unchanged for 19 days after joining or scoring, their curse technique will be stripped, resulting in death. But given their strength, they surely already scored points. Now they could go anywhere they wanted. The change in Renji's expression caught Kashimo's attention. Just as he was about to rest, Kashimo turned and looked at him. What's wrong? Why do you look so strange? He stiffly turned to him, forcing an awkward yet polite smile. Well, Kashimo-sama, there's something I might need to tell you. What is it? Kashimo frowned, feeling a bad premonition at being called that. It's about the rule you added. It applies to everyone. The 4 kings of Sendai might not stay in the Sendai colony anymore. They might leave. What did you say? Chapter 10, that man. 1,250 words. Why didn't you tell me something this important sooner? Kashimo glared angrily at Renji. If he didn't still have a use for him, Kashimo would have hit him with his staff. Seeing that Kashimo was getting anxious, Renji stood up immediately. I know you're in a hurry, but hear me out. He pulled out a key from his pocket. I remember there's a car in the garage downstairs. It's only the first day. I'll take you to Sendai right now. The 4 kings might not leave that quickly. They were currently staying in a villa. As someone from the countryside, Renji had immediately noticed a luxury sports car parked in the garage when he first arrived. He found the car keys near the door of one of the rooms. Kashimo took a deep breath. Sendai was quite far from Tokyo. Since he lacked the ability to fly, driving was undoubtedly the fastest method. Where's the garage? This way, this way. I'll take you. He immediately led Kashimo to the garage, and before long, he was already sitting in the driver's seat of the sports car. Sitting in the driver's seat, Renji gripped the steering wheel with both hands but suddenly froze. Drive. Why are you just sitting there? Kashimo-sama, there's a small problem. What problem? Is the car out of gas? No. I don't actually know how to drive. Even though Renji had a driver's license, he got it back when he was in college. Since then, he hadn't touched a car for nearly 7 or 8 years, and his driving skills were long gone. Kashimo took a deep breath. You can't drive and you still sat in the driver's seat. Get out. He hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. As he settled into the passenger seat, Renji looked with surprise at Kashimo, who was buckling his seatbelt beside him. He didn't expect Kashimo to care so much about traffic rules or even know how to use a seatbelt. Kashimo-sama, I didn't expect you to know how to drive. Kashimo's face darkened as he fastened the belt. Sit still and shut up. Even though he was a sorcerer from 400 years ago, that didn't mean he was clueless. After reincarnating through a vessel, he possessed all the memories of the original body's owner, including how to drive. Seeing that Kashimo seemed annoyed, Renji nodded quickly. He pinched his thumb and index finger together and made a zipping motion across his mouth to show he was keeping quiet. After setting the destination on the car's navigation system, Kashimo started the engine. He drove the sports car all the way out, and from the passenger seat, Renji looked through the window and saw scattered groups of people on the roadside who also seemed to be heading out. Their cursed energy was very weak, and most of them seemed to be ordinary people. After thinking about it, Renji understood. These people had no combat power. Once the barrier's restriction on people vanished, their first thought was to get away from this hellhole as quickly as possible. Soon, the black edge of the barrier came into view. Looking at the barrier that stretched straight into the sky, Renji suddenly worried that they might crash right into it, but his concern was unnecessary. After Kashimo added the new rule, the barrier no longer restricted the movement of people at all, and the vehicle passed through without any obstruction. As the ride smoothed out, Renji began observing Tokyo. Even though it was only early evening, Tokyo was very quiet. Renji saw no signs of life along the way, and it was like a dead city. It seemed the start of the Culling Game had a significant impact on the people of Tokyo, as the city's entire nightlife vanished. Just as he was about to lean back and nap, the car suddenly slowed and stopped. Renji looked ahead and saw the remains of tilted cars and broken debris scattered everywhere across the street. The wreckage blocked most of the road, making it completely impossible to pass. Whoa, was there a battle here? It's completely blocked. Renji scanned the surroundings cautiously. However, Kashimo wasn't interested. He only wanted to get to Sendai as fast as possible. After a quick glance, he turned onto the sidewalk. However, just as the car moved forward, a figure suddenly rushed out from around the corner. The person looked like an office worker. He ran toward Rinji's direction with a face full of terror, screaming for help. Help! Something is chasing me. In the next moment, Rinji saw it. A massive 4-meter-tall cursed spirit burst through a wall, roaring as it charged forward. Holy, what the hell? That thing's huge. He was startled and turned to Kashimo, but he showed no surprise, only slight irritation. Unlike Rinji, Kashimo was a veteran sorcerer whose perception of cursed spirits was much sharper. He likely noticed the spirit chasing the men long ago. However, Kashimo had no intention of getting out of the car to help. A cursed spirit like this offered him no challenge at all, and getting out would be a pure waste of time, but he couldn't just ignore it either, as such a large spirit blocked the way, and the car couldn't pass. Just as Kashimo was about to wipe it out in one move, two figures suddenly appeared behind the cursed spirit. Rinji looked ahead and saw a young high school student leap high into the air. The boy raised his fist with all his might, gathered a massive amount of cursed energy, and struck the cursed spirit right in the head. The sheer force slammed the spirit into the ground, leaving a crater in the pavement. After a brief wail, the cursed spirit turned into ash, disappearing completely into the air. Whoa, that's insane! Rinji shouted in admiration from inside the car, looked at the boy, then at his own hands. Both of us were sorcerers, so why was there such a huge gap? I had no confidence at all that I could face a spirit of that size. Despite Rinji's admiration, Kashimo didn't react at all in the driver's seat. In his eyes, the boy was just an ordinary sorcerer who didn't deserve any extra attention. He simply started the car, hit the gas, and sped off down the sidewalk. The young man, who had just reassured the man, heard the engine approaching and looked up. That's dangerous. The young man shouted and hurriedly dodged to the side, but his face didn't show anger over almost being hit, and he only looked annoyed by Kashimo's reckless driving. But the person behind the young man was extremely dissatisfied with Kashimo's driving and yelled at the speeding car. Do you even know how to drive? You almost hit Yuji. The young man named Yuji instead tried to calm down the person behind him. It's okay, it's okay. They're probably just in a hurry. Kashimo didn't bother stopping. However, Rinji's expression froze for a moment in the passenger seat. He thought he just heard something important. He quickly turned to look back through the rear window. The glass made it hard to see clearly, but he noticed one detail. The young man in front had a hood on the back of his collar. After considering that they were in Tokyo and combining it with the name Yuji, the identity of the person became incredibly obvious. Holy crap! It's that man! Chapter 11, Messenger. 1022 words. What do you mean by that guy? Rinji's reaction made Kashimo a bit curious. The last time he saw him this surprised was when he first saw Kashimo himself. After realizing his wording was off, Rinji hurriedly explained. Kashimo, that's Yuji. Didn't you hear just now? Yuji? Kashimo repeated the name with some confusion. He never heard that name in his memories. Oh? Is he some powerful modern sorcerer? Seeing that Kashimo still did not realize who it was, Rinji shouted. Yuji, Yuji, Yuji Itadori. Yuji Itadori. Kashimo finally reacted. He slammed on the brakes and came to a stop, then turned his head around to look back. But after driving for over 10 seconds, they were now more than 100 meters away from Yuji, and could only vaguely see Yuji's figure. The anxiety on Kashimo's face vanished instantly. I never expected to run into Sukuna's vessel here. Without hesitation, Kashimo kicked the car door open and jumped out, ripping the seatbelt apart in the process. In the distance, Choso, who was still complaining on Yuji's behalf, suddenly changed his expression. Yuji, be careful. An enemy is coming. He immediately stepped in front of Yuji, his face serious as he looked toward Kashimo. Even without Choso's warning, Kashimo's surging cursed energy was impossible to ignore. He looked at the man behind him, who was still paralyzed with fear, and spoke seriously. "Sir, you need to leave. It's dangerous here." The office worker froze for a moment, nodded frantically, and scrambled away as fast as he could. After the bystander left, Yuji turned his focus back. 100 meters was nothing for sorcerers. By the time they finished talking, Kashimo was already within 3 meters. Kashimo's gaze passed over Choso and locked onto Yuji with intense fighting spirit. "You're Sukuna's vessel." After hearing this, Yuji's heart sank. Was this person also after the Sukuna inside of him? However, Yuji didn't speak or glance at him. "Quick! Let Sukuna out, I want to fight him." Hearing those words, Yuji's face instantly darkened. The memory of Sukuna using his body to kill a massive number of ordinary people in Shibuya yesterday was still fresh in his mind. Hearing Kashimo's words, Yuji was instantly consumed by rage. What did this guy think Sukuna was? A game boss that could be summoned whenever he wanted. Just as he was about to lose control, a dark figure stepped in front of him. It was none other than Choso. He shielded Yuji, staring at Kashimo with a look of anger. "Who are you? Leave now, and I can pretend this never happened." Kashimo looked at Choso with slight surprise. He hadn't paid attention to him before, but now, the powerful cursed energy radiating from him sparked some interest. Kashimo tilted his head slightly and shouted. "Hey, who's this guy?" Choso froze for a moment. Who was this person talking to? But the way he said "this guy" didn't sound like he was addressing him directly. Just as Choso was wondering, a complaining voice drifted over from behind Kashimo. "Kashimo-sama, you run way too fast, I can't keep up." Renji caught up, gasping for breath. Unlike Kashimo, he couldn't cross 100 meters in just a few breaths, and he ran the entire way. Kashimo ignored his condition and impatiently asked again. "Isn't your information network supposed to be good? Who is this guy?" Renji looked at Choso with interest. This was the first time he saw this big brother in real life, and he liked Choso quite a bit before. "I know him." He patted his chest and immediately began introducing Choso. "This person's origin is extraordinary. He's one of the special grade cursed objects, cursed womb, death painting, created by that old freak Kenjaku using his own blood, and a human woman, while he was possessing Noritoshi Kamo. Even though he looks human now, he actually reincarnated through a cursed object just like you. He not only inherited the Kamo clan's ancestral technique, blood manipulation, but he also possesses the constitution of a cursed spirit. This allows him to convert cursed energy into blood, which means he never has to worry about losing too much blood from using his technique. His combat strength is terrifying." Hearing this, Kashimo looked at Choso with surprise. He originally thought Choso was just an ordinary grade 1 sorcerer, but he didn't expect such a significant background. As one of the big 3 families, the Kamo clan's ancestral blood manipulation had been passed down for 1,000 years. Even Kashimo heard of this technique's reputation. However, the flaws of this technique were too obvious, and its combat power never quite matched that of Gojo and Zenin. However, that didn't mean blood manipulation was weak. It wasn't the technique that was lacking, but it was the user. Meanwhile, Choso stared at Renji in shock. He originally thought Renji, who only looked like a grade 4 sorcerer, was just a follower. He didn't expect his information to be so terrifyingly detailed. Kashimo's lips curled into a wide grin as he stared at Choso with burning interest. A descendant of the Kamo clan. It looks like he is worth killing. However, Kashimo's words accurately touched Choso's sore spot. "Don't call me Kamo. My name is Choso." Kashimo froze for a moment and glanced at Renji. Knowing exactly what was happening, Renji quickly explained. "Kashimo-sama, even though Choso was created by Kenjaku, he hates him, and doesn't consider himself a member of the Kamo family. A flash of understanding crossed Kashimo's eyes, and he shook his head mockingly, as he clearly had no interest in such matters. Renji continued his explanation and added with some regret. Choso grew up with the other death-painting wombs, and never received formal Kamo clan training. He taught himself blood manipulation, and he hasn't reached the level of development that the Kamo clan achieved over 1,000 years. That's why Choso is currently only at the level of a grade 1 sorcerer. However, since he's a half-cursed spirit, his lifespan is much longer than a human's. Given enough time, he could definitely reach special grade. Chapter 12, The Bond of Blood. 1051 words. The look in Choso's eyes as he stared at Renji now carried a hint of wariness. The previous information was somewhat public and anyone determined enough could dig it up, but this new information was a bit too much. How did an ordinary-looking sorcerer like him know such specific details? Unlike Choso's wariness, Kashimo's interest in Choso vanished the moment he heard Renji's words. Only grade 1. That's a bit boring. He shook his head and shouted at Choso, move aside. Go back and train some more. I have no interest in you. I only want to find Sukuna right now. Behind him, Renji curled his lips. What do you mean, only grade 1? You talk as if you could definitely win. Didn't Hikari, a grade 1 sorcerer, also knock you back with his elbows? You're getting a bit cocky, Kashimo. Renji's subtle expressions went unnoticed by the two facing off. Renji's subtle expressions didn't catch the attention of the two men facing off, or rather, they noticed, but they had more important things to handle. Faced with Kashimo's demand, Choso rejected him without a second thought. I refuse. As long as I'm here, I won't let you harm Yuji. Choso's declaration made the already impatient Kashimo even more dissatisfied. He looked at Choso with a dark expression. You inherently evil Kamo brat, looks like I'll have to deal with you myself. Don't call me that. My name is Choso. A surge of cursed energy erupted from both of them. Kashimo gripped his weapon as crackling lightning like cursed energy danced across his body. Choso pressed his palms together, ready to unleash piercing blood at any moment. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Yuji's hand suddenly patted Choso's shoulder lightly. Seeing Yuji step out from behind him, Choso shouted anxiously. Yuji, get back. I can handle this man. However, Yuji didn't say a word. He walked past Choso and looked at Kashimo with a calm, steady gaze. Ever since Sukuna used his body to slaughter countless civilians in Shibuya, Yuji had been lost in a fog of existential confusion. He didn't know what his purpose in this world was anymore. From what that man said, the man in front of me was strong, likely stronger than Choso. He didn't want anyone else getting hurt because of the monster inside him, and couldn't accept Choso's help. Yuji stared at Kashimo, his cursed energy surging. Choso, thank you, but this is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you, so let me face it myself. Choso froze in place. He wanted to explain his connection to Yuji, but the words stayed at the tip of his tongue. After all, he only felt the sense of blood connection from Yuji, and couldn't explain it clearly. However, at that exact moment, Renji suddenly spoke up from the corner. Actually, you two aren't completely unrelated. Renji's words caught everyone's attention. Yuji looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he meant. Choso looked at him in disbelief. Even Kashimo had a flash of doubt on his face, and tilted his head slightly toward him. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Renji gave an embarrassed laugh. Why are you all staring at me? Choso was the first to lose his patience and asked him, you said Yuji and I are related. Do you know something? Seeing Yuji's questioning gaze as well, Renji cleared his throat proudly. Of course. You all know Kenjaku, right? His technique is brain swapping. He can transfer his brain into a corpse to take over a new body. He pointed at Choso. Choso was created when Kenjaku possessed Noritoshi Kamo, and used his own blood with a human to create the death-painting wombs. In a way, Kenjaku is Choso's father. He then shifted his finger toward Yuji. After the identity of Noritoshi Kamo was no longer useful, Kenjaku took over the body of Kaori Itadori. Itadori. Kaori? Hearing that name, Yuji muttered it subconsciously. For some reason, I felt like I had heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, a memory buried for years surfaced from the depths of his mind, and he snapped his head up. Wait! Isn't that my mother's name? Seeing Yuji's expression, Renji knew that Yuji realized the truth. He pointed at Yuji and made a somewhat grim guess. That's right, Kaori Itadori is your mother. Her cause of death is currently unknown, but I feel like it likely had everything to do with Kenjaku. Afterward, Kenjaku took over her body and gave birth to you with your father, Jin Itadori. To a certain extent, Kenjaku is your mother. Before Yuji could even process that, Renji gestured between the two of them. So Yuji, you and Choso are a same mother, different fathers. No wait, same father, different mothers. That's not right either. Renji's words suddenly got stuck in his throat. After scratching his head for a few seconds, Renji suddenly had a spark of inspiration and clapped his hands. You are biological brothers with different fathers and different mothers. And chronologically speaking, Choso is your big brother. The words big brother completely shattered Choso's mental walls. He finally understood the truth behind his connection to Yuji. He looked at Yuji with hope, wondering how Yuji would think of their connection. Would Yuji accept me as a big brother with different parents? Yuji saw the look on Choso's face, and looked back in disbelief. He never imagined they shared such a relationship. No wonder Choso tried to kill me at first, but suddenly stopped at the end, and helped me unconditionally ever since. Big brother. The word slipped out of Yuji's mouth instinctively. Hearing Yuji call him big brother hit Choso like a physical blow. He stumbled back 2 steps, his hands trembling as he opened his arms and shouted toward Yuji. Yuji! After watching the scene of Yuji and Choso recognizing each other as brothers, Renji also shed tears of emotion. This really wasn't easy. Meanwhile, Kashimo looked completely baffled. He didn't expect Kenjaku to be so unhinged. To think he would play the role of a woman just to have a child with someone else. As expected of a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, he was capable of things no normal person would even consider. Chapter 13, Lore. 1040 words. The scene of Yuji and Choso acknowledging each other as brothers was indeed touching. However, it did not move Kashimo at all. He looked at Renji and asked a question he had been holding back for a long time. What is Kenjaku trying to achieve with all of this? Back when Kashimo was still relatively young, Kenjaku had already approached him with the proposal of a binding vow. However, Kashimo never trusted him. He could never see through Kenjaku's intentions, and he had no desire to be a mere pawn. But as he grew older and reached the end of his lifespan, Kashimo found himself with no other choice but to accept Kenjaku's terms. Among the ancient sorcerers reincarnated in the Culling Game, a few of them truly signed the contract willingly. They were all about to die and only did it because they had no other option. Initially, Kashimo thought Yuji becoming Sukuna's vessel was just an accident. But after hearing that Yuji's mother was Kenjaku, he immediately realized that none of this was accidental. This must be the result of Kenjaku's orchestration. Yuji becoming Sukuna's vessel must have some hidden purpose. Regarding Kashimo's question, Renji replied casually. It's nothing too special. He just wants to create a world filled only with sorcerers. Renji's words caught Yuji's attention. Since Yuji hadn't yet met Tengen, he didn't know Kenjaku's goal. After hearing Renji's swords, a shiver ran down his spine. He knew very well what kind of existence sorcerers were. If everyone in the world became a sorcerer, what kind of terrifying world would that be? He couldn't help but ask. What exactly is Kenjaku's purpose for doing this? The question made Renji pause. He scratched his head. Why? There doesn't seem to be a real purpose. Maybe he simply thinks it's fun. Fun. Yuji felt a surge of disbelief. He would drag the entire world into danger for a reason like that. That's insane. Unlike Yuji's anger, Kashimo found it oddly believable. Thinking back on his few interactions with Kenjaku for fun was actually acceptable. Yuji took a deep breath and asked another question. Why did Kenjaku choose me? Me becoming Sukuna's vessel. Wasn't a coincidence, right? It definitely wasn't. Renji nodded. It has to do with your grandfather, Weisuke Itadori. My grandfather? Yuji froze. He couldn't understand what his grandfather had to do with him becoming Sukuna's vessel. Kashimo also grew interested. Is this Weisuke Itadori some kind of powerful sorcerer? Not really. Renji shook his head and continued, you all know Sukuna has 2 faces and 4 arms, right? They nodded. They were well aware of Sukuna's most prominent feature. There is a reason why Sukuna has 2 faces and 4 arms. It is because he was a twin before he was born. A twin? This was new to all of them. Renji went on. You should have heard that twins are considered an ill omen in the world of jujitsu. Twins interfere with each other. They split the cursed energy that was meant for one person into 2, causing both of them to drop their potential. While still in the womb, Sukuna devoured his own brother to preserve and enhance his own strength. This is the very reason he was later able to become the king of curses. Hearing this, Choso's face darkened. I could not accept that someone would harm their own brother for power. Sukuna's actions were absolutely unforgivable in my eyes. Renji's voice continued. However, the soul of Sukuna's brother didn't disappear. He was reincarnated, and now, 1,000 years later, he was reborn as your grandfather, Weisuke Itadori. He looked at Yuji. Your grandfather's body and soul were special, naturally capable of suppressing Sukuna. That is why Kenjaku targeted your father and even went so far as to occupy your mother's body to bear a child. Only then could a body be created that wouldn't be completely taken over by Sukuna. Speaking to this point, Renji chuckled. So in a strict sense, Sukuna is actually your great-uncle. Renji's final joke didn't make Yuji laugh. He looked at his own palm with a calm face, and he didn't expect his life story to be so full of twists. Suddenly, a mouth emerged from Yuji's neck. It was none other than Sukuna's mouth. Who exactly are you? How could you know such things? Yuji didn't completely suppress Sukuna. If he wasn't consciously exerting control, Sukuna could manifest a mouth on his body. Moreover, Sukuna inside Yuji could hear and see everything in the outside world through Yuji's body. Therefore, he heard everything in Renji's entire explanation. Even as the king of curses, there were many things Sukuna didn't know. I didn't expect this man to know so much information. Sukuna secretly thought. He even knew that Weisuke Itadori was the reincarnation of my brother, something even I'm unaware of. Suddenly, Sukuna was unable to resist growing a mouth on Yuji's body. The sudden appearance of Sukuna gave Renji a huge fright. Sukuna-sama, when did you get here? Renji was still a bit afraid of the king of curses. Unlike Kashimo, who saw nothing but battle, Sukuna paid no attention to the weak. Kashimo watched as the Sukuna he longed for finally appeared, and his whole body trembled with the excitement of his cursed energy. Sukuna! You finally showed yourself. Come out and fight me. Faced with Kashimo's provocation, Sukuna ignored him completely. However, while he had no interest in fighting, he didn't mind teasing him a little and spoke to Kashimo. Sure, as long as you can make me come out, I'll give you your fight. Yuji looked at the Sukuna protruding from his neck and finally woke up from his thoughts. Hearing Sukuna's words, he slapped his hand over the mouth and shouted. Sukuna, don't even think about it. I'll never let you out again. As Yuji focused his attention, Sukuna sensed his control over Yuji's body rapidly disappearing. He gave a mocking laugh and prepared to retreat back into the depths of Yuji's soul. However, at that moment, Kashimo's words froze him in his tracks. Can't you forcibly control the body for 1 minute? If you don't come out, I'll just kill your vessel. Chapter 14, Binding Vow. 1252 words. The word kill immediately enraged Choso, who had just recognized Yuji as his brother. The cursed energy that had just calmed down began to surge again, and his eyes locked tightly onto Kashimo Hajime. You bastard, what did you just say? I will never let you lay a finger on Yuji. However, Kashimo did not care about Choso's threat. He fixed his gaze on the back of Yuji's hand, where a new mouth had grown from Sukuna. What did you say? Sukuna's cold voice came from the hand. Kashimo smiled when he heard this. Even though he couldn't see Sukuna's expression, he knew very well that Sukuna was angry right now. This was the anger of someone whose scheme had been exposed. As Kashimo spoke, he glanced in Rinji's direction. It seems he was right after all. You really are planning to switch bodies, aren't you, Sukuna? Yuji's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he froze in place, even forgetting to suppress Sukuna's body. He shouted at Kashimo, what are you talking about? What is Sukuna planning to do? It seems you really don't remember anything. The effect of that binding vow is quite something, isn't it? Remember what? The agreement you made with Sukuna, of course. The conversation between the two made Rinji, who was standing by to watch the drama, break into a cold sweat. Even though I didn't mind being a troublemaker and revealing information to the characters just to see their shocked reactions, wasn't it a bit dangerous to drop such a bombshell right in front of Sukuna's face? Sukuna wasn't known for being tolerant. It would be a pity if he got pushed too far and Sukuna jumped out to kill me. I still wanted to see Kashimo fight the Sendai 4. Meanwhile, after Kashimo's reminder, Yuji fell into deep thought. He vaguely remembered that after the detention center incident, Sukuna had said a few things to him. To come back to life, Sukuna had made some kind of agreement with him, but he couldn't remember the specific details of that agreement at all. A lot of months had passed that Yuji had almost forgotten about it. After Kashimo's reminder today, he remembered it once more. Yuji looked at Kashimo with a solemn expression. What exactly do you know? Tell me everything. It was no wonder Yuji was anxious. Sukuna had caused far too much harm to him and to the world. He had to know what Sukuna was plotting in secret in order to stop him. Faced with Yuji's commanding tone, Kashimo unusually didn't get angry. He casually repeated what Rinji had told him earlier that day. Hearing the details of the binding vow he had made with Sukuna, Yuji turned deathly pale and took a step back. Even though he subconsciously forgot these memories because of the vow, it didn't mean they truly vanished from his mind. They were merely hidden in the depths of his consciousness. When Kashimo reminded him, the memories that were deep in his mind surfaced before Yuji's eyes once more. He cried out in a daze, I remember. I remember everything. At the same time, Sukuna's heart sank completely inside Yuji's body, and his last bit of hope vanished. These two people actually knew about my agreement with Yuji. This was impossible. I made this agreement with Yuji inside my own innate domain, and how could an outsider know about it? He looked gloomily at the harmless-looking Rinji standing behind Kashimo. Kid, you seem to know quite a lot. Where did you get that information? Faced with the interrogation of the King of Curses himself, Rinji forced an awkward yet polite smile. Hee, would you believe me if I said I just guessed it all, Sukuna-sama? Obviously, Sukuna didn't believe such nonsense, or rather, who would? That guess was far too accurate. Kashimo looked at the furious Sukuna with amusement. Sukuna, you'd better switch bodies soon, or it'll be too late. Before Sukuna could respond, Yuji slammed his hand over the mouth on the back of his hand. Don't even think about it. Sukuna, I will never let you hurt anyone again. There were a lot of loopholes in the binding vow Sukuna made with Yuji. A binding vow wasn't something absolutely unavoidable, and it was essentially a game of wording. If someone is willing to study them, they can find loopholes and use specific methods to bypass the dangers. Once they knew the details of the vow, they would be fully capable of adding a new vow on Yuji to prevent Sukuna from switching bodies during that 1 minute. Even without looking far ahead, the primary condition for Sukuna to take control of Yuji's body was to speak the word in chain. As everyone knew, one had to use a mouth to speak. As long as Yuji concentrated his will, he had the power to suppress Sukuna's consciousness deep within him, preventing him from speaking at all. Sukuna, who couldn't open his mouth, would have no opportunity to say in chain, nor any chance to switch bodies. After feeling Yuji's suppression, Sukuna's consciousness grew weaker and weaker. The mouth on Yuji's hand was about to disappear. He looked gloomily at Renji through Yuji's eyes. It was this person right here who completely ruined my plans. As Yuji felt Sukuna's consciousness fading, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sinister voice echoed in everyone's ears. In chain. Kashimo's eyes lit up. He felt a cold, malevolent cursed energy spreading through the air. He looked at the Yuji in front of him, and his smile instantly stretched to its limit. Ha ha ha. Sukuna, you've finally appeared. Choso suddenly turned around, only to see that his once gentle and kind younger brother was gone. In his place stood a man with black markings etched across his face, the embodiment of evil, Sukuna. Sukuna! Get out of my brother's body. Without a hint of hesitation, Choso charged directly at Sukuna. He didn't use blood manipulation because he was worried about damaging Yuji's physical body. Kashimo moved at the same time. However, Kashimo had no intention of holding back with his cursed energy, which was at full power, and he struck toward Sukuna without mercy. Sukuna looked coldly at the two rushing toward him. Dismantle. In the next instant, Sukuna used his signature slashing technique, and powerful slashes flew outward with him as the center. After sensing the power of the slashes, the two men looked surprised and quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Seeing them evade, Sukuna let out a quiet sigh of relief. According to the in-chain vow between Sukuna and Yuji, during the 1 minute he controlled the body, he couldn't kill or harm anyone. Those slashes were only meant to force them back, and he gambled they wouldn't take them head-on. Taking advantage of their retreat, Sukuna raised his right hand, grabbed his left pinky finger, and pulled it off with force. Sukuna's power within Yuji gathered into that single finger, and his soul and strength were once again condensed into a cursed object. In the next moment, Sukuna vanished and reappeared directly in front of Renji. He grabbed Renji by the jaw and lifted him into the air. Looking at the Sukuna right in front of him, and the pinky finger in his right hand, Renji suddenly had a bad premonition. Wait! What are you trying to do? Aren't you after Megumi Fushigiro's body? Why are you coming for me instead? Chapter 15, The King's New Vessel. 1079 words. The name Megumi Fushiguro made Sukuna's already dark expression turn even more sinister. Who exactly are you, to know even about such things? Megumi was indeed the next vessel Sukuna had secretly chosen. After reincarnating through a vessel, he could possess the other person's technique, and Sukuna had his eyes on Megumi's 10 Shadows technique. This man's body was merely a last resort. Among the 3 people present, Kashimo possessed special grade strength. Sukuna had no confidence that he could force him to swallow a finger within 1 minute. As for Choso, like Yuji, he was a special life form created by Kenjaku. Sukuna wasn't sure whether Choso, like Yuji, could completely suppress his soul. The only viable choice was the seemingly harmless Renji standing behind them. Renji, in the air, didn't explain the source of his information. He couldn't clearly explain something like time travel, and he could only shout once more. Sukuna's face darkened. If you won't talk, I'll just see for myself. An incarnated sorcerer could gain all the memories of the body. If he wanted to know something, he would just look through Renji's mind himself. Right now, Yuji's body was being controlled by the last of his power, and it would vanish soon. He had to complete the reincarnation during this time. Seeing Sukuna tear off Yuji's pinky finger, Choso shouted angrily. You bastard! What are you doing to Yuji? After saying that, Choso prepared to rush forward to stop Sukuna's next move. Even though Choso didn't worry about whether Rinji lived or died, he knew that Yuji didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him. As Yuji's older brother, Yuji's matters were his matters. While Yuji wasn't in control, he had to stop Sukuna on Yuji's behalf, but not everyone thought the same way. Kashimo instantly blocked Choso's path, and knocked him back with a single blow. Hey, hey, hey! I can't let you interrupt Sukuna. Kashimo didn't dislike Rinji, but compared to Sukuna, he was insignificant. He just wanted to fight Sukuna, and now that Sukuna was about to officially resurrect, he naturally had no reason to stop it. Seeing this situation, Rinji cursed loudly, "You damn useless Kashimo. You're really just going to watch me die, aren't you? You wait, next time I'll..." Unfortunately, Rinji had no time to finish his threat. Sukuna forced his mouth open and shoved his pinky finger deep down his throat. Feeling the foreign object slide down his throat, Rinji knew he had swallowed Sukuna's finger. As a violent tremor came from his heart, Rinji felt his consciousness fading rapidly. As expected, I wasn't a protagonist like Yuji. I couldn't resist Sukuna's soul. Before his consciousness vanished, Rinji raised his arm and slapped Sukuna with all his might. Since Sukuna had one hand on Rinji's chin, and the other feeding him the finger, he had nowhere to dodge and took the full force of the slap. A loud smack rang out from Sukuna's face, and his expression instantly turned even darker. Seeing this, Rinji grinned and laughed loudly. Sukuna, you win this time, but we will fight again next time. Sukuna frowned when he heard those words. What did he mean by this time and next time? What kind of gibberish was he talking about? Sukuna had no time to keep guessing. Even though the 1-minute limit was not up yet, his power within Yuji's body completely dissipated as soon as Rinji swallowed the finger. In the next moment, Yuji regained control of his own body, while Sukuna fully revived within Rinji's body. After Yuji woke up and saw Sukuna standing before him, Yuji shouted in rage. Sukuna! What have you done with my body? Seeing another innocent person disappear because of him, Yuji was beyond furious. He unleashed his full cursed energy and charged straight at Sukuna, determined to kill the king of curses. However, Sukuna wasn't paying attention to him at all. He simply twisted his body slightly and dodged Yuji's attack. At the same time, he kicked Yuji in the abdomen, sending him flying backward. It wasn't that Sukuna was holding back, but his attention was completely focused elsewhere. There was something incomprehensible happening in his mind. Normally, a reincarnated person could possess all the memories of the vessel, but Sukuna could only read the memories of this body to the moment he fell from the sky in the Culling Game barrier. Sukuna found himself unable to read anything further back than that. What the hell, what's wrong with this brat's body? Yuji, who had been sent flying, was caught steadily by Choso. Go! Yuji, we have to retreat now. He looked at Sukuna in terror. Even though he didn't know why Sukuna attacked so casually, Choso knew that now was definitely not the time to keep fighting him. Choso remembered that the current Sukuna already possessed the power of 15 fingers. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. If Jogo was equivalent to 8 or 9 of Sukuna's fingers, then he was at most 6 or 7, perhaps even less. Now that Sukuna had revived in Rinji's body, there was no point in continuing the fight. Unlike Choso, Kashimo was full of fighting spirit at that moment. He laughed and looked at Sukuna. Sukuna! I've been waiting for this day for so long. The power radiating from Sukuna made Kashimo's heart tremble. He had no intention of holding back and instantly activated his ultimate technique, which he could only use once in his life. Technique release, Mythical Beast Amber. Kashimo's curse technique began to remodel his flesh, and his strength and agility increased significantly in an instant, completely surpassing the human limit. He gave a great roar and charged towards Sukuna. Sukuna, who was still pondering what kind of existence Renji actually was, felt the cursed energy coming from Kashimo, and raised his head in annoyance. "You're annoying, brat." In the next moment, Kashimo and Sukuna collided, and a massive shockwave erupted between them. Sensing the fierce battle at the center, Choso grabbed Yuji and ran. "Go. While they're fighting, we retreat." Yuji was somewhat unwilling to leave, but Choso's next words changed his mind. "We're no match for Sukuna. We have to go save Satoru Gojo. He's the only one who can stop Sukuna from hurting anyone else." Choso was right. Yuji took a deep breath and cast one last unwilling glance behind him. "I understand. Let's go bring back Gojo-sensei." Chapter 16, The Curse of Love. 1157 words. 2.5 hours later. The once peaceful and quiet streets of Tokyo had been reduced to ruins. The roads were covered in slash marks, and buildings on both sides suffered massive collapses. Sukuna remained standing on the street. Yuji and Choso had already fled during the gap in the great battle between Sukuna and Kashimo. Sukuna sat atop a chunk of fallen building debris. Beside him, Kashimo, who was full of life just a moment ago, lay motionless on the ground. Kashimo's was covered in slash marks, looking much like a diced mango from a distance. Judging by Sukuna's condition, Kashimo had clearly failed to satisfy him. Suddenly, a rushing sound came from the sky. A massive fish-shaped cursed spirit swam rapidly through the air above the city. As the spirit reached the space above Sukuna, a figure dressed in a kimono jumped out impatiently. Thud. The figure landed on one knee before Sukuna with a heavy thud. "Sukuna-sama, I have arrived late. Please punish me." The person was none other than Yuram, Sukuna's most loyal servant. After sensing Sukuna's awakening, Yuram rushed toward this location immediately, but it still took some time to arrive. Hearing the familiar voice, the irritation on Sukuna's face softened slightly. "It is you, Yuram," Sukuna said with a wave of his hand. "Never mind. There is no need for punishment. Thank you for your forgiveness, Sukuna-sama." Yuram respectfully expressed gratitude, then carefully took out a cloth bundle from his robes. He opened the bundle cautiously, revealing 3 of Sukuna's fingers placed inside. "Sukuna-sama, these are 3 of your fingers that I've collected. Please consume them." At the same time, Yuram spoke with a face full of guilt. "I'm deeply sorry, Sukuna-sama. I couldn't find the last finger no matter what. I have failed you, I beg for your mercy." Sukuna swallowed the 3 available fingers in indifference, and waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't matter. The last one is definitely in Gojo Satoru's hands anyway. It's only natural that you couldn't find it." During the gap in their conversation, another figure stepped out from the fish-like cursed spirit. "Yo, it's been a long time, Sukuna." It was none other than Kenjaku, the culprit behind the culling game. Kenjaku's casual attitude sparked Yuram's anger. "What kind of attitude is that? Apologize to Sukuna-sama immediately." Sukuna, however, didn't seem to care. He looked at Kenjaku expressionlessly. "It is Kenjaku. Why are you here?" The corners of Kenjaku's mouth curled up slightly, and he spoke with a face full of curiosity. "I was just wondering why you switched bodies so quickly. I thought it would take longer." Kenjaku's words stirred up unpleasant memories for Sukuna. His expression darkened as he pointed to his current face. "Do you know this person named Rinji Kuratsuki?" Currently, Sukuna was still inhabiting the body of Rinji. After examining him carefully, Kenjaku shook his head. "No, I don't recall any sorcerer named Rinji Kuratsuki." Even though he felt some curiosity, Kenjaku didn't ask Sukuna what happened. However, it was clear that Sukuna was in a bad mood today, and he didn't want to satisfy Kenjaku's curiosity. As Sukuna stood up to leave, Yuram suddenly knelt on the ground. "I deeply apologize, Sukuna-sama. The bath is not yet prepared. Please punish me." The bath was an ancient ritual that could suppress the original soul of the vessel and strengthen the reincarnated sorcerer's control over the body. As Sukuna's most loyal servant, Euram had long known that Sukuna required the bath to enhance his control over his vessel. However, Sukuna had awakened too early, and the ritual wasn't ready yet. Sukuna waved dismissively. "It doesn't matter. I don't need the bath just yet. I don't plan to keep using this body anyway." Even though reincarnation had limitations such as soul consumption, physical compatibility, and residual cursed energy, and became harder with repeated use, I could still manage it a few more times. Sukuna had no intention of continuing with Rinji's body. He wanted to use Megumi Fushiguro's body for another reincarnation. "Where is Megumi Fushiguro? Take me to him." As soon as Kenjaku heard this, he knew exactly what Sukuna planned to do. Suddenly, he spoke with a sly smile. "You want to take over Megumi Fushiguro's body, don't you? Instead of going straight to him, I have a better idea." In the next moment, under Sukuna's puzzled gaze, Kenjaku led Sukuna and Euram to a hospital room. Looking at the sleeping woman inside, Sukuna found her vaguely familiar. As he observed her, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up and swept her gaze over Kenjaku and Euram before stopping on Sukuna. After staring for a second, her face lit up with excitement. She leaped up and threw herself at him. "Sukuna, you came to find me." The woman's sudden movement enraged Euram, who launched a frost attack at her. "How dare you show such disrespect to Sukuna-sama?" The woman's actions finally triggered Sukuna's memory, and he looked at her with sudden realization. "So it's you. Yorozu." The woman before them was an ancient sorcerer from the same era as Sukuna, also reincarnated into a vessel. Despite Sukuna still wearing Rinji's face, Yorozu had recognized him instantly. "It must have been difficult to recognize me at a glance, Yorozu. Why do you think that is? Don't make me guess everything," Sukuna said impatiently. Yorozu no longer hid her feelings. She clutched her chest and said with a look of infatuation, "It's love, love." Sukuna sighed helplessly. "Even though this wasn't the first time, seeing Yorozu again still made me lose my composure. This woman wasn't quite right in the head." He looked at Kenjaku, silently asking why he had brought him here. Kenjaku smiled. "You might not know this, Sukuna, but the body Yorozu occupied is actually the sister of Megumi Fushiguro. Megumi cares deeply about her." Sukuna's interest was piqued. He finally understood Kenjaku's plan. To lower the difficulty of taking over a vessel, it is best if the target spirit is crushed. If Megumi Fushiguro learned that his sister was already dead, his spirit would surely suffer a massive shock. In that case, taking over Megumi's body would become much easier. Hearing their conversation, Yorozu, who had access to the body's memories, also understood their plan. "It's fine," Yorozu said, looking at Sukuna with a possessive gaze. "I can help you bring Megumi Fushiguro here, but what will you give me in return?" Sukuna scratched his head impatiently. "Anything. If you can actually defeat me, I'll grant whatever wish you desire." It was obvious he had no real intention of fulfilling that promise because he didn't think he could ever lose to her. However, Yorozu reacted as if she had just heard a confession, and her eyes instantly burned with passion. Then let's get Marmar married. 200 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 17, Rewards. 1,309 words. Night. Megumi arrived at the hospital with a tense expression. Not long ago, he received a phone call from his stepsister, Sumiki Fushiguro. On the phone, Sumiki sounded panicked with fear, and said that some kind of monster in the hospital was targeting her, and that she was very scared. Megumi's heart tightened when he heard this. I could vaguely hear the roar of a cursed spirit through the phone. Realizing that his sister had been targeted by a cursed spirit, Megumi didn't hesitate, and immediately rushed to the hospital. However, when Megumi arrived at the hospital, he found something strange. It was too quiet. It didn't seem like a place where a cursed spirit was on the rampage. Following his memory, Megumi went to Tsumiki's hospital room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw his sister standing alone by the window. He called out her name softly and tentatively. Tsumiki. Hearing the voice behind her, Tsumiki slowly turned around. You're here, Megumi. Seeing his sister unharmed, Megumi looked her over with confusion. What's going on, sis? Tsumiki flashed an awkward smile and lowered her head. I'm sorry. I lied to you. I wasn't actually in danger. I called you here because there's something I wanted to tell you in person. Megumi let out a sigh of relief, but his tone sounded a bit helpless. If you had something to say, couldn't you have just said it over the phone? Did you really have to make me come all the way here? Megumi's tone seemed a bit impatient, but he didn't actually mean it. He simply didn't know how to act around his sister and sounded a bit cold, just like someone going through a rebellious phase. Tsumiki looked at Megumi with a beaming smile. Megumi, actually, I am no longer your sister. Megumi froze on the spot, and a cold sweat instantly rolled down his forehead. What are you talking about? What do you mean you aren't my sister anymore? Looking at Megumi, who was unwilling to accept reality, Tsumiki, or rather Yorozu, looked at him with a hint of pity. My. You've already guessed the reason, haven't you? You just don't want to accept it. How cute. Megumi refused to accept this fact and shouted. Who are you? Me? Yorozu pointed at herself. My name is Yorozu. If there are any old-timers around, they might still remember me. Hearing those mocking words from a familiar face, Megumi finally accepted the truth. The person in front of him, who looked exactly like his sister, was not Tsumiki Fushiguro at all. Like the players in the Culling Game, she was an ancient sorcerer who had been reincarnated into a vessel. Megumi looked at Yorozu with a look of despair. Why did you lie to me when you woke up earlier today? Yorozu tilted her head and thought for a moment. Yeah, why did I? She looked at Megumi with a beaming smile. Because I found you too boring, and I didn't want to play with you anymore. The moment she finished that sentence, Megumi went completely numb with despair. However, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Who? Before Megumi could react, a powerful hand grabbed his jaw. In the next instant, something was forcibly shoved into his mouth, and Megumi felt his consciousness slowly fading away. In the final moment before he blacked out completely, Megumi saw his attacker. Even though that face was different from the one in his memories, the markings on the face allowed him to recognize the person at a single glance. Sukuna, why are you here? What happened to Itadori? Unfortunately, Megumi's never got his answer, and his consciousness had already vanished entirely. Megumi's body trembled, and then Sukuna's tattoos began to surface on his face. After a few seconds, Sukuna lifted his head again. Ha ha ha. This is the body I've been waiting for. At that moment, Sukuna finally obtained the vessel he desired. Meanwhile, on the other side, Renji's body began to tremble. Renji was utterly bewildered. I thought my challenge journey was going to end after Sukuna forced me to eat the finger. But as his consciousness faded, Renji didn't return to the familiar system space. He felt as if he had fallen into a boundless black void, and he could vaguely hear voices coming from the outside, but he couldn't move at all. Suddenly, he felt control returning to his limbs. Renji fought to reclaim his body, and in the next instant, he snapped his eyes open, gasping for air. Heh! That Sukuna is too intense, whatever he fed me almost made me puke. Thinking he had returned to the system space, Renji instinctively complained. Just as he wondered why the system's challenge voice hadn't sounded yet, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The system space was clearly very bright, but this place looked pitch black. He looked up in confusion and discovered several figures standing around him. Yo, you're awake. How do you feel? The one greeting him was Kenjaku, the only one present willing to talk to him. Renji wasn't in the mood for small talk. He looked to his right and saw a man looking down at him with an air of absolute superiority. Even though he had never seen this specific face before, he recognized those unique tattoos instantly. Wait, isn't that Sukuna? Sukuna narrowed his eyes, and there was a dangerous glint in his gaze. Renji remembered slapping Sukuna earlier and forced an awkward smile. Heh, can we call it even? Sukuna's response was a swift slash. For someone like Renji who didn't respect him, Sukuna always struck back with full force. Renji had no way to resist and could only raise his middle finger. Before Renji could even figure out what happened, his challenge journey officially came to an end. System space. Renji shook his head as he stood up within the space. The feeling of being sliced apart was quite different from falling to his death. Even now, Renji still didn't understand what had happened. How was I under Sukuna's control on the streets of Tokyo one moment, and in a place that looked like a hospital the next? Just as Renji was puzzled, the system provided an answer. The host's body was taken over by Sukuna. He then used your body to go to the hospital, lured Megumi Fushiguro using Tsumeki, and switched into Megumi's body through a surprise attack. Oh. Renji nodded, the pieces finally falling into place. So that's how it went. Why was Sukuna being picky? Why bother switching? He could have just used my body to fight Gojo Satoru. Maybe if Sukuna had been killed later, I could have even counted an assist. As he let his thoughts wander, the system began calculating rewards. The current challenge has ended. Now calculating your results, calculating. The system's voice caught Renji's attention, and he immediately began rubbing his hands together in anticipation. What kind of reward will I get this time? I fought Sukuna, after all, so the rewards should be quite good, right? Even though the fight he mentioned was just him slapping Sukuna while the latter's hands were occupied, it was still a genuine attack that landed. However, the moment he saw the reward list, Renji froze on the spot. It wasn't because there were too few rewards but because there were too many. Deaths, 11. Cause of death, the host was killed by Sukuna's slashing technique. Evaluation, the opponent was severely weakened and you almost won. Rewards, a massive increase in cursed energy, greatly improved cursed energy manipulation, greatly improved combat skills, significantly enhanced durability, an improved version of lightning cursed energy trait, and a reverse curse technique. 200 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 18, Potential. 1070 words. What the hell happened? Why are there so many rewards? Renji stood there dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on and could only feel the power inside his body continuously rising. Not only that, but among the rewards was a technique I wanted for a long time. Moreover, the system says I would only obtain a technique when I defeated a sorcerer. I didn't defeat any sorcerer, or was it because Sukuna was using my body? The system even rewarded me with the reverse curse technique. Just as Renji felt incredibly confused, the all-powerful system provided an answer. Since the host defeated the special grade ancient sorcerer, Kashimo Hajime, the host is rewarded with an improved version of the cursed energy trait, based on Kashimo's lightning cursed energy. I was right. The words had barely left Renji's mouth before a realization struck him. I didn't defeat Kashimo, but he did. Even though he didn't witness the process, Renji knew that once Sukuna revived, Kashimo would definitely not have passed up the chance to fight him. Since Sukuna was still alive in the end. The one who died must have been Kashimo. He swallowed hard as a wild thought formed in his mind. Could it be that everything Sukuna did while possessing my body was counted by the system as my actions? Is that even fair? In the end, Renji chose not to question it. He was afraid the system might think about it, realize it was indeed unfair, and then take all the rewards back. Since the rewards had already been bestowed upon him, Renji had no reason to refuse. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, scratching his head with a natural expression. Renji laughed, scratching his head naturally. Right. I defeated Kashimo. I defeated him so easily that I actually forgot about it. Good thing you reminded me, system. Since Sukuna's cursed energy, combat skill, and physical strength were all top tier, the system must have treated Sukuna's state while possessing his body as his own and rewarded him accordingly. Moreover, Renji even gained Sukuna's reverse curse technique. The reverse curse technique could be considered one of the most broken abilities in the world of jujitsu. This involved taking the negative energy of cursed energy and multiplying it to produce positive energy, which is then used for healing. At its most basic level, it could repair severed limbs and organs, making Renji functionally immortal as long as his brain remained intact. He eagerly checked his status panel and saw he had completely transformed. Name: Renji Kuratsuki. Grade: Special Grade. Cursed Energy, Special Grade. Technique. Skill: Reverse Curse Technique. Cursed Energy Trait, Lightning. Evaluation: in terms of technique or cursed energy, you are at the absolute top. You possess an absolutely special grade of combat power. In extreme situations, you are enough to provide Sukuna with total satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. Renji couldn't help but burst into laughter. This status panel was exactly how he imagined himself. He couldn't wait a single moment longer and immediately focused his attention on his cursed energy trait. As Renji concentrated, the information regarding his cursed energy trait began to surface in his mind. Since the techniques rewarded by the system were related to the sorcerers he defeated, this trait shared a similarity with Kashimo's electricity attribute. Renji's lightning cursed energy could enhance his body. After performing continuous attacks, it would stimulate his body to increase his speed while simultaneously forming a lightning field around him. Within this field, the lightning would automatically track and strike enemies, dealing electrical damage to all targets in range with every attack. This lightning-cursed energy also automatically wrapped around his body, significantly increasing Renji's speed, strength, and defense. He could further amplify this by actively stimulating his body, and even channeling lightning into his hands to massively increase the power of his next strike. Like Kashimo's ability to apply a positive charge, Renji's attacks would leave a special charge imprinting on enemies, forcing his own energy into the target's body to turn them into a biological capacitor. When Renji discharges a subsequent lightning attack, the current is magnetically drawn to this internal buildup, ensuring a near-guaranteed hit as the energy seeks to equalize. Moreover, this attack would drain cursed energy from the enemy's body and automatically activate the reverse curse technique to heal their wounds. This also allowed him to turn his own body into a high-voltage capacitor. By building up an immense static through high-speed movement, Renji can resonate his cursed energy with the static in the atmosphere. By tugging on these atmospheric particles, Renji forced a localized dielectric breakdown, essentially creating a vacuum-sealed path of least resistance. The result isn't a magical blast, but a forced discharge of the world's natural potential energy directly onto the target. As his cursed energy is the source of this static potential, Renji was physically immune to the thermal and electrical shock of the discharge. Finally, just as Kashimo possessed the technique Release Mythical Beast Amber, Renji also possessed the same technique but more powerful. He could fully release his cursed energy and transform his body with lightning. During this period, Renji's body would continuously release massive amounts of lightning, attacking every being within range, and his output would reach its maximum value. However, the side effects of this skill were also very severe. After using this skill, Renji's body would be completely shattered, and he would die the instant the technique ended. But wait. Renji grinned, a predatory glint in his eye. The system gave me a reverse cursed technique for a reason. Does that mean I could spam this technique? However, it's a matter of cursed energy. After the technique ended, Renji could theoretically use the reverse curse technique at maximum output to quickly repair his brain and body, stitching his cells back together faster than they could dissolve. It was a gamble with death, but it was a gamble he was now prepared to win. After fully understanding his technique, Renji couldn't help but gasp. Damn. This really is good. This is like fourth Raikage's abilities. The familiarity was overwhelming. He pictured himself moving so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up. This technique looked like it required a lot of precision to operate, but with his new special grade reserves, he had plenty of room for error. 450 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 19, Sparring. 1084 words. Renji felt like his entire body was bursting with power. System, can I test my abilities here? I want to try out this trait. You may. However, time will not reset here. If an accident occurs, the host cannot start over. It is recommended that the host conduct experiments during a challenge. Renji's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stopped the cursed energy he was about to circulate. You're so thoughtful. The system's reply remained emotionless and did not react to Renji's praise. Does the host wish to begin a new challenge? Start. Renji waved his hand. The 12th challenge begins. Good luck, host. The familiar flash of white light flickered, and the sensation of weightlessness returned. Renji felt himself soaring through the air once more, but this was different. He was no longer the same weakling as before. Looking at the ground 100 meters below, Renji curled his lips into a disdainful smile. A massive amount of lightning-cursed energy wrapped around his body, instantly stacking his physical defense to an unimaginable level. He stood straight in the air and smashed directly toward the ground. Boom. A few seconds later, Renji's body slammed violently into the ground. A powerful shockwave spread outward in all directions, and a crater several meters wide formed beneath his feet. He shook his hair, brushed the dust off his body, and admired himself. After indulging in his power once more, Renji began to examine his surroundings. This spawn point was an amusement park he had never visited before. Eager to test his technique, Renji had no intention of hiding himself as he had before. He spread his arms and shouted boldly. Hey! Is there anyone camping at his spawn point? Come out and fight me. Renji's voice echoed through the empty amusement park. Unfortunately, no one responded. He scratched his head helplessly. Nobody? That shouldn't be right. How can there be no one camping at the spawn point? Does that mean the world reset too? Then today was only the first day of the culling game, and many sorcerers were still in the exploration phase. Aside from a few specific locations, most spawn points didn't have sorcerers lying in wait. Just as Renji thought the amusement park was empty, a voice called out from a corner. Hey, stop shouting. Other than me, there shouldn't be anyone else here for now. He felt a surge of joy and looked toward the direction of the voice. He saw a foreigner wearing a suit standing not far away. Oh. It's a foreigner. Renji's bluntness didn't upset the man, or rather, he was already used to receiving extra attention because of his appearance. He pointed to himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charles Bernard. Charles Bernard. Renji muttered the name subconsciously, and he felt the name was somewhat familiar. Charles. In the next moment, he suddenly remembered. Ah. It's you. You're the mangaka, Charles Bernard. The man before him was none other than the modern sorcerer who fought Kinji Hikari in the original plot, Charles Bernard. Hearing himself called a mangaka, a look of bewildered shock flashed across Charles's face. Why you? You've read my manga? Charles knew very well that while he considered himself a manga artist, he hadn't actually had anything officially published yet. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even a novice mangaka, and he was merely an enthusiast. Renji naturally couldn't say that he knew him through the story. He took a few quick steps forward and arrived in front of Charles. No, although I haven't read your manga, the words mangaka are written all over your face. Charles instinctively touched his face. Do I? Do I really look like a mangaka? You don't just look like one, you are a mangaka. The world just hasn't caught up to your genius yet. Really? Charles beamed with joy. To be recognized as a mangaka in the middle of a literal war zone was the highest compliment he could imagine. Seeing his reaction, Renji seized the moment to pitch his goal. He needed a sparring partner, and Charles, with his G-War staff and ability to see into the future, was the perfect test subject. Since we're both here and there's nothing else going on, let's have a spar as sorcerers. Renji's invitation woke Charles from his daydream about being a mangaka. He scratched his head, feeling that it sounded like quite a hassle. A spar. Honestly, I don't really like fighting. It's so violent, so unrefined. I only came into this game because I didn't have a choice. Unlike those battle-hungry sorcerers, Charles had only joined the culling game because he was forced to. Since Renji had just acknowledged him as a mangaka, Charles felt even less inclined to hurt the first person who had ever called him a mangaka. Charles's refusal made Renji stiffen up a bit. He wasn't a bully like Kashimo, who would just rush in and fight people regardless of whether they were willing or not. He wanted to grow, not just murder. At the beginning of the challenge, Renji decided that he would only fight those who looked for trouble with him. If he didn't want to fight him, I couldn't just force him. After thinking for a while and scratching his head, Renji asked. Charles, you only became a sorcerer after entering the culling game, right? Don't you want to see what you're truly capable of? How can you draw great action scenes if you don't understand the flow of a real battle? Renji's words made Charles fall into deep thought, and he spoke with some hesitation. I do. I've had the thought, but I really can't find a reason to fight you. Seeing that his words were having an effect, Renji pressed on. I also just awakened and want to find a place to test it. Just treat it as fulfilling a wish for your future fan and spar with me, how about it? The word fan completely demolished Charles's mental defenses. Wait, you're my fan? Then what are we even talking about? Let's spar. Well, if you're already a fan, what more is there to say? Let's get this sparring match started. Now that's the spirit. Renji laughed, his lightning-cursed energy beginning to flare once more. Prepare yourself. Charles cried, reaching into his suit to draw his G-War staff. For the sake of my readers, I won't hold back. 450 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 20, The Fan and the Fraud bonus. 1,218 words. After their conversation ended, the sparring match between Charles and Renji officially began. Even before the first blow was struck, Charles seemed remarkably confident in his abilities. With a wave of his arm, a long spear shaped like a fountain pen materialized in his hand. Seeing this, Renji could not help but ask. Hey Charles, is that pen spear a part of your technique? It's not a pen spear, it's the G-War staff. Charles first corrected him irritably before eventually answering. I suppose so. I don't really know how it works either, but this is a pen I've always carried with me. After I channeled my cursed energy into it, it turned into this. Renji nodded, and a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. Back when he read the manga, he had always been fascinated by the various cursed tools. Since starting these challenges, he had been dying to get his hands on one, but the opportunity hadn't presented itself until now. Seeing the G-War staff, Renji felt very curious. Logically, Charles only became a sorcerer yesterday, and he shouldn't have had a chance to get a cursed tool from anywhere else. After hearing that the tool was transformed from a pen he carried around, Renji asked curiously. By the way, are you the only one who can use the G-War staff? The question caught Charles off guard as he tilted his head in confusion. I don't know about that. The G-War staff is tied to my technique, so it probably wouldn't work for anyone else. Charles's technique was future sight. Of course, this sight didn't mean he could predict everything, and only allowed him to predict his opponent's movements. When Charles used the G War Staff to activate his technique, the tip of the War Staff would begin to accumulate ink. When the ink reached a certain amount, the tip would glow, and a manga panel would appear on the opponent's chest. Through these panels, Charles could see several seconds into the enemy's future. The initial future sight was only 1 second, but if more ink accumulated, Charles could see even further into the future. However, the flaw was obvious: the future within the panel had to be seen with his own eyes. If an enemy hid in his blind spot, Charles would not be able to see him. Renji looked at the G War Staff with envy. A portable curse tool like that is really convenient. A pen when idle, a weapon when needed. Charles, can I try out that curse tool of yours? Charles nodded casually and tossed the G War Staff over without much thought. As Charles stopped channeling his cursed energy, the staff turned back into its original fountain pen form in midair. Renji caught the pen with a look of surprise. He didn't expect Charles to be so open-handed as to lend it to him without a word. That easily. You already called my fan, what's the problem with letting you take a look? The moment he grabbed the pen, Renji tried channeling cursed energy into it. However, to his disappointment, Renji's cursed energy felt as if it hit a wall, and couldn't be input into the pen at all. It seems it really doesn't work. I can't get my cursed energy inside. He shook his head with regret and returned the pen to Charles. I told you. It's just an ordinary pen, really. Renji realized that the pen wasn't a real curse tool. It seemed this pen was not an actual curse tool, but was most likely the result of Charles's technique. As long as Charles himself was there, he could probably turn any pen into the G War Staff needed to perform his technique. Putting the matter of the curse tool aside, Renji jumped in place to warm up. Forget it, Charles. Let's not worry about the tool, let's hurry up and spar. Charles didn't refuse and twirled the staff like a spear. Sure. I want to test my technique too. Once he confirmed Charles was ready, Renji's figure instantly shot forward, charging straight for Charles's face. The special lightning cursed energy gave him incredible explosive power, and he arrived in front of Charles in one breath. He swung his claw down at Charles. Just as he thought he would land a hit, Charles suddenly leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Huh? Renji was shocked. I didn't expect Charles's reactions to be so fast. He continued attacking and swung his palm at Charles again. However, to Renji's surprise, Charles actually dodged his next 3 attacks. Not only that, but Charles even took advantage of an opening in Renji's assault to swing his G War Staff and stab toward Renji's arm. The angle of this strike was extremely tricky. Renji didn't even see it coming at first until the tip of the staff made contact with his skin. Zip! Suddenly, a rip several centimeters long was cut directly into Renji's arm. Renji looked at the wound on his arm in shock. I didn't expect that even with special grade strength, I would be the first one wounded by Charles. Damn, you're a stat monster. Your attack power is huge. Taking advantage of Renji's momentary daze, Charles retreated several meters. He wasn't as relaxed as he looked, and he was panting heavily as he stared back. That is just the effect of my technique. The word technique caught Renji's attention. He looked at the G War Staff and clearly saw that a significant amount of ink had already gathered at the tip. You started prepping for the fight way before we began. The amount of ink was abnormal. It was clear Charles had been accumulating it far longer than Renji realized. It was clear that the reason Charles could dodge his attacks just now was that he had seen the attack paths in advance. Charles smiled. It was just because your grand entrance was so terrifying. I figured I'd better start preparing just in case. Renji nodded. That made sense. Indeed, many sorcerer skills required preparation in advance, and could often gain a significant advantage in battle. Even Gojo Satoru had to rely on the support of Yutaheim, Ijichi, and Gakkaganji to fire off a 200% power, Hollow Purple, during his fight with Sukuna. Since he saw him coming, it was only logical for Charles to be on guard. Charles gestured toward Rinji's arm. "Forget about me. How are you holding up? Do you want to keep going?" Rinji waved his hand nonchalantly and laughed loudly. "This little scratch. I can fix this in a heartbeat." After he spoke, a surge of cursed energy gathered on Rinji's wound. In front of Charles's stunned eyes, the injury began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, the gruesome wound vanished completely. What kind of technique is that? This? It's just a regular reverse curse technique. You can think of it as a healing skill in a game. Rinji spoke dismissively, but to Charles it sounded like gibberish. He looked at him with a pained expression. "And you called me a stat monster? You are clearly the one with the most broken stats." Rinji immediately stiffened his neck and retorted. "What stat monster? I am not a stat monster. I am clearly a skill-based player, okay. 450 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 21, Sneak Attack. 1177 words. After a loud roar, Rinji lunged forward again. Since Charles was already prepared, Rinji no longer held back. Relying on the future predicted by his technique, Charles narrowly dodged another one of Rinji's attacks. However, something Charles didn't expect happened. Just as he prepared to seize an opportunity to counterattack, Charles suddenly felt a faint electric current stinging his skin. He looked around in terror and was shocked to find that, at some point, the air around him seemed to have changed. He wasn't the only one shocked. Rinji himself was confused too. He suddenly realized that he had triggered the initial passive of his cursed energy trait. He knew that he could generate a lightning field after continuous attacks, and his lightning attacks would bounce between enemies and automatically strike all targets inside. However, Rinji remembered clearly that he had not actually hit Charles. How did the lightning field get triggered? Looking at the air in front of him, a thought suddenly came to Rinji's mind. Rinji narrowed his eyes at the distorted air in front of him. Ever since the fight started, cursed energy residue had accumulated around Charles. Tiny sparks crawled through the atmosphere like invisible threads. Rinji slowly swung his arm through empty space. Crack! The moment his cursed energy disturbed the ionized air, a violent discharge erupted several meters away and struck Charles directly. Rinji's eyes widened. The air became conductive. Holy crap! Are you serious? Rinji finally understood what was happening. I could actually hit the air. Not far away, Charles, who had just taken an electric shock, looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't expect that he could be hit, even though Rinji clearly hadn't touched him. After feeling his body go numb, Charles gave a bitter smile. Forget it, I'm not fighting you anymore. I'm no match for you. Ha! You're quitting already. Rinji shouted in disappointment. I hadn't even tested all my abilities yet. He quickly tried to comfort him. How could you be no match for me? My attacks clearly couldn't hit you. You have a huge advantage, so why give up? Charles closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I suddenly felt that the person in front of me was a bit annoying. He clearly held the advantage, yet he acted like he was being toyed with. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said patiently, I am just a sorcerer who recently awakened a technique. You should go find someone else. Actually, I also just awakened my technique. I feel like we are a pretty good match. Wait. You said you just awakened. Charles stared at him in disbelief. Whether it was Rinji's dramatic landing at the start or the immense cursed energy he showed during the spar, Charles didn't believe that he was a newly awakened sorcerer. Yeah. Rinji nodded seriously, I never lie. I literally awakened today. Charles licked his dry lips. Then, how are you this strong? Renji laughed and waved it off, speaking with a straight face. Come on, I'm not that strong. I just have a better technique. You're only seeing the surface. You have no idea how much sweat and hard work it took to get this. Charles forced a dry laugh. Seeing that Charles didn't want to keep fighting, Renji felt a bit stuck. All right. There was no need to stop being a decent human being for the sake of some rewards. I could just come back next time. When I respawned here again, I wouldn't make any prior agreements with Charles anymore. While thinking this, Renji withdrew his cursed energy. All right then, if you don't want to continue, we'll spar another day. Yeah, another day. Charles waved stiffly, and the numbness from the lightning still hadn't faded. Since Charles didn't want to continue, Renji prepared to find other sorcerers to test his technique. Well then, Charles, I'll be heading. Before he could finish his sentence, Renji's peripheral vision caught a shadow moving rapidly from a blind spot. The target was aimed directly at Charles, who was still paralyzed. Suddenly, Renji stepped in front of him to block the path. Bang! The lightning-infused cursed energy blocked the sneak attack, and only then did Charles realize he had been ambushed. You! Renji raised a hand, signaling him to stay quiet. He stared behind a large tree in the distance, which was the direction the attack came from. Realizing he was discovered, a muscular man stepped out from behind the tree. Heh! Kid, you really like sticking your nose in other people's business, don't you? Why couldn't you just let me take my 5 points and leave? Facing the sudden appearance of a sorcerer, Renji wasn't startled but overjoyed. I was just looking for someone to fight, and now this guy showed up on his own, saving me the trouble of searching. Seeing the smile in Renji's eyes, the man's expression darkened. Kid, you look happy. Are you really that confident? Renji sneered. Why should I respect a sneak-attacking coward like you? I hate people who walk quietly just to betray others. You deserve to die. The man's expression darkened completely. Arrogant. As a veteran sorcerer, he couldn't accept being looked down on by a newly awakened kid. The man looked Renji up and down. You think your lightning-cursed energy can do anything to me? As he spoke, he raised his palm, and a stone spun and danced in his hand. Your area of effect electric shock is indeed something, I saw it just now. But a confident smile appeared on the man's lips. As long as I don't get close to you, what can your electricity possibly do to me? He burst into laughter on the spot, completely dismissing Renji. As a long-range sorcerer, he didn't need to get close to his enemies at all to win. Since the lightning field had a limited range, he simply wouldn't enter it. However, Renji gave a crooked smile. Humph. You think that's all I've got? The man froze for a moment, not understanding what Renji meant. He saw him raise his hand and point at him. Ionized flash. In the next moment, by the time he prepared to run, it was too late. It wasn't just Charles who knew how to prepare in advance. Renji had already been flooding the surrounding air with cursed energy ever since the man appeared. The atmosphere had unknowingly reached its breakdown limit. The moment Renji pointed forward, discharge occurred instantly. As soon as Renji's words fell, a series of massive lightning strikes shot out of his palm, accurately hitting the man's head. The man didn't even have time to dodge before he was blasted, burned black by the immense power of the lightning. Suddenly, Kogain appeared beside Renji. Points +5. The player's current points, 5. Renji didn't just win. He killed the man in a single strike. He flicked his hair back. Phew, as expected of me. I really am a skilled player. 450 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, The God of Thunder's Successor. 1,000 words. As the battle ended, Charles, who watched the entire fight from beginning to end, raised his hand and pointed at Renji in a daze. He never expected that he had just been sparring with someone like this. Why you? What's wrong? Is that impressive or what? Hearing his voice, Renji turned around, looking at Charles with anticipation. Charles fell silent for 3 seconds. In the next moment, his extended finger instantly turned into a thumb, and a praising smile spread across his face. Insane. Absolutely insane. Right? After a moment of self-indulgence, Renji prepared to go elsewhere to find more sorcerers to gain more experience. He looked at Charles and extended an invitation. I'm gonna explore a bit. Do you want to come with me? No, no. Charles waved his hands quickly. I don't really like fighting. I just want to find a random spot to wait it out. You go on ahead. All right then. Renji shook his head in regret. Since Charles didn't want to go, he couldn't force him. After bidding Charlie farewell, Renji set off once again to explore the colony. Including his previous encounter with Kashimo, this was his second time exploring the barrier. The population density inside the barrier was still very low. Aside from a few unlucky people who hadn't left in time, most people had already been forced out when the culling game began. Since it was only the first day, many sorcerers who were granted techniques by Kenjaku had not yet arrived. This made the probability of running into anyone even lower. He wandered the streets for half an hour, and didn't run into a single enemy. It wasn't that he didn't see anyone at all, but during the few times he spotted people, they had no intention of attacking him. They hid far away in buildings and only watched him through the windows. Renji wasn't a psychopathic killer, and he didn't feel like hunting them down. This was no different from reality even if the world resets if he died. Besides, everything here felt real to him, and there's a chance he could kill Sukuna. This wasn't Grand Theft Auto 5, and there was still a certain psychological weight to taking a life. Who should I fight? Why is no one coming after me? Just as he was wondering what to do, a name suddenly popped into his mind. Wait, if no one comes to me, I can go to them. Inside this barrier, wasn't Kashimo Hajime, the ultimate battle maniac, running around looking for fights. The current Renji was no longer the same weakling from the last challenge. Thinking of this, Renji no longer hesitated and immediately began to build up cursed energy in his body. Relying on the physical enhancement brought by his cursed energy, Renji climbed up and down the high-rise buildings along the street, and reached the top of the tallest building nearby. Taking advantage of the height, Renji looked far into the distance, and soon a shopping mall caught his eye. I wasn't entirely sure because it was a bit far, but I had a faint feeling that the mall was the same respawn point where I had landed last time. Right now, Hajime Kashimo was definitely inside that mall. Hajime Kashimo, wait for me. I'm coming for you right now. Inside the mall, Kashimo finished off another weak sorcerer and crouched on the ground, anxiously biting his fingernails. Sukuna. Sukuna, where are you? He had thought being revived by Kenjaku meant he'd get thrilling battles. Instead, he got dragged into this ridiculous culling game. Kashimo originally thought that being revived by Kenjaku meant he was here for the thrill of battle, but he never expected to be forced into some damn culling game. Not only did he fail to have the fight with Sukuna he so desperately craved, but he hadn't even found a decent battle yet. The sorcerers here were weaker than the last, and they couldn't pique his interest at all. Is this what modern sorcerers are like? How are they even worse than those from 400 years ago? Just as Kashimo was complaining in his head, he suddenly felt a massive surge of cursed energy approaching from a distance. He looked up at the sky in confusion, and keenly spotted a human figure falling rapidly toward his direction. In the next moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Kashimo Hajime. I've come to duel you. Kashimo's expression changed instantly because, along with the voice, a massive lightning attack arrived. He leaped backward quickly, and a second later, a figure crashed heavily into the spot where Kashimo had just been standing. As the figure landed, a powerful shockwave surged out along with him. A lightning-cursed energy. Kashimo's eyes lit up. A sorcerer related to lightning was extremely rare. This was the first time he saw another lightning-type sorcerer besides himself. Thanks to his natural resistance, the lightning strikes hit him, but caused no real damage. When the smoke finally cleared, Renji's figure appeared before Kashimo. "Who are you? How do you know my name? Does it matter?" Renji grinned. "In the last challenge, this bastard just watched me get possessed by Sukuna, all for the sake of getting a fight with Sukuna." He slammed his chest, releasing a surge of cursed energy. Under the pressure of the energy, the surrounding mall buildings even began to crack. He stared at him and shouted impatiently. "What's the point of all this chatter? We've reached a point where words won't solve anything." Kashimo's grin widened. Indeed. The two people stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. At this moment, the two men stood facing each other, one an ancient sorcerer seeking death in combat, the other a modern sorcerer looking to test the absolute limits of his abilities. The moment their eyes locked, they shouted the exact same word in unison. Duel. 450 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, The Strongest God of Thunder in History vs. The Strongest God of Thunder of the Modern Era. 1,393 words. Two roars echoed simultaneously over the shopping mall. The lightning sorcerer from 400 years ago, and the modern lightning sorcerer began their first battle. At almost the same time, both of their figures vanished from their spots. Boom! Renji and Kashimo's fists collided violently in the center. The overwhelming cursed energy crashed together, triggering a powerful shockwave that shattered the surrounding glass windows one by one. Ugh! Kashimo felt the power from the fist, and his body couldn't help but retreat. What was going on? Why is this guy so strong? Suddenly, Renji's next attack struck again. He swung his left fist, his cursed energy surging as he actively enhanced his strength even further. Kashimo assumed it was just another ordinary punch, and casually raised his arm to block. However, the moment the left fist hit him, he realized something was wrong. Why is this left punch stronger than the last right one? Not only that, but after Kashimo took this punch from Renji, Kashimo felt his soul tremble. It was as if he had become drunk, and his body was in a daze. It was not until Renji's next punch landed on his face that Kashimo snapped out of his daze. Under the force of this punch, Kashimo flew directly into the air. His body tumbled repeatedly through the sky before finally crashing into a shop and coming to a halt. Watching him get blasted away, Renji laughed in satisfaction. You deserve it. Inside the shop, Kashimo stood up messily from the wreckage. He immediately realized that the daze he just felt was definitely a result of Renji's curse energy. It seemed the enemy's technique was not exactly the same as my own. My own cursed energy merely gave my cursed energy the properties of electricity. However, the enemy's lightning cursed energy trait seemed to grant him other special abilities as well. Instead of fear, a flash of excitement crossed Kashimo's face. Interesting. It seems modern sorcerers aren't all trash after all. He raised his hand, and a metal staff flew toward him from afar, landing in his grip. The staff contained a negative charge left by Kashimo. He could retrieve it automatically from a distance by attracting it with the positive charge in his own body. Just moments ago, in order to test Renji's level, Kashimo had casually stuck it into the ground. Even though I wasn't sure what the conditions were for Renji's stunning technique, I felt there was a high probability it had limitations. And that condition was very likely that he had to strike my body directly. To prevent his body from being hit directly by the attacks, the protection of the staff became very important. Kashimo rested the staff on his shoulder and laughed as he walked out of the shop. It has been 400 years, and you are the first lightning sorcerer to get the better of me. In terms of techniques, I acknowledge you as the strongest. Ha! Renji almost burst out laughing. You're still acting tough. You really haven't seen real hands yet. Kashimo's face darkened. He stopped talking and flickered, appearing above Renji. The staff carried Kashimo's cursed energy and smashed down from high above with immense force. Even though Renji believed his physical defense was decent, he had no intention of standing there and taking it. He dodged it with a simple sidestep. Taking advantage of the moment Kashimo was beside him, Renji raised his arm and delivered an elbow strike. "Take this, Black Flash elbow." The words Black Flash caused Kashimo's pupils to shrink instantly. As one of the strongest sorcerers from 400 years ago, there was no way he didn't know about Black Flash. When a Jujutsu sorcerer is able to achieve this, their cursed energy flashes black, and the destructive power of their strike is equal to a normal hit to the power of 2.5. Thinking back to the power of Renji's previous punches, Kashimo knew he would likely be killed or severely injured if a Black Flash landed. Regardless, he was too close to Renji, and it was too late to dodge. Kashimo could only hold the staff across his chest and pray that he could block Renji's Black Flash. However, something he didn't expect happened. The black lightning Kashimo imagined didn't appear. Even though the force transmitted through the staff was great, it was not impossible to withstand. After being knocked back a couple of meters, Kashimo stared at Renji with a dark expression. Seeing Renji's disappointed face, he immediately understood that he had been played. "You bastard. Why are you shouting about Black Flash if you can't even use it?" Renji didn't look embarrassed at all. "Ha ha ha, isn't it normal to shout Black Flash during an elbow strike?" "Might as well say it." Kashimo's face grew even darker. He looked at the fraud sorcerer in front of him, and repeated a mantra in his head. "Don't get angry, don't get angry. It's not worth getting upset with an idiot." He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and looked at Renji with calm eyes. There was no longer a trace of anger in his gaze, and only the confidence of an imminent victory. "The farce is over, brat." He spoke coldly. "You can say your last words now. I have gathered all the pieces for the victory. I shall strike you down with the whip of total defeat." Renji narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. What did this old man mean? Did he have some move I didn't know about? That shouldn't be possible, right? But despite his confusion, Renji didn't panic at all. "If I lost, I lost, I could just come back next time." He grinned at Kashimo. "Last words?" "I don't really have any, but I can tell you my name. It's Renji Kuratsuki." "Renji Kuratsuki." Kashimo repeated, "It's a good name. I probably won't forget it." In the next moment, Kashimo circulated the cursed energy inside his body and confidently snapped his fingers. However, 3 seconds passed, and nothing happened. Kashimo looked at him in disbelief and activated the cursed energy in his body once more. However, no matter what he did, the scene he anticipated failed to occur. Renji narrowed his eyes at Kashimo, who was performing in place, and seemed to realize something. "Oh, I get it, you're trying to trigger the positive charge in my body, right?" Kashimo's cursed energy functioned like electricity. He could separate his cursed energy into positive and negative charges, and while striking an enemy, he could transfer the positive charges onto the target. When the positive charges inside the target accumulated to a certain amount, Kashimo couldn't only use the attraction between positive and negative charges to move closer or pull the enemy toward him, but he could also release the negative charges from his own body. This would cause a reaction with the positive charges inside the enemy, creating a lightning strike directly within their body. This gave Kashimo's electric attacks their own, sure hit, effect even without using a domain expansion. During their earlier exchanges, Kashimo had already planted plenty of charges inside Renji. However, at this moment, those charges seemed to have vanished and were completely gone. Looking at the changing expression on Kashimo's face, Renji knew he had guessed correctly. He looked at Kashimo with a smile. "Did you forget that my cursed energy is also lightning? The charges you just put into my body were assimilated and absorbed by me long ago. Where would there be any charges left for you to respond with?" Ha 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 ha. Renji's wild laughter echoed through the mall, while Kashimo's face became extremely serious. He knew very well that I had encountered a technique counter. It was normal for counters to exist between sorcerers. It was just like the four kings of Sendai. Their techniques had very serious mutual counter techniques. When a sorcerer encountered someone who countered them, they would usually choose to avoid the confrontation. Kashimo's technique didn't grant him extra combat abilities, and there was no way he would use Mythical Beast Amber, his only destructive move, here. The only logical choice here was to run away. However, not only did Kashimo have no intention of fleeing, but the fighting spirit on his face grew even stronger. Chapter 24, Lightning Discharge. 1265 words. Kashimo's gaze completely changed. The years of being invincible didn't weaken his fighting spirit. At this moment, his heart, which had been silent for a long time, ignited once again. Come, let's fight to the death. Kashimo laughed loudly, and the cursed energy on his body surged like a tide. He raised his staff and smashed it toward Rinji with brute force. Rinji's expression turned serious, and the smile in his eyes faded a bit. He clearly felt that Kashimo's fighting style had shifted. No longer attacking recklessly as before, Kashimo began to control the distance, dragging Rinji into a more tactical battle. As expected of a veteran sorcerer, his experience was undeniable. He found the most suitable way to fight in an instant. Rinji secretly thought. Bring it on. He refused to back down. The lightning within him was fully activated, pale blue electricity sweeping across his body. Bang! 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 The sounds of Rinji's fists clashing with Kashimo's staff echoed through the mall. The collision of lightning against electricity emitted bursts of white light, and the shockwaves from the impact caused the surrounding walls to crack. After another collision, Rinji retreated several steps and subconsciously shook his numbing arm. Even though cursed energy enhanced his defense, Kashimo also used cursed energy to increase the attack power of the staff in his hand. Not fair, not fair. You've got a weapon and I don't. Even if you win, it won't be an honorable victory. How about we fight barehanded like real men? Faced with Rinji's provocation, Kashimo ignored him completely. What's unfair about that? You can use a weapon too. Besides, you're using a technique, why can't I use a weapon? By technique, Kashimo was referring to Rinji's passive lightning field. During their continuous exchanges, Rinji's lightning field had been activated for a long time. However, to Rinji's surprise, Kashimo, who also possessed a lightning technique, had extremely high resistance to electricity. Rinji's electric attacks barely affected him at all. Not only that, even the stun effect from his enhanced attacks didn't work well on Kashimo either. Kashimo's guess was correct. For Rinji to trigger a stun after actively activating his lightning-cursed energy, he had to inject that energy into the enemy's body. Since Kashimo's cursed energy naturally carried electrical properties, he could consciously manipulate and absorb incoming lightning attacks, much like how Rinji absorbs with his own charges. In other words, while Rinji countered Kashimo, Kashimo also countered him. Their battle could only be decided through close-range physical combat. It doesn't count if it has no effect. Rinji protested, then proposed, how about this, I won't use my lightning field, and you don't use your weapon. We settle this with pure fists. Kashimo looked at him helplessly. Even though he acknowledged Rinji's strength, this man kept joking around mid-battle, showing no reverence for the fight at all. I refuse. Kashimo rejected the suggestion without hesitation. His eyes scanned Rinji's body, and suddenly he smiled. It seems your situation is different from mine. Rinji looked down and saw several burn marks from lightning on his body. These wounds were created by the lightning discharging from the staff when he clashed head-on with Kashimo just now. Even though Rinji's technique was related to lightning, Kashimo's cursed energy was electricity itself, possessing identical properties. Rinji, however, merely converted his cursed energy into lightning to enhance himself. The underlying logic was different. Therefore, Rinji was slightly worse than Kashimo when it came to immunity against external electricity. He didn't care about the wounds. "These are small scratches, I can fight you all day." Kashimo didn't respond, and his eyes narrowed slightly, as if thinking. In the next moment, Kashimo's attack came again. Renji sidestepped to dodge, and Kashimo's staff smashed heavily into the ground, shattering the concrete, and sending debris flying everywhere. After several more exchanges, Renji's brow slowly furrowed. It wasn't because Kashimo's attacks became faster. On the contrary, Renji keenly noticed that Kashimo's accuracy had dropped. After another missed attack, Renji looked at Kashimo with a smile. "What's wrong, Kashimo? You getting tired? How about I let you take a break?" Kashimo didn't answer. He lunged in front of Renji and swung his staff in a horizontal sweep. Renji sidestepped to dodge and, at the same time, threw a backhand punch wrapped in lightning toward Kashimo's face. However, Kashimo didn't meet it head-on this time. His body twisted strangely, and he used the momentum to strike Renji's arm with the staff from the side. Bang! The staff collided with Renji's arm with a dull thud. Renji frowned. The force of Kashimo's attack this time was clearly much weaker than at the beginning. Was he really getting tired? That shouldn't be the case. It hadn't been that long, so how could he be exhausted already? Was he holding back? These thoughts flashed through Renji's mind, but he quickly dismissed them. No. Kashimo wasn't the type to go easy. He must be planning something. Kashimo's attacks suddenly became bizarre. He kept missing, striking the ground and walls instead. "What are you doing?" Renji finally asked. Kashimo didn't answer. After using the momentum from another clash with him, he leaped backward. He rested the staff on his shoulder, and a smile appeared on his face. "Look around you, kid." Renji glanced around and suddenly realized. The ground and walls were covered with traces of electric charge left by Kashimo. Kashimo indeed couldn't inject charges into my body, but that didn't mean charges could only be driven into my body. They could be infused into anything, including the ground and walls. With all those missed attacks had been spreading charges across the battlefield. "It's too late." Kashimo raised his right hand high, and a dazzling ball of light lit up at his fingertip. At the same time, Renji felt the surrounding space begin to glow. He looked around and saw dense clusters of blue light spots appearing throughout the entire mall. They were all Kashimo's charges. He was about to unleash a massive lightning storm across the entire mall. Renji's expression changed. He tried to escape, but it was too late. 1 second before the storm, Kashimo's chant echoed through Tokyo once more. 1 second before the lightning storm erupted, Kashimo's chant echoed through Tokyo once again. Positive charge. Negative charge. Feedback discharge. In that instant, the positive and negative charges completed their response before Renji's eyes. He knew he no longer had any chance to stop the collision of the charges. An unrestricted lightning storm erupted like a nuclear explosion, letting out a deafening roar that reached the sky above the mall. Renji's clothes were obliterated in the storm. The explosion left behind a massive crater, tearing through everything. The mall collapsed into ruins. Renji, who had exhausted all his strength to protect himself, leaned weakly against a broken structure to support his body. His skin was charred black from the lightning storm, and the smell of burning drifted from his body. Kashimo, who was also covered in wounds, appeared in front of him. Renji immediately forced himself to stop leaning on the wall, and stood tall before Kashimo. The so-called lightning strike meant there was no specified target. It was an indiscriminate attack on everyone within range, and even the user himself was no exception. However, due to the shared nature of their cursed energy, Kashimo's damage was greatly reduced. His injuries were clearly fewer, and his condition was better. He was fully capable of continuing the fight, but Renji seemed to be at his limit. In other words, Kashimo Hajime had won. Chapter 25, Miscalculation, Bonus. 1,199 words. Kashimo looked at Renji, who was staggering to support himself in the ruins, and gave a weak smile. Since charges couldn't enter your body, I simply included the entire mall within the charges. Though it was a bold gamble, it served well as a prototype. To ensure the power of the lightning discharge, Kashimo had converted most of his cursed energy into positive and negative charges and injected them into the mall. At this moment, very little cursed energy remained in his body. Just as he prepared to completely crush Renji and claim victory in this battle, the unexpected happened. The smile on Kashimo's face hadn't even faded when his pupils suddenly shrank. A fist wrapped in massive cursed energy appeared right before him. The person in front of him was none other than Renji, who should have been severely injured just moments ago. Renji, who had been charred black all over, had already returned to his original state. His body was so perfect that there was not a single trace of injury. Reverse curse technique. Kashimo had no time to confirm it. In the instant before the fist struck his brain, an image of his past self suddenly surfaced before his eyes. It was his old self from 400 years ago, before he had signed the contract with Kenjaku. After a brief moment of shock, Kashimo understood. This was the flashback before his death. He remembered what his seniors told him when he was young. The souls of powerful sorcerers were stronger than those of ordinary people. In the instant before they died, their souls would sense their own death more than their bodies. Then, the soul would take them back to the place he most wanted to go, to see the person he most wanted to see one last time. Kashimo suddenly let out a scoff as he looked around. I thought the one I wanted to see most was Sukuna. I didn't expect it would be here. He now stood in a silent forest, instantly recognizing it as the place where he had once agreed to make a contract with Kenjaku. A voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was Kenjaku. How was the culling game? Are you satisfied? It was truly interesting. A smile unconsciously formed on Kashimo's lips. After reminiscing, he looked at Kenjaku with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect the person I'd want to see most before dying would be you. Yes, I am quite surprised as well. The Kenjaku appearing in Kashimo's final memories was not the real Kenjaku. He was just a remnant from Kashimo's memory, a fabricated existence from his imagination. Kashimo didn't continue the conversation. He raised his head, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity. It seems the enemy wasn't truly satisfied. He's incredibly strong, and it feels like he didn't even use his full power. I even doubted that even if I had used mythical beast Amber, I still wouldn't have been able to beat him. Kenjaku spoke with surprise. I didn't expect you to think so highly of him. Yes. I even feel a bit sorry for him. Oh? Kenjaku looked puzzled. Why is that? For not giving Renji-sama enough fun. Kashimo's memories completely flickered out at that moment. Back in reality, Renji looked at the fallen Kashimo in panic, completely confused. Hey, Kashimo, are you okay? Can you still hear me? Even though Kashimo was somewhat crazy, Renji had never intended to kill him like this. He even wanted to personally witness Kashimo's technique, mythical beast Amber, with his own eyes. I truly didn't expect that just one punch would kill him. Renji didn't know that in order to release a lightning strike with enough power, Kashimo had already consumed most of his cursed energy. On top of that, Kashimo used the remaining cursed energy to defend himself from his own attack, pushing his condition to an all-time low. During their earlier fight, Renji had never revealed that he could use reverse cursed technique, and Kashimo never imagined he could recover so quickly. Lacking any preparation when faced with Renji's sudden sneak attack, Kashimo couldn't even manage to muster enough cursed energy to defend himself. A body without cursed energy defense was, to a certain extent, not much different from an ordinary person's. Therefore, after Renji's single strike, Kashimo had completely lost his head. Suddenly, Kogain jumped out at that moment with a pop. Points +5. The player's current points, 10. Seeing that his points had increased, Renji finally confirmed that Kashimo was truly dead. Sigh. He scratched his head awkwardly. Kashimo, next time. Next time I won't hit your head. Now that things had reached this point, Renji had no time to mourn for Kashimo. After Kashimo's lightning strike, all of Renji's clothes had been destroyed. He needed to find something to wear as soon as possible. As for Kashimo, since he was already dead, there was no need to collect the body. Just as the battle between Renji and Kashimo ended, Kenjaku, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly looked up toward the Tokyo No. 2 colony in surprise. Oh! It's actually the Tokyo No. 2 colony. What's wrong? Beside Kenjaku, Yuram frowned and looked at him. Kenjaku smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, I just suddenly sensed that a very powerful sorcerer died in the colony. Even though the current rules of the culling game didn't yet allow for freely checking all players, Kenjaku still held some extra special privileges as the game administrator. The function of the barrier was to absorb cursed energy released when sorcerers fought each other. Just now, Kenjaku felt a sudden surge of a massive amount of cursed energy within the Tokyo No. 2 colony. After thinking for a moment, he immediately realized that a very powerful sorcerer had died inside. Very powerful. Yuram sneered, not caring at all. In his eyes, there were no powerful sorcerers in the world except for Sukuna. Kenjaku shook his head helplessly. He knew Yuram only cared about Sukuna, and he didn't press further. However, he was subconsciously curious about which sorcerer had died. After all, it was only the first day of the culling game. There were already very few people in the barriers, and powerful sorcerers were even rarer. Kenjaku recalled that he hadn't placed many ancient sorcerers into the Tokyo No. 2 colony. The only one who left a deep impression on him was Kashimo Hajime. But the moment this thought appeared, Kenjaku laughed at himself. He knew Kashimo's strength well, and he was considered one of the stronger existences among all the ancient sorcerers Kenjaku had reincarnated. In his view, the probability of anyone inside defeating Kashimo was practically zero. After thinking for a long time without an answer, Kenjaku decided to stop wondering. It doesn't matter. The ending is the same regardless. In front of Sukuna, everyone is just a slightly stronger toy. After all, no matter who it was, the final outcome was always the same, being cut down by a single slash by Sukuna. 700 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 15 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 26, Feverish Luck. 1179 words. The death of Kashimo Hajime didn't bring any major changes to the culling game. However, Tokyo No. 2 colony became much more peaceful without Kashimo, who constantly searched everywhere for a fight to the death. The time passed quickly, and November 8 arrived soon. In the ruins of an underground tunnel, Megumi turned his back to Yuji, and made his request through gritted teeth. I'm counting on you, Itadori. We need your strength. Megumi's sister, Tsumaki Fushiguro, had also been selected as a player in the culling game. Megumi had to find a way to save her while also helping the other ordinary people inside the barriers. He needed Yuji's power. Yuji, who had been emotionally numb after being forced to kill many civilians in Shibuya, felt his frozen heart begin to shift at Megumi's request. To help his friend Megumi, and to seek atonement for himself, Yuji officially decided to join the culling game on November 8, 2018. November 9, Tombs of the Star Corridor. Yuji and the others successfully met Tengen, and learned from her the true identity of Kenjaku, as well as how to unseal Gojo Satoru. In order to unseal Gojo, Itadori and the others decided to find the ancient sorcerer who possessed the technique to extinguish all other techniques, Angel Hanakurusu. To achieve this goal, Yuji set out to find help. November 10, Utsunomiya City. Yuji and Megumi arrived at a hidden underground parking lot. Kinji Hikari, an upperclassman from Jujutsu High, said by Yuto Okatsu to be even stronger than him when in top condition, was hosting an underground fight club for sorcerers. Yuji's goal was to persuade Hikari to join the culling game, and help them. November 11. By promising Jujutsu High's assistance, Itadori successfully convinced Hikari. Inside a small room converted into a strategy meeting space, Yuji, Megumi, Panda, and Hikari gathered together. They were discussing plans for entering the culling game the next day. A trace of solemnity showed on each of their faces because they had encountered a problem. Hikari suddenly turned to Yuji and asked, "So, how are we moving tomorrow?" Not only did this question make Yuji fall silent, but even the usually intelligent Megumi grew quiet, because they truly didn't know how to answer. Due to the unique nature of the culling game barriers, once they entered they couldn't leave. Therefore, they were completely in the dark regarding the situation inside the barriers. According to the original plan, they needed to seize enough points to add extra rules to the culling game. Only then could they save Megumi's sister, Sumiki, and other ordinary people. However, a huge problem stood before Yuji's group. They didn't know who had the highest points in the culling game. They would have to enter a barrier and figure everything out themselves. Seeing that no one answered, Hikari shook his head and spoke again. "Our first goal is to find someone with 100 points, right? Then convince them to add a rule allowing free transfer of points." Yuji and the others nodded. That rule was the core of their entire plan. They could quickly gather points without killing anyone. Now the key question has arisen. Which colony should they go to in order to find someone with 100 points? There were actually 10 colonies in the culling game. Among them, Tokyo No. 1, Tokyo No. 2, Sendai, and Sakurajima appeared in the story. Besides those, there were 6 other barriers: Gashoko, Aomori, Iwate, Miyagi, Niigata, Nagoya, Kyoto, Osaka, Hiroshima, and Fukuoka. Even though they didn't appear in the story, they truly existed. Yuji's group only had a few people right now, and they couldn't cover all the barriers. Since they couldn't leave once inside, if they chose wrong, and didn't find someone with 100 points, they'd have no choice but to earn 100 points themselves by killing. Seeing that no one answered, Hikari scratched his head in frustration. He turned his head toward Kirara Hoshi. "Kirara, get me some paper and a pen." "Okay." Then, Kirara understood what he was planning. He pulled a sheet of paper from a drawer in the corner, and tore it into 10 pieces. He then wrote the names of the 10 barriers on them and crumpled them into small balls. Hikari grinned. "Let's gamble." "Gamble?" Yuji looked at him, confused. He looked at Hikari in confusion, not understanding what he meant, but Panda, who was Hikari's old friend, vaguely understood the idea. "Wait, are you drawing lots?" "Exactly." Hikari nodded excitedly. "There are 10 barriers. We'll pick one at random, and whichever one we draw is the one we go to. This method is way too random." Megumi objected instinctively, but Hikari's next words left Megumi speechless on the spot. "Do you have a better idea?" Megumi indeed did not have a better way, but leaving it to chance felt reckless. Kirara noticed his hesitation and leaned affectionately against Hikari, speaking with admiration. "Don't worry, Hikari-chan has great luck in gambling. He has never lost." Hikari burst out laughing. "That's right. I have a lot of faith in my luck." He looked at the pile of paper slips. There must be a player inside the barriers who has already gathered 100 points. I've got a feeling I'll get the right one. After saying that, Hikari ignored Megumi's opinion and reached out to pull a slip of paper from the pile. He unfolded the paper, and everyone looked at it with curiosity. "Tokyo No. 1 colony." Hikari's eyes lit up. Looking at the name on the paper, he suddenly got a good feeling about it. "All right, I'm going to Tokyo No. 1 colony. I've got a feeling there's definitely someone there with 100 points." Seeing Hikari finish his draw, Yuji, who already loved playing pachinko, felt an itch to join in. "Then I'll get one too." As he spoke, Yuji pulled one directly from the remaining pile and urged Megumi as well. "Fushiguro, you should pick one too." Looking at the drawing that felt like a game, Megumi felt a headache coming on. But since Hikari and Yuji both participated, he had no choice but to stand up and draw one. Panda also eagerly raised his paw. Hee hee, I'll take one too. Before Panda could draw, Hikari interrupted him from the side. Panda, you don't need to draw. You're going to the Tokyo No. 2 colony. Huh? Panda looked disappointed. Why do I have to go there? Hikari answered Panda's question. Don't we still need to find the angel? Tingen-sama said she's in Tokyo No. 2, right? Panda, you've got a good nose. You go find her. Angel was the key person needed to undo the seal on Satoru Gojo's prison realm. They had to send someone to find her. Because of his keen sense of smell, Panda became the most suitable candidate. However, at that moment, Yuji raised the slip of paper in his hand with some embarrassment. I actually got Tokyo No. 2, should I switch? Chapter 27, Lawless Paradise. 989 words. The current manpower of Yuji's group was simply not enough to assign someone to every barrier. They were already short on people, and now sending both a person and a panda into the same barrier didn't seem like a great idea. Thinking of this, Yuji immediately folded the slip in his hand again. Let Panda go to the Tokyo No. 2 colony. I'll get another one. However, this action immediately drew Hikari's dissatisfaction, directly interrupting Yuji's action. Oi kid. There's no such thing as taking back a bet at a gambling table. Yuji's hand froze mid-motion. Alright, then I won't switch. Yuji withdrew his hand and decided to go to the Tokyo No. 2 colony together with Panda. Megumi, standing nearby, helplessly turned his head away. He really couldn't bear to watch any more. What did these two guys think the culling game was? Did they think it was a gambling game at an arcade? Megumi forced himself to accept their nonsense. Forget it. Yuji isn't suited to act alone anyway. Having Panda with him might actually be a good thing. Panda raised his paw toward Yuji. Yuji-kun, then tomorrow we'll head to the Tokyo No. 2 colony together. Yeah. I'll be counting on you, Panda-senpai. No problem. Stick with me, and you'll be fine. Panda-senpai, you're so cool. Ha ha ha. Of course I am. Panda and Itadori's cheerful voices echoed in the war room, showing no trace of anxiety about entering the deadly culling game. Megumi laughed softly along with them, and the gloom in his heart cleared slightly. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he felt strangely relieved when he saw that Yuji was going to the Tokyo No. 2 colony. At that moment, Itadori leaned his head toward Megumi. Fushiguro, which colony did you get? Me? Let me see. Megumi hadn't checked yet, and slowly unfolded the slip in his hand. The words Kyoto Colony appeared on it. Seeing that everyone had drawn a slip, Kirara Hoshi, who was leaning in Hikari's arms, sat up as well. Then it's my turn. However, Hikari grabbed Kirara's arm. Kirara, you'll stay outside on standby. Huh? Kirara puffed up her cheeks unhappily, you're leaving me out. Hikari spoke slowly. Okatsu-chan went to Sendai, right? We haven't heard from him, which means communication probably doesn't work inside the barriers. In that case, it's better to leave someone outside to keep track of the situation on the outside. Hearing this, Kirara didn't know whether to feel happy or not. Fine, fine. I'll stay behind. Seeing that everyone had confirmed their tasks, Hikari nodded with satisfaction. All right. Everyone get some rest, tomorrow we officially enter the culling game. November 12th. It's been almost 2 weeks since the culling game officially began. After a considerable amount of time, the situation inside each barrier had largely taken shape. A few were in a standoff, some had one dominant force among several strong ones, and a single powerful sorcerer ruled others. The ordinary people and weaker sorcerers left inside were struggling to survive. As Kenjaku didn't just put players in the barriers, he also released a large number of cursed spirits formerly controlled by ghettos, cursed spirit manipulation. Even though these cursed spirits were not worth mentioning to powerful sorcerers, they were undoubtedly a catastrophe for the ordinary people left behind, or those who entered by mistake, as well as for the awakened sorcerers with weak techniques. Since cursed spirits actively seek out humans, most people in this category across the barriers gradually fell during the hunt. However, there was one place that was an exception. The Tokyo No. 2 colony. In the southeast corner of the barrier stood a luxurious villa. The garden of a luxury villa in the center was littered with empty bottles and food wrappers. In the very center of the garden, there were the remains of a huge bonfire. It was obvious that a bonfire party had been held there the night before. Judging by the wine bottles left on the ground, the scale of this party was quite large, and many people must have participated. There were even several people lying on the grass, passed out from drinking. They seemed completely unconcerned about being in a deadly survival game, casually lying unconscious on the lawn. Even though it was only 10 o'clock in the morning, a few energetic young men and women were still drinking, dancing, and eating barbecue by a nearby pool. On a lounge chair by the pool, Rinji drank wine while stealing glances at a girl dressed in light clothing nearby. At that moment, a figure walked up to him and blocked his view. Looking up, Rinji recognized him as his first opponent in this challenge, Charles Bernard. Seeing Rinji in such a disheveled state, Charlie looked at him in disappointment. "Have you fallen, Rinji?" Rinji set down his glass, brushed his hair back, and looked at him coldly. "You're too arrogant, Charles. No one has ever stood at the top from the beginning." Nor. Before he could finish, Charlie cut him off. "All right, stop right there. Are you about to say, I will stand atop the heavens? I'm telling you, that's copyright infringement. You should be careful, or Aizen's gonna come after you for royalties." Rinji chuckled. "You've got that wrong. If anyone's asking for royalties, it should be Kubo-sensei. What's Aizen got to do with it?" Charlie shook his head helplessly, not bothering to argue. "Seriously, what exactly are you thinking? Do you really plan to spend every single day drinking and partying with girls like this?" "So what?" Rinji immediately shot back with a stubborn face. "What's wrong with drinking and partying with girls? Don't you want to hang out with pretty girls every day?" Charlie instinctively nodded. Pretty girls. But the next moment, Charlie snapped back to reality and looked at Rinji anxiously. "We're still in the culling game. We have to follow the rules." Chapter 28, The Unexpected Visitor Bonus. 1168 words. Rinji pressed his hands down toward him, signaling him not to worry. He knew exactly which rule Charles was talking about. "You are talking about Rule 8 of the culling game, right?" The culling game had its base rules, and Rule 8 stated that if a player's points didn't change within 19 days, their curse technique would be stripped away. Since techniques were stored in the human brain, once the technique was stripped, the sorcerer would surely die. Charlie nodded. "I'm fine, I gained 5 points a few days ago, but what about them? There are over 100 people here whose points haven't changed at all. There's not much time left before the 19 days are up. Once that happens, they'll all die." The them Charles referred to weren't just the people by the pool. In the villa area behind Rinji, there were many more people who had not yet woken up. Ever since he defeated Kashimo that day, Rinji had planned to look for other sorcerers. However, the level of sorcerers in the Tokyo No. 2 colony was truly weak. After searching for a while, he didn't encounter a single proper fight. He gave up looking and settled down in a villa, planning to wait for the plot to progress and eventually for Sukuna to appear. However, before he could wait for Sukuna, Rinji ended up with a massive crowd of ordinary people instead. By pure chance, an ordinary person being chased by a cursed spirit fled into the villa where Rinji was staying. One day, a civilian fleeing from a cursed spirit accidentally ran into his villa. After Rinji solved the problem by killing the cursed spirit, the person saw how powerful Rinji was, and wanted to live nearby to seek protection. Initially, Rinji didn't personally care because the villa was huge anyway, and a few more people wouldn't affect anything. As the first person moved into the villa area, more and more ordinary people received news from somewhere and arrived one after another. In the end, nearly 100 people ended up living in the villa, with most of them being ordinary young people without cursed techniques. Renji considered himself a good person, and he chose to protect them. In return, these people began taking care of his daily needs. For the sake of easier management and protection, Renji also brought along the mangaka he first met, Charles Bernard. After Renji cleared out all the cursed spirits nearby, the civilians were no longer in danger. Once the threat to their lives was gone, their daily routine became doing nothing until someone suggested throwing a party. Renji, who had never attended a party before, got curious and agreed. The people living in the villa had no other tasks, and their jobs were to clean up the site during the day and prepare for the party at night. Meanwhile, Renji went out every day to bring back the necessary ingredients and alcohol. Charles looked at him again with a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. When do you plan to add the rule for free point transfers? To deal with Rule 8, Renji had already told Charlie that adding a rule for free point transfer could bypass the death condition. However, Renji hadn't added this rule yet, which made the people in the villa area a bit anxious. But they felt embarrassed to approach him directly, and they could only turn to Charles to ask him to check on Renji's progress. There's no need to worry about that. It's only the 12th day, right? Renji waved his hand casually, and he shrugged. Besides, I only have 96 points right now. You need 100 to add a rule. Tell them not to worry. During his time in the colony, Renji occasionally encountered many sorcerers who challenged him, or ordinary people who wanted to cause trouble. For these people, Renji showed no mercy, and had successfully accumulated 96 points. All right. Charlie nodded, as long as you still remember. Charlie himself was capable of earning points through combat, but he knew no one could keep winning forever. He didn't want to die yet, and hoped to find a way out of the culling game. After watching Renji's recent behavior, Charlie was a bit worried that Renji had fallen and become someone who only cared about partying, unwilling to add rules for others. Now that he saw Renji still had things in mind, Charlie felt relieved. Just then, two young girls ran over carrying a tray with milk and toasted bread. Renji-sama, your breakfast. Please try it. The girls pushed Charles aside and sat on either side of Renji. Charles looked at the laughing him, and shook his head helplessly. Sigh, kids these days have no self-control. Suddenly, a scream came from afar. Ah! A cursed spirit. The words cursed spirit instantly sent the scene into a panic. They immediately ran toward Renji, and the girls beside him even shrank directly into his arms. There's a cursed spirit. You'll protect us, right, Renji-sama? He patted their heads. Relax. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. Besides, where would a cursed spirit come from in broad daylight? Even though not afraid of light, cursed spirits usually preferred to come out at night. He pulled his arms free from the two girls beside him and stood up. You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. Just as he was about to move, a somewhat aggrieved voice called out from the distance. Don't run. I'm not a cursed spirit, I'm just a cute panda. Following the voice, a chubby panda arrived. He raised his paw helplessly, trying to stop people from running. When a normal person saw a talking panda, they probably wouldn't think about striking up a conversation. They looked terrified, except Renji. Panda? The plot was finally about to start. But before Renji could say a word, the appearance of another person left him completely stunned. A mysterious hooded man walked out from behind Panda with a smile. Panda-senpai, let me handle this. Everyone's a bit scared of you. Renji, who had already seen him during the challenge, immediately recognized that this man. But wasn't Yuji supposed to be in the Tokyo No. 1 colony? Why was he here? Yuji scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Renji at the center. From Renji's posture alone, Yuji could tell that the man before him was incredibly strong. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Itadori Yuji from Jujutsu High. We were sent by the higher-ups to handle the culling game. We would like to ask you a few things. Jujutsu High. Renji instinctively started joking around. Why was a high schooler sent to handle this? You haven't even graduated from high school yet. You sure you aren't just doing this to get out of a math test? I've seen some desperate moves to skip detention, but this takes the cake. 700 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 25 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 29, the highest score. 1,178 words. Chapter 29, a start like never before. Yuji's words got stuck in his throat, and his momentum faltered a bit. He was still just a 16-year-old athletic teenager, not modulo Yuji, who had matured through 68 years of experience. The words coming from his mouth lacked authority, making it hard for people to believe he was capable of solving the culling game. Well. Yuji stammered for a while before suddenly pointing behind him. We are the scout team sent to investigate the situation. The adults are following behind. Oh. Renji nodded meaningfully. He never intended to have a conflict with the Jujutsu High, and there was no need to expose Yuji's lie. Since you're with the official team, please come in. We have many citizens waiting for you. Thank you. Yuji smiled on the surface, but secretly, he pulled Panda aside and whispered cautiously. Panda-senpai, is there really danger here? These people seem pretty easy to talk to. True. Panda also peeked at Renji. I don't think this guy is a bad person. Yuji and Panda's meeting was purely coincidental. Even though they didn't land at the same spawn point, it was a coincidence that their two spawn points were very close together. Panda, with his sharp nose, quickly picked up Yuji's scent and found him. They had been searching for high-scoring players in the culling game as planned. Recently, they met someone who claimed to be a highly skilled player with an exceptionally high score. This person said the player was evil, bullied others, and was very dangerous. But when Yuji and Panda arrived, they found that things didn't seem to be like that at all. The people here looked very happy, and when they first arrived, they even saw several people drinking and dancing. At that moment, Renji suddenly turned around and looked at them with a puzzled expression. What are you whispering about? Ha, nothing. Isn't it almost lunchtime? We were just discussing where to find something to eat later. Yuji quickly laughed it off, trying to cover up his true intentions. Panda nodded in agreement. That's right, that's it. Renji waved his hand nonchalantly. Guests are welcome. We have everything here. We'll prepare something for you later. Yuji and Panda thanked him repeatedly upon hearing this. But secretly they exchanged glances, and the meaning was very clear. They needed to stay alert and definitely avoid getting into any danger. The people from Jujutsu High were all moving with great effort. But not everyone was having as smooth a time as Yuji and Panda, with some people's culling game journey being much more troublesome. Tokyo No. 1 Colony. Hikari Kinji's culling game journey wasn't going smoothly. As soon as he entered the barrier, he found himself performing a mid-air dive. Before he could even land, a figure resembling a plane collided with him mid-air. The ambush was extremely sneaky. If it had been an ordinary sorcerer, they might have truly been killed right there. But unfortunately for his attackers, they ran into Hikari Kinji. A moment later, Hikari's foot pressed hard on the attacker's head, while he stretched his shoulders. Bakayaro. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? I'm talking to you. Do you want to die or what? Haba attempted to headbutt Hikari's shoe but failed. Not only him, but Haba's partner, Hanyu, also lay on the ground at Hikari's feet. The two of them didn't defeat Hikari, nor did they even cause him any serious injury. After venting for a bit, Hikari remembered his mission. He was here to find high-scoring sorcerers in the barrier, and he needed to gather information from the old players here. He grabbed the unconscious Habra by the collar. Oi! Tell me, who has the highest score in this colony? However, Haba had already passed out and couldn't respond. TCH. How did he pass out already? Hikari angrily tossed Habra aside and glared at Habu. However, she had also passed out and couldn't help him either. Hikari scratched his head irritably, then suddenly snapped his gaze toward a nearby corner. Oi! Kid, come out. I saw you. Don't attack, don't attack. I'm coming out now. A young man raised his hands and stepped out from behind a wall with his hands held high. It was none other than Yuji's former classmate, Rin Amai, who possessed the sugar manipulation technique. Hey! Do you know who has the highest score in this barrier? I'm not sure. Rin answered instinctively, but he immediately changed his tune when he saw Hikari's fierce glare. I do. I know someone who might have a very high score. Hikari's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not a bad guy. My name is Hikari Kinji. What's your name? Rin gave a nervous laugh, his worried expression still visible. Hikari-san, I'm Amai Rin. Amai-kun, huh? Hikari walked up and patted Rin's shoulder. You said you know someone with a high score. Rin hesitated but nodded. I'm not sure exactly how many points he has, but I know he defeated a large number of sorcerers, at least a dozen. Oh. Hikari's eyes lit up. A sorcerer can get 5 points for each defeat. A dozen sorcerers would be 60 points. If that person had fought even more battles, that man might even have 100 points. I had never had such a wonderful start. Hikari threw his arm around Rin's shoulder and asked impatiently. Who is he? Do you know where he is? His name is Hiromi Higuruma. He should be inside a theater right now. Tokyo No. 2 Colony, the villa area where Rinji stayed. Unlike Hikari's situation, Yuji and Panda's side could be described as very peaceful. As soon as they entered the villa, they were surrounded by hundreds of survivors. When the survivors heard that people from the government had arrived, they all rushed out and gathered by the pool. A few anxious people crowded around Yuji, asking when the government would be able to rescue them. The younger children surrounded Panda with eyes full of curiosity. A few brave kids climbed all over Panda without any fear, and Panda happily played along. Yuji looked at Panda, surrounded by children and women, and then at the survivors surrounding him, asking all kinds of questions. Clearly, Panda wasn't able to help him now, and he had to handle things himself. Yuji helplessly raised his hand. I know you're all anxious, but please don't rush. We will definitely rescue you, but there is one thing I need to ask you first. Who among you has the highest score? As soon as he said this, the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, everyone's gaze simultaneously shifted toward Rinji. Looking at Yuji and then following their gaze on him, Rinji smiled and said, I don't think I've introduced myself yet, have I? I'm Rinji Kurosaki, and I currently have 96 points. I am currently the person with the highest score in this colony. Chapter 30, Dilemma. 1,286 words. After hearing this, Yuji's eyes narrowed slightly. Even Panda, who was playing a game with the children nearby, froze for a moment. A sorcerer was worth 5 points, and an ordinary person was worth 1 point. That meant the smiling men before them had killed at least 19 sorcerers and 1 ordinary person. It could even be more. Yuji exchanged a quick glance with Panda, and their cursed energy instinctively began to flow. After all, no matter how harmless Rinji looked at this moment, it was certain that he had killed at least 20 people. The atmosphere began to grow tense, and at that moment, a sensitive girl near Rinji vaguely noticed something. She quickly grabbed Rinji's arm and shouted. Wait! You all must have misunderstood something. Rinji-sama is not a murderer. The people he killed were all bad people. Yuji froze for a moment when he heard this. The change in Yuji's expression caught the attention of the surrounding crowd. An older man seemed to guess something in his mind and subconsciously thought that Yuji was about to hold Rinji accountable for the killings inside the barrier. Thinking this, he quickly shouted. Are you trying to hold Rinji-sama accountable for his crimes? He's a good person. He only kills sorcerers who want to cause trouble and criminals who have committed crimes. After the first person spoke up, the rest of the crowd reacted and chimed in one after another. Seeing that his actions seemed to have angered the crowd, Yuji quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. You misunderstood. We're not here to arrest anyone, we have a different purpose. Rinji looked at the crowd defending him, and felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that all my efforts to protect them these days hadn't been in vain. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. Itadori-kun, did you hear something somewhere that caused you to have a misunderstanding about us? Yuji scratched his head awkwardly, unsure whether he should speak. He glanced around at the people gathered. There were nearly 100 people gathered here. If they were all bad guys, wouldn't that be a bit too many? After hesitating for a moment, Yuji explained what he had experienced at the start, including the person who told him this place was a tiger's den. Rinji thought for a moment after hearing this. Oh. I think I remember the person you encountered. He pointed at a girl not far away. That person tried to make a move on her during the bonfire party 2 days ago. I kicked him out after I caught him. He must be holding a grudge against us. The girl being pointed at shrank back a little and tightened her clothes. Yuji was taken aback and angrily shouted. That's really despicable. That kind of person must be kicked out. However, Panda's attention was a bit different. He looked at Rinji in surprise. Ah. You can actually throw parties in the middle of the culling game. Rinji nodded carelessly. Why not? He pointed to the edge of the barrier, which extended all the way to the sky. This place is full of danger, and no one knows when something might happen. In a situation like this, isn't it better to throw a party and enjoy ourselves? Ah. Panda was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Indeed. Since it was like this, why not have a little fun? As he was talking, Rinji's impulsiveness came back. He turned and shouted loudly. Charlie, we have guests. Let's throw a party. Let's dance and play music. Seeing the crowd around them start to cheer, Yuji hurried to raise his hands to stop them. Wait. Now is not the time for a party. He looked at Yuji with disappointment and scratched his head. All right, then what do you need right now? Seeing that Rinji was willing to communicate, Yuji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained their initial plan. To put it simply, we want to end the culling game. The survivors nearby instantly became excited upon hearing this. They had long wanted to leave this godforsaken place, and someone couldn't help but shout. Can the culling game really end? Yuji quickly raised his hand, signaling them to calm down. Wait. Don't get too excited. Rather than saying it will end, it's more like we want to make the mutual killing between players ineffective first. We want to add a rule that allows points to be transferred between players. That way, no one needs to kill each other anymore. At this point, Yuji paused, looked at Rinji seriously, and said, to achieve this, we need the points you have. Please lend us your points. However, to his surprise, the excitement on the survivors' faces faded significantly after they heard his words. They even seemed a bit disappointed. He looked at Rinji in confusion. After all, the points were in his hands, and the opinions of others didn't matter. Rinji picked at his ear and said it without the slightest hesitation. Sure, I can give all my points to you. Yuji's face immediately lit up with joy. Thank. Just as he was about to say thank you, Rinji raised his hand and interrupted him. He looked at Yuji with a smile. But there is a small problem I have to tell you first. Yuji swallowed and asked, what problem? The problem is that I only have 96 points right now. That's not enough for the 100 points required to add a rule. Then, just get 4 more points. Seeing that Yuji didn't quite understand, Renji decided to stop beating around the bush and said directly. If you want me to add the rule, I still need to kill 1 sorcerer or 4 ordinary people. He paused for a moment and then said something that shook Yuji's very core. So have you prepared the person you want me to kill? Tokyo No. 1 Colony. Hikari walked into the theater. Even before entering, he saw traces of battle everywhere on the ground, and it was clear that several fights had taken place here. When he pushed open the theater door, Hikari thought he was seeing things. He saw a man in his 30s wearing a full suit, while soaking in a bathtub full of water. Sensing someone enter, Hiromi Higuruma, who was lying in the tub with his eyes closed, didn't even lift his head. Who's there? Hikari Kinji. As he called out his name, Hikari stepped forward. You're pretty weird, soaking in a bathtub with a suit on. Have you ever taken a bath while in your clothes? Normal people wouldn't do that, right? Indeed. Higuruma nodded, scooped up some water, and poured it over his head. You should try it next time. It's even more comfortable than I imagined. Then, Higuruma continued talking to himself. Speaking of which, when I was younger, I liked going to clothed swimming lessons. Lately, I've started feeling that nothing really matters anymore, so I've started trying things I used to think I couldn't do. I didn't expect that I'd only start being bad in my 30s. Do you find that funny? By this time, Hikari had arrived in front of Higuruma, and nodded casually. It is a little funny. He looked down at Higuruma. Before we begin, I have something to ask. How many points do you have? 102. Higuruma's indifferent voice responded. Hikari's eyes lit up. Oh. That's great. He shamelessly reached out his hand toward Higuruma, and spoke directly, while the other men looked at him in confusion. I'm a student. Can you give me your points? Chapter 31, Execution of Death, Bonus. 1108 words. Higuruma stared dumbfoundedly at Hikari's outstretched hand. What was wrong with this guy? How could he just open his mouth and ask for something so shamelessly? Since childhood, Higuruma had always been the good kid in his parents' eyes, and the perfect student in his teacher's eyes. From his birth to his admission to the University of Tokyo, and finally becoming a lawyer, the people he encountered along the way were all highly educated and sophisticated. The only people with poor character he ever dealt with were the defendants he represented as a lawyer. In his past 30 years, Higuruma had truly never met a roguelike hoodlum like Hikari. Higuruma took a deep breath. What do you need my points for? To save people. Higuruma was stunned and turned to look at Hikari, giving him a strange look, scanning him up and down. Hikari didn't care. He explained the matter of adding rules to Higuruma, and explained that they planned to use the point transfer method to avoid the deaths in the culling game. Afterward, he looked at Higuruma with a threatening expression. Mr. Lawyer, you wouldn't want the people in this colony to keep killing each other because of you, would you? Higuruma instinctively thought he had come to the wrong movie set. This wasn't the culling game anymore, but some indescribable evil movie world. He stared at Hikari. What you said makes a lot of sense, but I refuse. Higuruma lay back in the bathtub without a care. The life and death of the people in this colony has nothing to do with me. Why should I give up my points for their lives? You make a valid point. Hikari nodded in agreement, but I made a promise to someone that I must help them get points, so if you're not willing to give them voluntarily, I'll have to take them by force. Higuruma looked at Hikari with some surprise. I didn't expect that someone like you would help others. Hikari awkwardly laughed twice. Ha ha ha, not exactly, someone made a promise to me. I'll help them get points, and they'll help me legalize my underground fight club. However, this wasn't true at all. This was all Hikari's own idea. Megumi had never promised to help legalize Hikari's underground fight club. After hearing the word underground fight club, Higuruma grew cold, and the slight hesitation in his heart vanished. He slowly climbed out of the bathtub and walked down from the theater stage. I couldn't tell you were an underground boss. I wouldn't exactly call myself a boss. Hikari replied as he prepared for combat. I just led a few sorcerers in underground boxing matches. It's all the same, you aren't a good person either way. I won't deny that. Hikari stared at Higuruma with interest. From their conversation earlier, he could tell that Higuruma wasn't an ancient sorcerer reincarnated by Kenjaku. Since he had never heard him before, Hikari concluded that the Mun was a sorcerer who awakened after the culling game began. But how could someone who had only awakened their cursed technique for less than 12 days manage to accumulate 102 points in? How on earth did he do it? Just as Hikari was curious about Higuruma's technique, a small judge's gavel suddenly appeared in Higuruma's hand, and a Shikigami emerged behind him. The Shikigami's face was deathly pale, with eyes tightly shut, looking as if it wore a mask. The Shikigami held a plate in each hand, which resembled a balance scale, giving the impression of having no combat power. Just as Hikari wondered what kind of attack the Shikigami might use, Higuruma suddenly uttered words he didn't expect. Domain expansion, deadly sentencing. What did you just say? Did he just ask me if I prepared to kill someone? In Tokyo No. 2 Colony, Yuji stammered as he asked Renji, and thought he had misheard. Renji spoke unexpectedly. Is this hard to understand? I don't have enough points right now. I still need a few more people to reach 100 points. I'm not talking about people. I'm saying, why are you asking me to prepare them? Isn't it obvious? Renji looked at him as if it were that simple. As you are the one who needs me to kill, so naturally, you are the one who prepares the targets. When did I need you to kill? Before Yuji could finish his sentence, he froze in place. That's right. I was the one who needed 100 points to add a rule. Since Renji didn't have enough points, this means he needed to kill a few more people. Seeing the hesitant expression on Yuji's face, Renji kindly said. You don't need to rush, Itadori-kun. It's only the 12th day, and you still have 7 days before the rule requires a change in points. However, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, I'm afraid some people will get impatient and go out early to earn points. As he watched Yuji's face turn pale, Renji suddenly remembered something. He raised his finger, pointed at the crowd present, and spoke with a hint of malice. How about this? There are many people here. You pick 4 of them and sentence them to death. That way, I can gather 100 points. What did you say? Yuji looked at Renji in shock. Aren't these people his companions? How could he say something like that? The crowd fell into a commotion because of Renji's words, and many people took a step back in fear, and looked at him with fear. What's going on? He looked at Yuji with a smile. You want to save people, right? The sooner the better, right? These small sacrifices now will save more people in the future. This. Yuji instinctively wanted to argue, but Renji interrupted him halfway through. Itadori-chan, I don't know if you've heard of the trolley problem. Seeing that Yuji looked confused, Renji helplessly shook his head. Suddenly, Panda, who was standing by, spoke up and explained the trolley problem to Yuji. Listening to the dilemma of whether to save 5 people, or 1 person, Yuji fell into hesitation. Before Yuji could finish thinking it through, Renji issued another question. Itadori-chan, let's change the question. I suppose that one day in the future, your friend, for some reason, will endanger the lives of many people. What would you do then? Would you risk others' lives to try and stop him, or would you choose to ignore those risks and call everyone together to take him down? 1000 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 25 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 32, The Butterfly Effect. 1331 words. Renji's question sent Yuji into deep thought. He discovered that he wasn't sure how to choose anymore. After a long time, to Renji's surprise, Itadori suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a determined gaze. I will save everyone. Yuji's tone was unusually firm. I will save all ordinary people, even if it means stopping my friends. That's some bold words. A cold voice suddenly pierced Yuji's ears. He saw Renji impatiently picking at his ear. Itadori-chan, do you think with your current strength, you can do what you just said? Yuji paused for a moment and then said with firm conviction. I believe I can. Oh? Really? I don't believe you. Renji's doubtful voice came. In the next moment, his body vanished from where he stood. After a flash of lightning, Renji appeared directly beside Yuji. He lifted his foot high, and a bolt of pale blue curse energy condensed upon it. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Renji's lazy voice came from Yuji's side. Before he could react, Renji's sidekick shot out suddenly and landed hard on his side, sending Yuji flying. Yuji's body flipped through the air, and after several rolls, he crashed into a distant wall before finally coming to a stop. Itadori-kun. Panda immediately jumped to his feet, transforming into his gorilla form, scaring the child on his back to fall off. He quickly grabbed the falling child, carefully placing them on the ground, and then gave Renji a serious look, ready for battle at any moment. The crowd that had been watching quickly broke into a commotion. After a few moments, the entire pool area, apart from Yuji and Panda, was left with Renji and Charles, who was confident in his own strength. Yuji slowly got back up from the ground. He clutched the spot where he had been kicked and stood up with difficulty. You bastard, that hurt. Not only did Yuji feel like he was kicked away with great force, but when he flew up, a bolt of lightning also entered his body. Besides the pain in his side, Yuji's body also felt tingling and numb. How was it, Itadori-kun? That was pretty good, right? Renji looked at him eagerly, hoping for his feedback. Yuji hadn't spoken yet, but Charles gave his own opinion. That was terrible, Renji. You clearly plagiarized that move from One Piece, didn't you? This thunder kick move was indeed inspired by One Piece in Renji's mind. Once his cursed energy was actively triggered, it could stimulate his body, which had the effect of increasing his speed and strength. He had discovered by accident that the effect wasn't fixed. The degree of cursed energy was related to the effect. The stronger the cursed energy output, the greater the increase in speed and power. The only drawback was that this would severely damage his body. However, Renji could use the reverse curse technique. Even if he were injured, it wouldn't have a significant impact. Hearing Charles's evaluation, Renji looked at him with dissatisfaction. Is it that bad? But I think it's very sacred. Sacred, my ass. Can't you be a little original? From a distance, Yuji, who had just gotten up, stared blankly at the arguing Charles and Renji. He couldn't understand what Renji was trying to do. Suddenly, Renji turned sharply to look at Yuji. Itadori-kun, do you think my move just now was sacred? Ah. Yuji paused for a moment. He looked at Renji, then at Charles. From a status perspective, Renji was obviously the leader of this group, and he must be stronger in terms of strength. After thinking for a second, Yuji looked at him with sincerity. Your move is indeed very sacred. Renji, who had received the approval, was in high spirits. Haha, I knew it was sacred. He turned to Charles. See, even high schoolers say it's sacred, and you're the only one who thinks it's not. Your taste is too outdated. No wonder your manga can't be published. You. Charles felt a sharp pang in his heart. He took 2 steps back, his face turned ashen as he took 2 steps back, and he couldn't help but ask himself. Is my taste really that bad? Looking at Charles's expression, Renji felt quite pleased. After he finished showing off, Renji looked up at the crowd that had retreated. Hey, why is everyone leaving? We're not fighting, come back. Let's continue playing music and dancing. Renji never intended to fight Yuji and Panda. If it had been when he first arrived, he might have been interested, but after so much time had passed, he had already sparred with many sorcerers. He had tested out all his abilities. Now, Renji was only interested in powerful opponents, and the strike just now was merely a test of Yuji's strength. Instead of fighting, Renji was more curious about something else. In the original plot, didn't Yuji go to Tokyo No. 1 colony? But this place was clearly the No. 2 colony. Could it be that my appearance caused a butterfly effect? Renji couldn't make sense of it. He didn't think he had done anything to cause the butterfly effect outside of this colony. Hey, Itadori-kun, you guys must have other companions, right? Where are they? Yuji, who was deep in thought, blanked for a moment after hearing this and then spoke after some hesitation. Yes, we didn't have enough manpower, so we went to different colonies to check the situation. Panda-senpai and I came to this barrier. Renji nodded as if he understood. Then did you assign someone to Tokyo No. 1 colony? In the plot, Itadori met Higuruma in the first colony, and used his charm to persuade him to contribute his points. If Yuji was here, then who was in Tokyo No. 1 colony, dealing with Higuruma? The Tokyo No. 1 colony. Yuji scratched his head, unsure why Renji was asking this, but still answering honestly. Renji-san, you probably don't know him, but it's someone named Hikari Kinji. Hikari Kinji? It's actually him. Renji instinctively pondered. Although Hikari Kinji wasn't weak, dealing with Higuruma wasn't about strength. If he couldn't solve the issues in Higuruma's struggles, it would be very difficult to get him to hand over the points. Renji's pondering expression made Yuji feel confused. From their earlier interaction, it was clear that Renji could communicate, and didn't seem to be an ancient sorcerer reincarnated through a vessel. Moreover, Yuji had never heard of Renji before, and he could be sure he was a modern sorcerer who awakened after the culling game began. However, why would a modern sorcerer know Hikari-senpai? Renji-san, do you know Hikari-senpai? I know of his existence, I guess. Renji casually nodded. He saw Yuji's expression, unsure whether to ask, and knew that he was puzzled. He confidently sat back down, propping his hands on his knees. Even though I wasn't part of your jujitsu world before, I know a lot of information about it. Is that so? Renji-san is truly amazing. Seeing that Yuji seemed a little skeptical, Renji immediately rolled up his sleeves. You better believe it. You know, the Tokyo No. 1 colony is nothing like this place. There are quite a few strong sorcerers over there. However, when it came to a strong sorcerer, Panda didn't seem to care at all. It doesn't matter. Hikari-kun is strong, and I believe he'll win. Tokyo No. 1 colony. Hikari dodged an attack by the skin of his teeth. In front of him, Higuruma held a giant gavel as tall as a person, frantically swinging it at him with a chaotic hammering style. Hikari had never fought a battle like the one he was in today. He never imagined that everything would be fine when he arrived, only for his curse technique to be confiscated right in the middle of the fight. 200 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 25 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 33, Gamble. 1,223 words. The scene from a short while ago flashed back into Kinji Hikari's mind. He was busy wondering how Higuruma would make his move, but he truly didn't expect him to directly shout domain expansion. Hikari was genuinely startled. Domain expansion is the pinnacle of jujitsu sorcery, and only the strongest of the strong can achieve it. He truly didn't expect a modern sorcerer, who had just awakened his technique, to learn this in only a few days. However, as soon as Higuruma's domain covered him, Hikari stopped panicking. He saw the courtroom manifesting around him, and he realized the truth. Higuruma's domain was just like his own domain. It was a special domain that only had a sure hit effect without a sure kill effect. Once he confirmed he wouldn't be killed by a rule violation, Hikari's interest was piqued, and he prepared to test Higuruma's domain. However, that test immediately landed him in trouble. Higuruma produced a file from seemingly nowhere, and accused him of operating an illegal underground fight club. After Hikari admitted it himself, the Shikigami behind Higuruma opened its eyes and directly declared him guilty. Then, it confiscated his curse technique. Without his curse technique, Hikari couldn't even expand his own domain. Since Higuruma only found Hikari guilty and didn't sentence him to death, Higuruma couldn't pull out the executioner's sword. He could only use his gavel to attack him. Relying on the physical reinforcement provided by his cursed energy, Hikari managed to barely hold his own. However, Hikari's cursed energy reserves weren't vast to begin with, and he was about to run dry. Damn it! Do I have to retreat first? Just as Hikari wondered if he should temporarily retreat to avoid the brunt of the attack, the small gavel in Higuruma's hand suddenly grew longer. The handle extended instantly, catching Hikari completely off guard. Boom! The gavel slammed into Hikari's shoulder. The massive impact sent him flying, crashing through several theater seats, before finally skidding to a stop. Cough, cough, cough. Hikari clutched his smashed left shoulder. The physical pain was a minor issue, but the bigger problem was that he realized the cursed energy in his body was almost depleted. Are you still not leaving? Higuruma looked at Hikari. With your abilities, you should be able to run away. While Higuruma's technique was powerful, it had its flaws. If the opponent wasn't sentenced to death, he had to rely solely on his gavel to win. Even if the enemy lacked a technique, Higuruma's weapon was still just a hammer, and it didn't offer a massive boost in combat power. Therefore, even without a technique, if a sorcerer wanted to run away, it was still very hard for Higuruma to catch them. Hikari struggled to his feet, and placed a hand over his chest. A hero can't run away from the battlefield. You're a hero. Why wouldn't I be? Right now, I'm fighting for the ordinary people in this colony. That makes you the villain. As Hikari talked trash, his mind frantically searched for a solution, and his brain worked at high speed. My technique was confiscated, cursed energy was nearly gone, and my body was injured. If I fought this man head-on, the odds of winning were less than 10%. More importantly, Hikari hadn't fully grasped the mechanics of this guy's domain yet. Deadly sentencing. That courtroom-like domain seemed to deliver judgments based on the crimes of the accused. He was found guilty because he admitted to running an illegal underground fight club, which resulted in his technique being confiscated. But what happens if the verdict hasn't been finalized? In theory, even if a person was a murderer, as long as the verdict hadn't been finalized, he was innocent, right? What are you thinking about? Higuruma's voice interrupted Hikari's thoughts. Are you trying to find a way to turn the tables, or are you thinking about how to escape? No, no, no. Hikari grinned, revealing the sharp smile of a true gambler, me. I'm a man who loves to gamble. Gamble? Higuruma raised an eyebrow. Yeah, gambling. Hikari cracked his neck. I have a theory in my head right now. It's a bit risky, but if I win the bet, I win the whole thing. And if you lose? Then I die. Higuruma stared into Hikari's eyes for a few seconds, seemingly trying to confirm if he was serious. After a moment, Higuruma sighed. I've seen plenty of people like you in casinos. He said, raising his gavel. They always talk big, always feeling like they're about to turn it all around, but in the end, they all lose everything and end up bankrupt. Before he finished speaking, Higuruma lunged forward. The gavel in his hand extended again, sweeping toward Hikari's head. But this time, Hikari didn't dodge. In fact, a smile curled on his lips. Higuruma looked at Hikari standing perfectly still, and a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. He said earlier that any and all acts of violence are prohibited here, right? Just as the thought surfaced, Hikari raised a single finger. I request a retrial. The moment the words left his mouth, the gavel in Higuruma's hand vanished. Not only that, but the environment shifted rapidly once more. The original theater instantly turned into a solemn and serious courtroom. Higuruma and Hikari each entered their respective seats. When a suspect is sentenced, they have the right to appeal for a retrial. As a judicial-type technique, deadly sentencing possessed this inherent trait. A sorcerer whose technique was confiscated could get it back through a retrial, and Higuruma couldn't object to this process. However, Higuruma didn't expect Hikari to be so bold. He hadn't dodged at all when faced with the attack. Did he not fear that I might be able to refuse the retrial? The man was gambling. He was gambling that my domain followed similar legal procedures, and he was gambling on the very concept of a retrial. And this madman actually won the bet. However, the surprise lasted only a moment. Even though Higuruma admired Hikari's courage, Higuruma felt it was useless. As the owner of the technique, he knew clearly that Hikari's crimes were set in stone. No matter how many times he retried the case, he would still be guilty. This retrial was merely a deathbed struggle. He looked at Hikari and spoke mockingly, "Your life is like a flickering candle in the wind. Enjoy your final moments." However, Hikari simply stretched his body, his lips curling into a dangerous arc. "Is that so?" Hikari's smile gave him an ominous feeling. He formed a strange gesture with his hands and shouted with a laugh. "You said that any and all acts of violence are prohibited here, right? Luckily, my domain doesn't have a sure-kill effect. Domain expansion, restless gambler." In the next instant, the entire courtroom erupted in a violent light. A train crashed directly into the courtroom from nowhere, and the environment changed completely. Now Higuruma's courtroom remained in the center, but the outer perimeter transformed into a subway station. Higuruma stood in the middle, looking around in utter bewilderment, and standing opposite him, Hikari grinned widely. "Welcome to my turf, Mr. Lawyer. Now let's have ourselves a gamble. 200 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 25 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 34, the court is in session. 1,127 words. Higuruma hadn't been a sorcerer for long. There was much about jujitsu knowledge he still didn't know, including information regarding domains. In a confrontation between sorcerers, if an opponent cast a domain expansion, there were generally 3 ways to counter it. First, one could use emergency techniques such as simple domain, hollow basket, or falling blossom emotion. By deploying an incomplete domain to create a protective shield, a sorcerer could neutralize the opponent's sure-hit effect. Second, one could simply endure it. By utilizing a powerful physical body, or recovery techniques like the reverse curse technique, a jujitsu sorcerer could forcibly withstand the opponent's sure-hit attacks. These methods were a last resort options used only when a sorcerer could not expand their own domain. The most standard and simplest way to deal with a domain expansion was to expand one's own domain. When both sides used domain expansion at the same time, the sure-hit effects of both domains would vanish, provided the gap in strength wasn't too large. This allows the battle to return to a basic contest of curse techniques. However, this method has risks. They must ensure their domain was of a similar type to the opponent's, and that their strengths were comparable. If one side's domain belonged to the modern sorcerer system and possessed a sure-kill effect, while the other did not, the sure-hit domain wouldn't neutralize the sure-kill effect. Furthermore, if they are significantly weaker, the domain might be overwhelmed and shattered. This not only fails to stop the sure-kill, but also triggers curse technique burnout, leaving the user vulnerable. This was why Hikari didn't immediately release his domain when he first encountered Higuruma's. He was worried that if he lost the domain battle, Hikari wouldn't just fail to cancel his domain, he wouldn't be able to use his own technique either. But after Hikari fought Higuruma for a while, he confirmed it completely. Higuruma's domain was the same type as his, a rule-based domain that dealt sure-kill lethality for a sure-hit enforcement of rules. Additionally, the gap between their cursed energy was not that large. After entering the retrial, Hikari's status changed from a guilty criminal back to a suspect awaiting judgment. As a suspect, Hikari was technically innocent, and his confiscated technique briefly returned to him. The moment his curse technique returned, Hikari didn't hesitate any longer, and directly opened his own domain expansion. After being expanded simultaneously, both domains appeared on the scene at the same time. Higuruma felt a massive amount of information flood into his mind. Even though he had never played a pachinko in his life, Higuruma relied on his intelligence to understand the mechanics of Hikari's domain in a single instant. A gambling lottery. It certainly suits you, Higuruma remarked. Faced with Higuruma's evaluation, Hikari nodded with satisfaction. Higuruma glanced at the private railway Pure Love train, visual effects playing around the courtroom, and looked coldly at Hikari. Even if you can win a lottery, so what? Your crimes won't disappear because of it. However, Hikari gave a contemptuous laugh. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that. He spread his arms toward the Shikigami behind Higuruma. Come on, judge. State my crime. Hikari's hooligan-like attitude made Higuruma's brow furrow slightly. The Shikigami behind him stated Hikari's charges once again. However, this time Hikari didn't confess immediately like he did the first time. He suddenly lowered his head, and pinched his chin with his fingers. Ah well, this and that. I believe I am innocent. I need to properly defend myself here. I think the question of whether I am guilty or not is very crucial. To prove my innocence, I need to find a key issue. So, what is the key issue? I still have to find the key to the issue. Hikari spouted a mountain of absolute nonsense, not a single word was useful. Meanwhile, while he was talking out of his ass, the plot unfolding around the courtroom didn't stop for a single moment. The lottery in Restless Gambler progresses through these scenarios. After the plot reached a critical point, it meant he hit the jackpot. Afterward, Hikari would gain 4 minutes and 11 seconds of invincibility. During this period, he would have infinite cursed energy, and his body would automatically perform the reverse curse technique. As long as his entire head wasn't smashed to pieces in an instant, he could recover from anything. As one plot sequence after another ended, the calm expression on Higuruma's face gradually grew solemn. He finally realized what Hikari intended to do. Deadly sentencing only confiscates the cursed technique, and the cursed energy remains in the opponent's body. Hikari was now planning to stall for time during the trial, forcibly dragging it out until he hit the jackpot. Even if his technique was confiscated afterward, the infinite cursed energy granted by the jackpot wouldn't vanish. Once the trial ended, Higuruma would have to face a Hikari who possessed infinite cursed energy. Higuruma looked at Hikari with a grim expression. For any other sorcerer, entering Higuruma's domain meant that even if they could expand their own domain, it was meaningless, because violence was forbidden within deadly sentencing. Once the verdict was passed, the opponent's technique would be confiscated immediately, and Higuruma would strike them down with his gavel. However, Hikari's lottery isn't an act of violence, it's a function of his domain that operates automatically. In fact, Hikari was the one benefiting within Higuruma's own domain because Higuruma himself was forbidden from using violence against him. Hikari could simply take his time and wait until he hit the jackpot. Mr. Lawyer, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in such a rush. Once I find the key to the problem, I'll prove my innocence. Suddenly, a familiar background music blasted in Hikari's ears. He looked at his own domain with delight as 3 identical cards aligned. Jackpot! Hikari's grin stretched to the limit, and his excitement was beyond words. He stopped his self-defense immediately, looked at the Shikigami behind Higuruma, and shouted with a laugh. Judge, I'm done defending. I'm guilty. Following Hikari's confession, the Shikigami within the domain automatically entered the sentencing phase. This judgment was something even Higuruma himself could not stop. He could only watch as the Shikigami spoke slowly. Guilty. Confiscation. In the next moment, Higuruma's technique ended, and the deadly sentencing domain vanished completely. The 2 men returned to the original theater. However, the scene was now very different from when they had first entered. Hikari, who had previously suffered minor injuries, had fully recovered, and the cursed energy on his body was flowing. Mr. Lawyer. Round 2 starts now. He looked at Higuruma provocatively. 200 horsepower equals 1 chapter. 25 review equals 1 chapter. Chapter 35, negotiation, failed. 1,239 words. Do you really trust Kinji Hikari that much? In the Tokyo No. 2 colony, Renji looked at Panda with doubt. He didn't quite understand where Panda's confidence came from. Well, of course. Panda retorted instinctively, Hikari-senpai might have a bit of a personality problem, but his strength is undeniable. In Panda's eyes, unless he ran into one of those special-grade sorcerers, it was impossible for Kinji Hikari to lose. However, Renji spoke up again. I wasn't talking about his strength. Are you sure Hikari can actually convince someone to hand over their points? Renji's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly drenching Panda's confidence. Well, about that. Suddenly, cold sweat began to pour down Panda's face. He's right. As Renji-senpai was so easy to talk to, I completely forgot that getting people to give up their points isn't easy at all. Plus, with Hikari's personality being as nasty as it is, can he really pull off a negotiation? Panda's concerns were justified. At that very moment, Hikari was indeed running into the exact problem Renji described. Tokyo Colony No. 1. Inside the theater, after Higuruma's deadly sentencing had ended, he stood before Hikari, who possessed near-infinite cursed energy and was automatically performing reverse curse technique. Higuruma, holding only a gavel that could automatically extend and enlarge, no longer had a shred of a chance of winning. After a battle that wasn't particularly difficult, Hikari easily won his second fight against Hiromi Higuruma. Now Higuruma lay on the theater floor, and his gavel was tossed to the side. Hikari looked down at him from above. Hey, Mr. Lawyer. I won. Hand over your points so I can use M. Higuruma stared at Hikari for 3 seconds, then slowly turned his head away. I refuse. Even though Hikari's jackpot ended, Higuruma could have started a third trial of deadly sentencing if he wanted to. Even if he opened it again, Hikari could just start Restless Gambler inside it a second time. Once Hikari hit the jackpot again, Higuruma would still be no match for him. Furthermore, even if Higuruma managed to stall until the jackpot ended, Hikari, without his infinite cursed energy, could simply choose not to fight and run away. Higuruma's curse technique confiscation had a time limit, and Hikari could easily wait until his technique recovered before coming back. Knowing he couldn't kill him, Higuruma simply stopped fighting. He lay on the ground like a total deadbeat, refusing to move. Looking at the stubborn man, Hikari pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. What is wrong with this guy? Is he the hooligan, or am I? How can someone be like this? Hikari suspected that Higuruma knew he needed the points, and was intentionally ignoring him. Since he didn't know where else to find players with 100 points, Hikari couldn't just abandon him. He crouched down anxiously. Mr. Lawyer, what are you doing? Saving a life is a great deed. Are you really going to just watch the ordinary people in this colony kill each other? However, there wasn't a hint of a desire to save anyone in Higuruma's eyes, and he spoke in a flat tone. I've sensed the possibilities of the culling game. Sometimes the law is powerless, but what about the general rules of the culling game? If the power granted to me is real, then those rules must be real too, right? If there is no need for private or public prosecution, and no need for deliberation, where those who violate the rules are punished as inevitably as the laws of physics, isn't that beautiful? I admit the general rules have some problems, but I want to observe the fundamental rules of the culling game. It would be a hassle if it ended too quickly. Specifically, I want to see curse technique stripping from rule number 2 and rule number 8 with my own eyes at least once. Before Higuruma finished speaking, a powerful foot kicked him in the shoulder and sent him flying 3 meters away. You bastard, what kind of gibberish are you mumbling? Take that. Kinji Hikari was not a good student like Yuji. Yuji would have listened to Higuruma's complaints, but Hikari certainly wouldn't. Higuruma rolled across the ground several times. He didn't scream or get angry and just lay on the ground with a blank expression. Seeing this, Hikari closed his eyes in frustration. Hearing Higuruma talk about the powerlessness of the law and mentions of private and public prosecution, Hikari immediately realized that, given Higuruma's background as a lawyer, the man must have encountered a very dark case. He definitely ran into a dark case. The person he defended must have been treated unfairly by the law. As a lawyer, he failed to get justice for his client, and his mindset had collapsed. Hikari didn't really have a solution for that. As someone who grew up in this country, he knew from the higher-ups in the jiu-jitsu world just how much filth and unfairness happened deep within the system all the time. That was one of the reasons why he didn't want to keep working for the jiu-jitsu higher-ups, and ran away to start an underground fight club. I really don't want to comfort people. Hikari scratched his head, but given the situation, he had no choice but to try to console Higuruma. He cautiously walked back over to him. Mr. Lawyer. My name is Hiromi Higuruma. Even though the two of them had fought for a long time, Higuruma hadn't introduced himself yet. Higuruma-san, then. Look, I don't know what you went through, but you're a lawyer. How can you just give up on your faith in the law? We have to believe in the system. Hikari desperately searched his memory for lawyer dramas he had watched. Even if you met some moron judge who gave a wrong verdict, aren't you a lawyer? You can argue with him and fight for the truth. Isn't that how it goes in TV shows? Look at that guy from Legal High. The judge was against him, his colleagues were against him, but didn't he just keep winning, and winning in the end? Why don't you dare to pick a fight with one? Legal High was a Japanese drama. The main character was a lawyer who claimed to have a 100% win rate, no matter what kind of opponent he faced. As a lawyer himself, Higuruma was naturally aware of the show. He turned his head toward Hikari, and Hikari's face lit up with hope. Just as he thought Higuruma was moved by his words, Higuruma spoke slowly. You idiot. Those are just TV shows. Things on TV are fake. In reality, no smart lawyer picks a fight with a judge. Hikari took a deep breath in annoyance. So what if it's fake? That's the kind of scene ordinary people love to see. Those are the simplest wishes of the public. He looked at Higuruma urgently. Higuruma-san, before you became a lawyer, did you never think that one day you'd encounter an evil judge giving out random sentences? Didn't you have even a shred of a desire to fight back against him? All those things from the past, do you really not remember them? Hikari's words stirred Higuruma's old memories. All those things from the past, are you talking about the past? Higuruma slowly said. Chapter 36, Fever and Faith. 1162 words. In the past, Higuruma had always been the perfect child. He was academically brilliant and exceptionally talented, easily gaining admission to the University of Tokyo, a feat most could only dream of. He had known for a long time that the laws of this country served the wealthy. Consequently, after graduation, he chose not to join a high-end firm but instead became a public defender. Back then, Higuruma truly possessed a heart dedicated to advocating for the people. It wasn't until those endless strings of unfair cases that caused his heart to slowly fall silent. He began to lose faith in the law and in his own ability to defeat this corrupt nation. That's right. It was those unfair cases, one after another, that caused my spirit to slowly fall silent. I stopped believing in the law, and I stopped believing that I could defeat this corrupt country. That was how I fell into despair. In a daze, Higuruma seemed to see his younger self. The version of him that refused to follow the crowd, refused to help the rich, and preferred to take on lawsuits for the poor. A single tear silently escaped Higuruma's eye. He squeezed his eyes shut. Higuruma's behavior was caught by Hikari. A surge of joy hit Hikari's heart. Did I actually manage to move him? He looked at Higuruma with anticipation. Do you have anything to say? I have nothing left to say. Please, just finish me off. Finish your damn self. Hikari burst out laughing. Not because he was happy, but because he was just so angry that he started laughing. He really ran out of ideas for Higuruma. He couldn't think of any more ways to comfort the man, or pull him out of his despair. At this moment, Higuruma lay on the ground and cried silently, while Hikari stood there and exhaled loudly. Silence spread through the theater. Hikari stood there, looking at Higuruma lying on the ground with his eyes closed, momentarily unsure of what to say. He scratched his head, then scratched it again, and finally just squatted down. Hikari let out a long sigh. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you feel like you are especially hopeless? Higuruma didn't answer, and just silently turned his face away. Let me tell you, I've seen people 100 times more hopeless than you. Hikari said, plopping down onto the floor. Do you know how many people I saw lose everything they owned because of gambling when I was running the underground fight club? That was their own fault. Yeah, it was their own fault. Hikari nodded, but do you know why they kept gambling even when they knew they'd lose? Because they felt like they could win it all back on the next round. Hikari grinned, pretty crazy, right? It is indeed crazy. But aren't you the same? Hikari's smile suddenly vanished. You gave up on the law, gave up on your faith, isn't that just because you felt you couldn't win? You didn't even have the courage to place one last gamble before you surrendered. Higuruma's soul shuddered. I didn't. You didn't what? Hikari interrupted him, you didn't surrender. Then what are you doing lying here? Higuruma tried to speak, but didn't know how to start. Hikari stood up and patted the dust off his pants. Do you know why I opened the fight club? Before Higuruma could answer, Hikari continued, I opened it because I didn't want to be like those higher-ups in the jiu-jitsu world, pretending to maintain some bullshit order all day long. The higher-ups of the jiu-jitsu world, what is the difference between them and the judges you met? They make the rules and then they break them. They suppress anyone who doesn't listen, and get rid of anyone who threatens their status. I didn't want to keep working for them, so I ran away. Higuruma slowly sat up and looked at Hikari. So you opened an underground fight club to rebel against them? Not exactly. It's because I wanted to make money. Higuruma was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. I really do hate people like you. Fair enough. I don't much like elite types in suits like you either. Higuruma looked down at his hands. These hands once defended countless people in court. They once flipped through thousands of pages of legal documents and wrote one defense plea after another. However, these were also the hands that could only hang powerless in the face of unjust verdicts. Can I really change anything? Higuruma murmured to himself. Who knows? Hikari shrugged, but if you do something, at least something might change, right? Without waiting for a reaction, Hikari reached his hand out toward Higuruma. Higuruma. Give me the points. Higuruma looked at the hand reaching toward him, and remained silent for a long time. I still refuse. Huh? Hikari nearly jumped out of his skin. Is there something wrong with you? I said all that and you still refuse. Because what you said has nothing to do with whether or not I give you my points or not. Higuruma stood up and brushed the dust off his suit. You convinced me. I will continue to be a lawyer. Well, isn't that great? Then give me the damn points. However, Higuruma said, adjusting his tie, I don't like your attitude. You don't respect me. You're asking me for a favor, yet you haven't used a single honorific. He looked at Higuruma with a face full of joy. So you plan to give me the points? Higuruma looked at Hikari with a neutral expression, showing no sign of refusal. Seeing this, Hikari laughed loudly and immediately performed a 90-degree bow. Please. If we don't have those points, I won't be able to save anyone. Please, lend us your points, Higuruma-san. Higuruma raised a hand toward Hikari. Fine. I'll lend them to you. Tokyo Colony Number 1. Just as Panda was worrying about whether Hikari could get the points, a sound appeared that made him relax instantly. The Kogain of every player flew out automatically. Ding dong. A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 9, the players may transfer any number of points between one another. It worked. It worked. Panda raised his paws in joy. Even though he didn't know exactly who did it, he had a premonition that this rule was added because of Hikari's efforts. Not only were Panda and Yuji excited, but the ordinary people surrounding them also began to jump for joy. Since none of them had any points, the rules of the culling game hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles. Now that points were transferable, it meant they no longer had to worry about being erased for having no point activity. Yuji looked at Rinji happily. Rinji-san. Points can be transferred now. Could I ask you to lend your points to us for a bit? Chapter 37, The Singularity of Twins. 1,258 words. Sure thing. Rinji nodded without any hesitation, and turned his head toward Charles. Charles, you still have 5 points, right? Give 4 to him and keep the last one to cycle through the people here so their points change. Charles nodded and transferred 4 points to Yuji. After those 4 points added to Rinji's 96, Yuji's total instantly hit the required points to create a rule. Thank you, Rinji-san. Thank you all for the points. Yuji gave him a deep, respectful bow. Rinji waved his hand dismissively. It's no big deal. I don't have much use for points anyway. If I say I'll give them to you, I will. Panda was also very happy that they successfully got the points and looked at Yuji. Itadori-kun, we have 100 points. Does that mean we can add the new rule now? Yuji nodded. Just as he was preparing to add the rule according to their original plan, a shout suddenly echoed from the sky. Itadori. Panda. They looked up to see a blonde woman flying down from the air on a broom. It was Momo Nishimiya, a third-year student from the Kyoto branch of Jujutsu High. Her innate technique, tool manipulation, allowed her to control and fly on her broom. Ah! It's Momo Nishimiya. Why are you here too? Panda was delighted to see an old friend arrive. I was sent from above to help. Nishimiya guided her broom to the ground and looked at Rinji with confusion. And who is this? Panda immediately introduced him. This is Rinji-kun. He's one of us. He just gave us 96 points for free. Nishimiya was shocked. As one of the helpers assigned to the culling game by the Jujutsu world, she had a decent understanding of the situation. These points were not something someone just stumbled upon. As far as she knew, there were likely very few people across all 10 colonies whose points reached that level. This guy looks totally ordinary, but I can't believe he had so many points. He's a dangerous one. At that thought, Momo Nishimiya shivered and quickly looked at Rinji with a polite smile. Good afternoon, Rinji-san. Rinji gave a casual nod in response. Meanwhile, Panda looked at Nishimiya curiously. Nishimiya, what brings you here to find us? After being reminded by Panda, Nishimiya remembered her purpose. She quickly turned to Yuji and Panda. I have some news I must tell you quickly. We can change the order of the rules we plan to add. Before Yuji and the others entered the culling game, they planned to add 4 rules in advance. The first one is that points can be transferred between players. The second one is that the player can spend 100 points to find a substitute for themselves. The third is to lift the communication restrictions within the colonies. Lastly, the players can enter and leave colonies freely. At that moment, Momo Nishimiya continued. Maki-chan can already enter and leave colonies freely now, so we can postpone the third rule about establishing communication. Yuji exclaimed in disbelief. How did Maki-senpai manage that? Maki has become a heavenly restriction. She has no cursed energy left in her body at all, and barriers don't work on her anymore. Heavenly restriction. As Renji listened to those words from the side, a hint of interest rose in his heart. In this world, everyone has cursed energy to some degree. However, a heavenly restriction's body didn't produce a single trace of cursed energy. As compensation for not producing cursed energy, the body of a heavenly restriction received a terrifyingly huge boost. A heavenly restriction user could even reach the special grade level based on physical strength alone. I am very interested in this heavenly restriction thing. If I get the chance, a heavenly tyrant is definitely worth a fight. Renji secretly thought. After the initial shock, Yuji shouted happily, "That's amazing. How did Maki-senpai do it?" Not only was Yuji curious, but Panda also looked at Nishimiya with great interest. However, Nishimiya shook her head, looking puzzled. "I'm not entirely sure myself. Maki didn't tell me." At that moment, Renji, who had been listening, suddenly interjected. "It's probably because her younger sister died." "What?" Yuji, Panda, and Nishimiya all stared at him with horrified eyes, unable to fathom why he would say such a thing. Seeing their confusion, Renji decided to show off his intelligence network a bit. "You guys don't know. In the jujitsu world, twins are considered an ill omen. This is because twins split the cursed energy that originally belonged to one, which usually results in both children having physical issues from birth. Furthermore, twins are considered a curse because the world treats them as a single entity. Since they share the same cursed energy, their individual potential is capped, neither can truly evolve or reach their peak as long as the other is alive." Renji continued speaking. Due to the metaphysical singularity of twins in jujitsu, Maki was born with a trace of cursed energy that sabotaged her heavenly restriction. Simultaneously, Mai's own energy was capped by Maki's existence, as the world viewed them as a single soul. For Maki to fully realize her physical potential and reach absolute zero cursed energy, the tie had to be severed, leaving Mai's death as the only possible catalyst for Maki's completion. Renji's words caused the atmosphere to freeze. The joy in Yuji and Panda's hearts vanished, replaced by worry and grief for Maki. After a moment, Momo Nishimiya finally spoke. "Let's leave the past in the past. The most important thing right now is to end the culling game." Panda nodded in agreement. "Right. We need to end the culling game quickly and rescue Gojo-sensei." At the mention of Satoru Gojo, the three students from Jujutsu High felt a jolt in their hearts. However, Panda lowered his head sadly. "But I can't find Angel. Gojo was currently sealed within the special grade cursed object prison realm, and the only way to unseal him was to use the technique of Angel." However, Panda had been searching for Tokyo Colony No. 2 for a long time without finding a trace of her. Panda looked at Nishimiya. "Nishimiya, you can fly in the sky. Have you seen Hana Kurusu?" "I haven't seen any suspicious players either." Nishimiya shook her head, and a flash of worry appeared on her face. She glanced at the barrier, paused for a moment and spoke. "And I'm a bit afraid she might have died in the culling game." As soon as she said that, Yuji and Panda both glanced at Renji. Even though Momo Nishimiya didn't say it out loud, Yuji and Panda both guessed what she was thinking. Renji has 96 points, could 5 of those points have come from Angel Hana Kurusu? Renji glanced left and right and said irritably, "What are you looking at me for? Just say what's on your mind." "Haha, nothing, nothing." Panda gave a forced laugh, then asked cautiously, I wonder if Renji-san has ever met an ancient sorcerer called Angel Hana Kurusu." "I know her." "Then do you know where she is now?" Panda looked at him with hope, but Renji's next sentence sent him straight to hell. "Angel Hana Kurusu is no longer in this colony." "What? She's no longer in this colony? Doesn't that mean she's dead?" "It's over if she's dead. What happens to Gojo-sensei's seal? Is Gojo-sensei going to be stuck in the prison realm for the rest of his life?" Chapter 38, the hunt for Angel begins. 1082 words. Panda and Yuji slumped to the ground in despair. They couldn't bring themselves to blame Renji. After all, the culling game was fraught with danger. If he had killed Hana Kurusu, it was simply the law of the jungle. Seeing their reaction, Renji shouted helplessly. "What are you guys doing kneeling on the ground? When did I ever say Hana Kurusu was dead?" Eh? Panda looked up, confused. "Didn't you say Angel wasn't in this colony anymore?" "Yeah, she's not in this colony. She went to Tokyo Colony No. 1. Panda raised his paw and scratched his head in confusion. Don't the barriers restrict players from leaving? How did Hana Kurusu get out? Renji let out a sigh at Panda. It's because of her technique. Hana Kurusu's technique can nullify all other techniques, naturally, that includes the culling game barriers. That's incredible. They cried out in admiration. They didn't expect Angel, Hana Kurusu's technique to be so powerful that it could even bypass the culling game's fundamental restrictions. Panda suddenly scratched his head in frustration. Why did Angel have to run off to Tokyo Colony No. 1? If we're stuck here in Colony No. 2, doesn't that mean we can't find her? Renji actually knew the answer to this. Back when the culling game first started, the battle between him and Kashimo had drawn Hana Kurusu's attention. Hana Kurusu wasn't exactly known for her combat skills, and Renji didn't feel like fighting her either. They just chatted for a bit before parting ways. He looked at Panda and explained. That's because Angel's goal as an incarnated sorcerer is to eliminate all other incarnated ancient sorcerers. Since Kenjaku placed that battle maniac Kashimo in Colony No. 2, he didn't put many other ancient sorcerers here. Since the Angel couldn't find any ancient sorcerers in this colony, she simply left. Angel should be in the Tokyo No. 1 colony now. Renji's explanation allowed Panda and Yuji to breathe a sigh of relief. Since the Angel was still alive, Satoru Gojo could still be saved, and it wasn't too late for everything. However, Momo Nishimiya's expression suddenly changed. Why who did you say was here? Hajime Kashimo. Nishimiya wasn't an illiterate like Panda and Itadori. She knew exactly who Hajime Kashimo was. Is Hajime Kashimo famous? Yuji asked, looking at Nishimiya with confusion. Of course he's famous, you idiot. Nishimiya snapped at Itadori. Hajime Kashimo was known as the strongest sorcerer 400 years ago, who never lost a single battle. Holy crap, that's strong. Then isn't he super dangerous? Panda looked around nervously, terrified that Kashimo might jump out from behind a corner. For some reason, after hearing the name Hajime Kashimo, Panda felt a sense of panic in his heart. However, Panda's worries were unnecessary. Renji raised a hand. You guys don't need to worry about that. Hajime Kashimo is already dead. The three turned to Renji, and a suspicion surfaced in their minds. Momo Nishimiya spoke tentatively. Did you kill Hajime Kashimo? Renji nodded and let out a somewhat guilty sigh. It's my fault. I didn't actually intend to kill him at first, but I wasn't paying attention and accidentally one-shot him. It's pretty awkward, honestly. Huh? They were speechless. They could only manage some stuttering agreement. Is that so? Don't be too sad, Renji-san. It's not your fault. The three of them didn't dare to continue with that topic. Panda quickly changed the subject. Then we need to get to Tokyo Colony No. 1 and find Hana Kurusu right away. However, how do we get there? We can't make the barriers fail. Nishimiya pointed out. As soon as the words left her mouth, both of their gazes landed on Yuji. Seeing their stares, Yuji scratched his head. Didn't we say we were going to add the rule about spending points for a substitute first? The plans change. Panda urged him, the substitute thing isn't urgent. Finding Angel and rescuing Gojo-sensei is the top priority. Itadori nodded. He's right. Fushiguro came up with the substitute rule to save his sister, but that rule can wait. It's not like his sister can't hold on for a few more days. Rescuing Gojo is more urgent. Without further hesitation, Yuji summoned Kogain to add the rule. Kogain, I want to add a new rule. I want to allow players to enter and exit the colonies freely. As Yuji finished speaking, the new rule was immediately added to the culling game. Ding dong. A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 10, the players are allowed to enter and leave colonies at will. The rule was added. Yuji and Panda looked at each other. Itadori-kun, let's head to Tokyo Colony number 1. Right, let's move. However, right at that moment, Renji suddenly called out to stop them. Wait a second. What is it, Renji-san? It's nothing much, but can you take me with you? I want to go see the No. 1 Colony too. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuji nodded immediately. Sure. It's definitely for the best if you're willing to come with us, Renji-san. I don't know what his goal is, but since he got 96 points on his own, his strength must be good. Having a teammate like this would make rescuing Gojo and ending the culling game much easier. Renji's reason for following Yuji was simple. His purpose for being here was to challenge Sukuna. What better way to find an opportunity to fight Sukuna than to stay by Yuji's side? Haha, then I'll be moving with you guys. Renji laughed, then shouted toward Charles, who was busy coordinating the survivors to transfer points. Charles, you saw the new rule, right? Help the people here get out of the barrier. I'm going to the other colony with Itadori-kun to take care of some business. He wasn't the only one happy about the new rule. The survivors were overjoyed. Even though Renji's protection was excellent, they were still terrified of being trapped inside this hellish place. Momo Nishimiya also offered to help evacuate the nearby survivors. After everything was settled, Renji and Yuji officially set off for Tokyo Colony number 1. Yuji had only one goal for this trip. He had to find Angel, Hana Kurusu, and rescue the sealed Gojo. Renji's goal was much simpler. He wanted to stay by Yuji's side and wait for Sukuna to appear. I have a feeling Sukuna is coming out very soon. Chapter 39, A Change of Plans. 1169 words. Tokyo Colony number 1. After confirming that Angel, Hana Kurusu was likely in Tokyo Colony number 1, they began to gather there. Renji followed Yuji and Panda into the barrier to search for her. Unfortunately, despite searching through the entire night, they didn't find even a single trace of Hana Kurusu. The sun rose on a new day, November 13, 2018. The 13th day of the culling game. In the morning, the group woke up and prepared to set out again to find her. Panda sat on the ground and let out a heavy sigh, looking toward Renji. Renji-san, how did you run into Hana Kurusu before? Me? Renji, who was resting, pointed at himself. After confirming the question was for him, he scratched his head. I didn't really find her. At the time, she thought I was an ancient sorcerer who had incarnated, so she actually came looking for me. Hearing this, Yuji and Panda looked a bit disappointed. Just then, a white bedsheet suddenly appeared behind everyone. As the sheet fell away, a small boy stood in its place. The person's sudden appearance startled Renji. He almost attacked, but Yuji hurriedly stopped him. Renji-kun, wait. This is Ui. He's with us. After hearing this, Renji finally looked at the newcomer. The newcomer was a young boy wearing suspenders. He turned his gaze toward Yuji. Itadori-kun, staying here is fine. Just wait a moment, I'm going to warp Fushiguro over. Fushiguro is back. Yuji shouted with joy. He had assumed Megumi was still stuck in the Kyoto colony. Ui nodded without saying much. Then, with a wave of his hand, the white bedsheet covered him again. In the next moment, he vanished from the spot. UI's ability was point-to-point teleportation. After he identified a target, he could directly teleport specified people or objects to a desired location. However, the teleportation had limits on distance and the number of people. The more people or the further the location, the more cursed energy it consumes. He didn't know Yuji's exact location before, and he warped himself first to find them. Now that he had located them, he went back to get Megumi to avoid wasting cursed energy. Not long after, the familiar bedsheet appeared again. This time, it revealed not only UI but also another young man. Fushiguro, you're back. Yuji greeted Megumi happily, and then he looked toward Rinji with a questioning gaze. Panda quickly stepped in to introduce them. Fushiguro, this is Rinji-chan from Tokyo Colony No. 2. He's a real monster who secured 96 points all by himself. Hearing 96 points, a flash of surprise and alertness crossed Megumi's eyes. In the Kyoto colony, he also encountered several incarnated ancient sorcerers and awakened modern sorcerers, but not one of them had a score that high. Megumi didn't need to think twice, and the points alone proved that Rinji was terrifyingly strong. Hello, Rinji-san. Megumi greeted him cautiously. Rinji waved a hand in return. Megumi's expression returned to normal, and he turned to Yuji. Itadori, do you have any points left on you? Yuji scratched his head sheepishly. I added a new rule, so I'm out of points now. Megumi already heard from UI that Yuji added the rule for free entry and exit. A flash of disappointment crossed his face. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Seeing Megumi's expression, Yuji remembered their original plan. Before entering the colonies, they had set an order for adding rules. The second rule was supposed to allow players to withdraw from the culling game. But because they needed to find Angel in Colony No. 1, Yuji changed the plan and added the rule that allowed people to enter and exit the barriers at will. He looked at Megumi apologetically. Sorry, Fushiguro. I didn't add the rule according to the plan. It's okay. Megumi shook his head immediately. He knew it wasn't Yuji's fault. Finding Angel Hanakurusu was indeed the primary goal, and his sister could wait a bit. It doesn't matter. Now that we can enter and leave the colonies and transfer points freely, I can just transfer some points to Tsumaki and keep her in a safe place. The rule about spending 100 points to leave the culling game didn't strictly need to be added anymore. The number of players wasn't that high to begin with, and it cost 100 points just for one person to leave. Even if they killed everyone in the game, they couldn't save many people. Being able to guarantee free entry and leave, combined with the free transfer of points, was enough to protect all the weaker players to a certain extent. Since Yuji didn't have points at the moment, Megumi decided to handle his own business first. He turned to Yuji. Itadori, you guys keep looking for Hanakurusu. I'm going to take my sister to register as a player, and then move her to somewhere safe. The players had to register within a colony themselves. Currently, Megumi's sister, Tsumaki Fushiguro, is still in the hospital and hasn't registered anywhere. According to the rules, all awakened sorcerers had to join the game within 19 days. Since they could now enter and leave freely, Megumi wanted to register her early. As for safety, he could just lead her back out once the registration was complete. Yuji nodded. However, Rinji suddenly spoke up. Fushiguro-kun. You're planning to bring a family member into the culling game. Megumi blinked, then nodded. Yes. Kenjaku awakened a technique in my sister as well, so she is forced to participate. Oh. Rinji nodded. He lowered his head as if in deep thought, then looked at Yuji with a grin. Since we can't find Angel anyway, and this is Fushiguro's sister, why don't we all go together? Megumi's first instinct was to refuse. It was just bringing one person into a colony, and there was no need to make such a big deal out of it. However, Rinji's next sentence made him hesitate. Fushiguro, did you forget that after someone joins the game, they drop into different spawn points? It's better if we have more people to occupy every spawn point. Otherwise, what if your sister falls and gets hurt when she drops in? Megumi's face froze. He suddenly remembered that many of the Culling Game spawn points were located high up in the sky. People without enough strength couldn't even survive the start of the game before they fell to their deaths. He saw many people who died from falling in the Kyoto colony. The thought of his sister, who was just a fragile woman, falling to her death as soon as she joined the game flashed through his mind. He turned pale, and he forced the thought away. Then, I'll have to trouble you all. Renji laughed and waved his hand. It's all right. He gave a grand sweep of his arm, pointing toward the distance, and shouted. Let's go. To the hospital. Chapter 40, in chain. 1,213 words. Hospital. After a 2.5-hour drive, Megumi brought the others to the hospital. In a hospital room, everyone met Megumi Fushiguro's sister, Sumiki Fushiguro. Seeing so many people accompanying her little brother, Sumiki looked at Megumi with a hint of fluster. Seeing this, Megumi introduced them. Sumiki, these are all my friends. Sumiki visibly relaxed, covering her mouth and smiling at Megumi. I didn't expect you to have so many friends. My little Megumi has finally grown up. Shut up. You're so annoying. Megumi retorted. The bickering between the siblings brought a faint smile to the faces of Yuji and the others, who had been living under the gloom of the Culling Game. Yuji took the opportunity to address Sumiki. Fushiguro-chan, we're here to take you to participate in the Culling Game. Did you gather enough points? Sumiki's face lit up with joy. She already knew about Megumi's plan to add a rule to spend 100 points to leave the game. Yuji scratched his head awkwardly when he heard this. Actually, not yet. Sumiki's joyful expression immediately darkened. Seeing this, Megumi quickly spoke up to help Yuji out. Don't worry, Sumiki. The rules for free point transfers and free entry/exit for everyone were already added. Even though you can't leave the Culling Game yet, you can just come back out once you finish registering as a player later. However, upon hearing Megumi's words, Sumiki's attention was captured by something else. She asked with a surprised expression. Are you saying people can now freely enter and exit the Culling Game barriers? Megumi nodded immediately without thinking. However, as he answered casually, he didn't notice that after Sumiki learned the answer, the curve of her lips rose a bit too high. At this moment, not a single normal person among the group felt that anything was wrong with the scene, but there was one exception. As someone who knew everything, Renjio looked at the still-acting Sumiki Fushiguro, and revealed a small smile. In this room, he was the only one who knew that the Sumiki before them was no longer herself. The one currently occupying that body was an ancient sorcerer named Yorozu. I don't know why Yorozu is still playing the role of the sister, but I'm tired of waiting. Suddenly, an arc of electricity flashed. In the blink of an eye, Renji touched Sumiki, covered in cursed energy. After being shocked so suddenly, Sumiki cursed out loud. That really hurts, you bastard. Megumi instantly glared at Renji, and instantly shielded Sumiki behind him. What are you doing? Seeing the atmosphere turn tense, Yuji immediately tried to play peacemaker while casting a cautious glance at Sumiki. Facing everyone's confusion, Renji smiled slightly and pointed a finger at Sumiki. Megumi-kun, are you sure the person behind you is actually your sister Sumiki? Megumi instinctively moved to argue, but was cut off by Renji's next sentence. That kind of output I just used wasn't low. An ordinary sorcerer wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Megumi's face. He suddenly remembered that incarnated sorcerers inherit all the memories of the original body's owner. This was why the ancient sorcerers resurrected in the barriers could adapt to modern technology so quickly. Sumiki had been in a coma for over a year for unknown reasons. She woke up suddenly after the Culling Game began. Why had he instinctively assumed that the Sumiki who woke up was his sister? At that moment, a cold sneer came from behind him. I really didn't expect to be found out. Megumi's heart shook. He turned his head slowly in disbelief and looked at his sister with terror. He hoped that he had misheard her and that everything was just a joke. However, when he saw an expression he had never seen before on her face, his heart sank. Who the hell are you? Me? Tsumaki laughed exaggeratedly. I'm your sister, Tsumaki. Ha 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 ha. After laughing wildly, Yorozu saw that she could no longer keep up the act. She stopped hiding and revealed her identity directly. My name is Yorozu. I am an ancient sorcerer from 1,000 years ago. Yorozu looked at Megumi with a hint of pity. I had quite a bit of fun playing with you these past few days. Since the barrier no longer restricts entry and exit, I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye. Megumi still couldn't accept the reality. He muttered to the person who wasn't his sister. Why did you lie to me? To Yorozu, the answer was obvious. She knew Kenjaku wouldn't give her a second chance at life for nothing. Since there was a sucker willing to help her escape the culling game, she naturally wouldn't miss the chance for free points. Now that her cover was blown, she had no reason to keep acting. Naturally, because it was fun. Yorozu replied with a smile. In the next instant, a pair of thin, dragonfly-like wings sprouted from her back. She took flight immediately, turning into a streak of light and vanishing from the spot. Seeing her choose to flee, Yuji and Panda, who were watching from the side, turned to give chase. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A small mouth suddenly grew on Yuji's face. Immediately after, a word carrying the power of a binding vow came from Sukuna's mouth. In chain. According to the binding vow between them, once Sukuna utters the word in chain, Yuji had to unconditionally hand over his body for 1 minute. Now, it was time for that agreement to take effect. The moment Sukuna took control of Yuji's body, Megumi and Panda noticed it immediately. Sukuna grabbed Panda, who was standing beside him, and threw him away. Panda's body tumbled several times across the floor and finally stopped after crashing through a wall. Megumi looked at Sukuna in disbelief. How is this possible? Why would Itadori let you out? Sukuna smiled casually. Who knows? He didn't tell Megumi about the vow. Sukuna began to concentrate all his cursed energy, gathering a massive amount of power into Yuji's pinky finger. In the next moment, Sukuna gripped the finger and pulled it off with force. This was the first time he attempted to turn his own soul into a cursed object. Seeing that he succeeded, Sukuna burst into uncontrollable laughter on the spot. Megumi had briefly snapped out of the shock of his sister's death. Not understanding the situation, Megumi assumed Sukuna fully took over Yuji's body. After refusing to back down, he clenched his fists and took a high-low stance. He was going to summon the 8-handled sword Divergent Sila, Divine General Maharaga, and blow this bastard Sukuna to hell. However, with Sukuna's strength, it was impossible not to notice. He flashed in front of Megumi and grabbed his hands, interrupting the summoning ritual. To Megumi's surprise, Sukuna didn't continue the attack. Instead, he forced Megumi's mouth open. Sukuna looked at Megumi at close range, unable to suppress the wild joy in his heart. However, at the very moment Sukuna thought his plan was about to succeed, a voice that had been waiting for a long time suddenly exploded in his ear. Sukuna, have you ever been kicked at the speed of lightning? Chapter 41, The Path Ahead. 1,308 words. The roar of rumble exploded within the hospital. Sukuna was sent flying, his body smashing through several walls before coming to a stop, buried deep under the rubble. Itadori. Megumi shouted instinctively. Hey. I just saved you, Fushiguro-chan. Aren't you even going to look at me? Megumi looked up. He saw Renji lowering the leg he had just used to kick Sukuna, looking at him with a dissatisfied expression. Before Megumi could say anything, Sukuna burst out from the rubble. Panda, whom Sukuna had thrown away at the start, came out with him. He immediately entered his gorilla mode and glared at Sukuna warily. Sukuna's current state wasn't good. Renji's kick carried immense power, caving in a large section of Sukuna's side. A normal person would have been dead already. However, such injuries weren't critical for Sukuna. Under his reverse curse technique, the wound healed completely in just a few moments. Sukuna looked at Renji with cold eyes and raised a hand, making a motion to slash. Get lost, brat. Instead of moving, Renji's lips curled upward. He glanced at the severed pinky finger in Sukuna's hand. Sukuna, when did you become such a talker? Didn't you used to just strike immediately? Now you're actually asking me to leave. If I'm guessing correctly, most of your power is currently transferred into that pinky finger, isn't it? Renji's words brought a surge of hope to Megumi and Panda. If this were Sukuna at full strength, they had almost zero chance of victory. But if it were just an incomplete Sukuna, they might actually win. Furthermore, Renji's next words lifted their spirits even higher. Sukuna, I don't know how you got out, but you clearly could have attacked Panda just now, yet you chose to throw him away. It seems you aren't allowed to harm anyone during this period, right? Sukuna's silence made Renji even bolder. He walked right up to Sukuna, and began waving his body around manically. Hit me then. Hit me. I'm over here. What are you gonna do? Hit me, you idiot. Ha 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 ha. Renji's irritating voice echoed through the hospital. Not just Sukuna, but even Megumi and Panda fell silent. However, this indirectly confirmed that Renji was right. Sukuna truly could not harm others. Renji's voice rang out again. I'm telling you, Sukuna, no matter how you attack me later, I won't dodge. Even though the binding vows didn't have a forceful physical constraint, no one would ever violate them once they were made for the sake of their own safety. The seconds ticked by, and Sukuna knew the time he could remain in control was getting shorter and shorter. He had two choices. First, Sukuna could eat the broken finger again to let the power return to his body, but his plan to take over Fushiguro's body today would be completely ruined. Moreover, after today, the in-chain vow between him and Yuji would be used up, and Sukuna might never be able to resurrect again for the rest of his life. Second, he could try to force his way through Renji's blockade, and shove the finger into Megumi's mouth. Sukuna was a man who liked to take risks. Compared to being trapped inside Yuji's body forever, he preferred to take a gamble and go for it. He looked up at Renji with a cold sneer. You really won't dodge? I don't believe you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sukuna's body shot forward. Come on then. Renji shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged directly at Sukuna. You think I'm a coward? I'm coming for you, Sukuna. The two fists collided in midair, and a violent shockwave erupted from the center of our strike. Renji scoffed. You're full of crap, Sukuna. You didn't even attack me. Given that Sukuna specializes in slashing, he could have used a close-range slash, but he chose to clash with his fist instead. This proved that Sukuna was just bluffing. Oh? How about now? At the moment their fists clashed, Sukuna reached out with his other hand. He pressed his palm against Renji's chest. In the next instant, a violent surge of cursed energy condensed in his palm. Not just Renji, but Megumi and Panda behind him noticed it too. Sukuna was going to use his slashing technique. Sukuna deliberately slowed down the activation of the technique, just so Renji would see it and dodge. Renji-chan, look out! Megumi and Panda yelled. However, Renji smiled coldly, seemingly indifferent to the attack. Even Sukuna couldn't figure out what Renji was doing anymore, but the technique was ready. He couldn't stop now. Cleave. Sukuna's slashing techniques had several moves with different power levels. The most basic one was the ordinary slash dismantle. Dismantle could be used multiple times without extra restrictions, making it very convenient to use. However, dismantle also had a flaw. its attack power was relatively low, so it was not very effective against strong opponents. That was when the more advanced slash, cleave, came into play. Cleave was a high-powered slash that traditionally required Sukuna to physically touch his target. The violent slash erupted from Sukuna's hand. Renji's soul sensed the power of the move immediately, but it was too late to dodge. In the fraction of a second before the slash hit, Renji swung his other hand with everything he had, aimed right at Sukuna's face. Without a single sound, Renji was sliced in two at the chest. His lower body remained standing, while his upper body tilted forward like a Geodude. Simultaneously, Renji's palm struck Sukuna's face with lightning speed. To pull off this strike, Sukuna exhausted almost all of his remaining cursed energy. "Eat this slap." As Renji roared, Sukuna was sent flying once again. Sukuna felt a deep sense of humiliation from the slap. In all his years, this was the first time someone other than Satoru Gojo shamed him like this. At this point, the 1 minute Sukuna had to occupy Yuji's body was almost up. According to the binding vow, Yuji was about to wake up. Looking at the tiny amount of cursed energy left in the body, Sukuna knew his plan had failed. The cause of all this was Renji, who lay on the ground. Sukuna looked at him, and used his final moments to shout in a low voice. "Renji? I remember you. I will never forget you as long as I live. Once I wake up, you will be the second person I kill." As the last sentence ended, Sukuna's soul fell silent again. Sukuna's entire soul had successfully transferred into the severed pinky finger. There was no longer a Sukuna soul inside Yuji. Yuji, regaining control of his body, immediately read the memories of the past minute. He looked at Renji, who was now just a torso, and screamed. "RNG-kun." He remembered everything. After the binding vow ended, all the memories regarding it returned to his mind. He couldn't believe that because of him, someone had died again at Sukuna's hands. Not only Yuji but also Megumi and Panda looked at the ground with dark expressions. At that moment, Renji seemed to have one last spark of consciousness, looked up at Yuji, and struggled to form a smile. "Why is your voice shaking, Itadori-kun?" Because. Yuji couldn't finish the sentence, and just pointed tremblingly at Renji's severed body. "Keep going, Itadori-kun. Your comrades are waiting for you. And I will be waiting for you up ahead. As long as you don't stop walking, the path will continue to extend. So don't you ever stop." After he finished speaking, Renji seemed to use up all his strength. His upper body lay flat on the ground, and his arm fell down powerlessly. Even though he completely lost his voice, Renji's index finger still pointed firmly toward the front. Renji. Chapter 42, Servant. 1226 words. Yuji's shout echoed throughout the hospital. Megumi also looked at Renji on the ground in silence. He didn't know what to think. At the very beginning, he had been wary of him. However, this person, whom he was wary of, allowed himself to be sliced in two by Sukuna just to save him from being possessed. Just as the atmosphere in the room had become heavy, Panda weakly raised a paw. He pointed at Renji on the ground. Why do I feel like Renji-chan's heart is still beating?" Panda's voice immediately snapped Yuji and Megumi back to reality. As jujitsu sorcerers, they immediately gathered their cursed energy and focused on Renji. They could clearly hear the faint beat of Renji's heart. "Ha! Renji-kun still alive?" Just as Yuiji was filled with doubt, Renji, who had been motionless on the ground, suddenly cried out again. "It hurts. It hurts so much." He propped up his upper body and stretched his hand towards Panda in a hurry. Quick. It hurts like hell, bring me my lower half. I'll use reverse curse technique to attach it." At this moment, the way Renji's body had been torn apart was different from Gojo Satoru's previous experience of being bisected. Gojo Satoru was cut at the waist, and the waist was crucial for a jujitsu sorcerer's cursed energy, essentially the core of the curse energy. Even though Gojo knew the reverse curse technique, his waist was destroyed, and the technique couldn't regrow his entire lower half. However, Renji had been split at the chest. Even though it was fatal, it wasn't that deadly. By using the remaining cursed energy in his upper body, Renji barely protected his own life. As long as he reattached his lower half in time, and reactivated the energy from his waist, Renji could recover. Panda didn't waste any time and quickly retrieved Renji's lower half, attaching it to the upper part of his body. The moment Renji's body rejoined, cursed energy began flowing into his upper body. After a few moments, Renji's severed body was fully reattached. Panda scratched his head. So, reverse curse technique can't just grow a new lower half. It turns out you have to assemble yourself together. That's not exactly it. Renji stood up and felt his body. I didn't have enough cursed energy to grow a new lower half from scratch. It was easier to piece it together and use the energy already in the lower half. At that moment, Yuji stood frozen on the spot. He finally understood that he had been tricked by him all along. No wonder Sukuna said he would remember him, and kill him second after he woke up. He saw through it already and knew Renji was fine. Yuji couldn't help but laugh helplessly. After confirming that he was alright, Renji looked at Itadori and pointed at his broken pinky finger. Itadori-kun, you should bandage your finger, it's still bleeding. It's a pity I haven't learned to use the reverse curse technique on others, or I could just heal you directly. Seeing that Yuji was injured, Panda immediately ran to find some gauze. Since they were in a hospital, Panda found the medicine and bandages in no time. After wrapping Yuji's hand, Renji looked at the pinky finger that originally belonged to him, the cursed object that now housed Sukuna's soul. Itadori-kun, what are you going to do with this finger? Are you going to eat it back? At this point, Yuji's pinky had turned into a cursed object housing Sukuna's soul. Unlike the single fingers Yuji encountered before, this one technically held the power of 16 fingers. If any ordinary person ate it, Sukuna's soul would likely take over their body instantly. Even Yuji himself might be at risk. He could only ensure that he didn't get possessed when he swallowed each finger one by one. If he swallowed too many at once, there was a chance that Sukuna would forcibly take over his body. That was exactly what happened in Shibuya. He was fed too many fingers at once, which caused Sukuna to lose control briefly. After thinking for a moment, Yuji shook his head. I should pass. Eating so much of Sukuna's power at once is too dangerous. I'll wait until Gojo-sensei wakes up before making a decision. Renji nodded. It was true that, based on Sukuna's behavior, only Gojo Satoru could firmly suppress him right now. Yuji was concerned about the potential dangers. Even if he had to eat the fingers, it would have to be under Gojo Satoru's supervision. Even though Renji was here now, Yuji didn't trust that he could stop Sukuna. Well, let's just put it away for now, just to be safe. Renji casually responded, but he couldn't help feeling curious. What if Sukuna never woke up? What would happen to my mission to challenge Sukuna? Did that 1 minute of fighting him count as a challenge? It probably should. At the very least, I landed a massive slap on his face. While he was deep in thought, Renji suddenly jerked his head up. He kicked Yuji away and used the momentum to leap backward. Enemy! Watch out! In the next instant, a massive pillar of solid ice grew right where they had been standing. A person who looked like a young girl, wearing robes with snow-white hair, appeared out of nowhere. Renji immediately recognized the figure. It was none other than Sukuna's loyal servant. An ancient jujitsu sorcerer, Uram. Uram stared fixedly at the severed finger in Yuji's hand. He raised his hand and launched an attack directly at him. Ice formation, frost calm. An iceberg as huge as a mountain formed on the spot, freezing Renji completely inside it. Turning his attention back to Yuji, Uram rushed towards him, aiming directly at the pinky finger in his hand that housed Sukuna's soul. Not long ago, he had felt Sukuna's presence and rushed here immediately. However, by the time he arrived, Sukuna's soul had already returned to slumber. But as Sukuna's most loyal servant, Yuram quickly identified that the finger in Yuji's hand contained Sukuna's soul. Yuji's expression tightened as he saw Yuram attack. He realized what Yuram wanted and turned to retreat with the finger. However, just as Yuram was about to get close to Yuji, a mocking voice came from behind. "Hey, hey, hey. Don't forget about me." The next moment, a crack echoed from within the ice. The frozen block trapping Renji shattered. A massive force like a lightning strike exploded from Renji's hand, slamming Yuram downward. Yuram was smashed into the dirt, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Suddenly, a wave of frost climbed up Renji's arm from Yuram's head. He was forced to release his hold on Yuram's head and retreat. Yuram stood up from the ground and looked at him with eyes full of disgust. "This man is evil for getting in my way." Renji glanced at the pinky finger in Yuji's hand and looked at Yuram with a smile. "You want to steal that finger from Itadori-kun, don't you?" Yuji's palm tightened as he gripped the finger firmly. Renji pointed to Yuji, Megumi, Panda, and himself. "However, we've got 4 people here, and you're alone. Are you sure you can win?" "It's 4 against 1. The advantage is ours." Chapter 43, The Slippery Ground. 1459 words. Yuram's face darkened. He knew Renji was right. I clearly cannot take back Sukuna-sama's finger on my own. He took 2 deep breaths in anger and shouted into the distance. "Kenjaku! How long are you going to just watch? How will you carry out the culling game without Sukuna-sama?" Following Yuram's gaze, everyone looked toward a distant corner. They saw Kenjaku, inhabiting Sugiru's body, and wearing monk robes, walking out from the shadows with a smile. All right. Yuram, you really know how to boss people around. I've come out, haven't I?" Seeing Kenjaku appear, Yuji's heart tensed. He looked at Kenjaku and asked, "Kenjaku, have you been to the Star Corridor yet?" The Star Corridor was where Tengen resided. Before entering the culling game, Yuji had gone there with a group to find Tengen. To get information about the culling game, Choso and Yuki Tsukumo stayed behind at the Star Corridor to protect Tengen. Kenjaku shook his head regretfully. "You don't need to be afraid. I haven't had the chance to go there yet." After answering the question, Kenjaku smiled at Yuji. "Itadori, since I've answered your question, could you please give me Sukuna's finger?" "I'll give you." Renji's words got stuck in his throat, and he narrowly swallowed the rest of the insult. "I probably shouldn't say, give you your mom. After all, Kenjaku literally is Itadori-kun's mom." Kenjaku looked at Renji with a strange expression. For some reason, he felt like Renji was looking at him in a very weird way. He turned back to Yuji, hoping the boy would hand over the finger hosting Sukuna's soul. However, it was obvious that Yuji wouldn't hand over the finger. "I refuse." Yuji's voice was firm, and Kenjaku didn't seem surprised by this at all. He sighed in slight frustration. "Well, in that case, we will just have to take it by force." Kenjaku's words made the atmosphere turn serious. Yuji immediately entered a fighting stance, Panda once again activated his gorilla form, and even Megumi prepared himself to chant a ritual. However, at that moment, a loud voice interrupted the tension. "You think you can win?" Renji, who had appeared behind Yuji at some point, patted his shoulder and yelled toward Kenjaku. "This is Tiger of the West Junior High. What if you're an ancient sorcerer? You still can't beat him." Renji's wild laughter echoed through the hospital air, but Yuji didn't feel quite that confident. He scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Ah. Renji-san, don't include me in your bragging. And how did you even know the Tiger of West nickname? Don't sweat the details." Renji waved his hand dismissively. He looked at Kenjaku nonchalantly and called out. "What if there's one more of you?" "There are only 2 of you, and there are 4 of us." The combat strength is 4 against 2. The advantage is still ours. Oh, really? Kenjaku's sinister voice drifted from the front. In the next moment, Kenjaku raised his hand slightly, and a massive swarm of cursed spirits poured out from his palm. After a few moments, the sky above the entire hospital was crowded with cursed spirits. Renji sensed several spirits among them with incredibly powerful cursed energy. These were none other than the spirits controlled by Geto Sugiru's cursed spirit manipulation. Kenjaku looked at him with a thin smile. Now, who do you think has more people on their side? That's dirty. You only know how to use numbers against us. Why not fight me one-on-one? Kenjaku took a deep breath. He realized he couldn't quite keep up with Renji's logic. Hey, wasn't it you the one trying to use numbers against us just a second ago? Why is it dirty when I do it? What's the difference? Renji waved his hand carelessly. How can you compare yourself to me? We fight for what is right. Yours is an evil. The situations are completely different. The chatter between Renji and Kenjaku continued, but someone had clearly run out of patience. Yuram lunged forward and dashed straight toward Yuji. He didn't have time for Renji's trash talk, and had to retrieve the figure with Sukuna's soul immediately. The moment Yuram moved, Megumi moved as well. He formed his hands into the shape of a dog and shouted, "Divine Dog, Totality." In the next moment, a black dog with white paws shot out from Megumi's shadow, heading straight for Yuram. However, Kenjaku clearly had no intention of letting the dog pass. He struck with his palm, sending the dog flying back, and smiled at Megumi. Let's not disturb them. I will be your opponent. To Kenjaku, his task was simply to hold off Megumi and Panda. The remaining opponents were Yuji, who had only been a jujitsu sorcerer for less than half a year, and an unknown bystander who became a sorcerer after the culling game. Yuram, on the other hand, was an ancient sorcerer revived through a vessel. He should be able to handle them, and Kenjaku didn't need to help. However, just moments later, a figure flew backward. The person was none other than Yuram, who had just charged in. Kenjaku looked down at Yuram, who had slid to his feet. Master Yuram, are you okay? Yuram shot him a glare, immediately stood up and grumbled. I'm fine. The ground is just really slippery. Kenjaku's smile faded as he looked seriously at Renji, who was not far away. As Renji released his cursed energy to repel Yuram, Kenjaku finally noticed that the amount of energy in Renji's body was enormous. He had only ever seen this level of cursed energy reserve in Sukuna. Who is this person? How does he have cursed energy reserves nearly on par with Sukuna? Does he also have a Shikigami like Rika? Rika was an extremely powerful cursed spirit created by Yuta Okatsu, possessing almost infinite cursed energy, which Yuta could indirectly exert. However, Kenjaku wasn't sure if Renji's massive cursed energy was innate, or if there was some external help. He waved his hand toward Megumi, and started walking toward Renji. It was clear that he intended for Yuram to deal with Megumi and Panda while he tested Renji's strength. Yuram didn't resist. In terms of raw power, Kenjaku was stronger than him. It would be easier for him to take the finger back. But before he left, Yuram gave Kenjaku a friendly reminder. Master Kenjaku, the ground is really slippery. The battle quickly broke out again. Megumi and Panda fought Yuram, while Yuji and Renji took on Kenjaku. As soon as they started, Kenjaku felt that Renji's strength was wrong. No matter how he looked at it, Renji didn't seem like a beginner who had only recently become a sorcerer. Renji swiftly appeared beside Kenjaku and kicked him flying. Kenjaku rolled several times before standing up, slightly shaking off the paralysis from the lightning attack. He looked at Renji with growing wariness. Have you really only been a jujitsu sorcerer for just over 10 days? You don't look like it. Really? Renji nodded. Maybe it's because I'm a genius. Ha ha ha. Kenjaku didn't refute. If what Renji said was true, then he was indeed a genius. Not just any genius, but one whose potential had surpassed even Gojo Satoru. Meanwhile, Yuram watched as Kenjaku began to struggle, and his expression darkened. Is it possible that even Kenjaku is not a match for that kid? Then how am I supposed to get Sukuna's finger back? Unlike Yuram's frustration, Yuji and the others were extremely excited. They even began to imagine that they could take this opportunity to capture Kenjaku, the mastermind behind the culling game, once and for all. At this moment, Rinji was filled with joy. As expected of me, I'm too good at this. Even Kenjaku isn't my match. He waved his hand at Itadori. Itadori-kun, step back, watch me take on Kenjaku in a one-on-one. Kenjaku laughed out of pure anger when he heard this. After all these years, this was the first time someone looked down on him so much. He had to show Rinji what a real master could do. Brat, you're so confident. I'm a special grade jujitsu sorcerer, you know. Rinji waved his hand carelessly, so what if you're a special grade jujitsu sorcerer? It's not like I'm any different. Kenjaku narrowed his eyes at him. Oh, you think you're a special grade jujitsu sorcerer? I think I am. Well, it's not up to you to decide. Kenjaku's cold voice echoed, and his eyes locked on him. Let me test your strength. In the next moment, he slowly raised his hands, making a hand gesture with his palms crossed. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. Chapter 44, The Unintended Ritual. 1168 words. As Kenjaku successfully expanded his domain, the entire hospital was instantly filled with a sinister power. A massive tree, made of blood and spirits, grew directly on the spot. The tree was covered in various individuals with their flesh and blood fused together. Kenjaku's domain, like Sukuna's malevolent shrine, was an open domain without a physical barrier. Consequently, everyone present saw that tree of flesh grow out of thin air. Holy shit! Rinji shouted at Kenjaku, that's not fair. We were fighting just fine. Why did you have to open a domain? Kenjaku looked at him with genuine interest. You can't use domain expansion. As someone who can't even expand a domain truly call themselves a special grade sorcerer. Rinji's expression shifted, and he really didn't know how to use domain expansion. What was even more fatal was that Rinji didn't just lack a domain. He also didn't know techniques like simple domain, falling blossom emotion, or hollow wicker basket, that could neutralize a guaranteed hit effect of an enemy's innate technique within a domain. Fighting an enemy inside their domain, Rinji was naturally at a disadvantage. I'm in real trouble here. I need to get out of this range fast. Seeing the situation, Rinji instantly activated the lightning-cursed energy in his body. He prepared to flee the range of Kenjaku's womb perfusion. However, Kenjaku was already watching Rinji's every move. The moment he tried to run away, a massive amount of gravity pressed down on his body. Rinji's face began to contort violently. His body fell uncontrollably, and he was crushed deep into the ground. The sound of shattering bones echoed from within. Rinji clearly felt that his body had suffered massive damage under the gravitational pressure. Damn it. Next time I definitely have to learn Hollow Basket from Kashimo. You son of a bitch, Kenjaku. Just you wait until I learn it, then we'll see if I don't kick your ass. The major reason he didn't want to kill Hajime Kashimo at first was so he could learn Hollow Basket to counter domains. Unfortunately, Rinji accidentally killed the guy with a single punch. Now, Rinji could only rely on his physical body and reverse curse technique to endure Kenjaku's domain. However, Rinji was struggling to hold on. Kenjaku was a special grade sorcerer, after all. He could keep his domain active for a long time. Even Yuki Tsukumo, a fellow special grade, couldn't hold out for long against Kenjaku's domain, let alone Rinji. Rinji-kun. Yuji shouted in panic and tried to rush forward to help. However, in the next moment, Kenjaku's domain triggered again, and Yuji was slammed onto the ground. It wasn't just Yuji, Megumi, and Panda were also hit by the gravity combined with the domain, falling to their knees alongside Renji. Seeing everyone pinned down, Yuram felt a sense of relief. He flashed to Yuji's side and grabbed the finger that housed Sukuna's power. Kenjaku shook his head helplessly. "Don't be so impatient. I was going to give it to you in a moment anyway." Yuram ignored Kenjaku. In his eyes, nothing was more important than retrieving Sukuna. As he watched the finger get stolen, Megumi fell into despair. In an instant, a massive pressure enveloped him. He couldn't imagine how much damage Sukuna would cause to the Jujutsu world and the entire world if he were resurrected while Gojo was still sealed. The pressure grew from the depths of his heart, and Megumi could no longer handle the weight of it. He was about to snap. As Kenjaku's gravity focused mainly on Renji, the pressure on Megumi was not as heavy. He summoned all his strength, gathered his cursed energy, and forcefully moved his arms. In the next moment, Megumi clenched his fists and placed one above the other in a ritual stance. "I'm sorry, everyone. With this treasure I summon Furub Yura." As the incantation finished, the atmosphere on the scene went dead silent. Kenjaku was the first to notice something was wrong, turning his head back toward Megumi. "What did you do?" A surge of gravity slammed Megumi back into the ground, but it was too late. A frog-like creature grew around them, and a humanoid creature tightly wrapped in white bandages appeared in the center. In the next moment, the bandages tore away. A creature with no eyes, 4 small wings on its face, and a golden will behind its head emerged. Maharaga. Kenjaku looked at Maharaga with a heavy expression. As an old monster who had lived for 1,000 years, he naturally recognized the ultimate technique of the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique, 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga. In fact, Megumi had released Maharaga once before during the Shibuya incident not long ago. However, back then, Sukuna killed Maharaga, but Sukuna wasn't here now. "This is bad. If that wheel turns, I'm in trouble." Kenjaku didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately released full-power gravity onto Maharaga. The gravity pinned Maharaga to the ground, but in the next instant, the wheel on Maharaga's head spun rapidly. He was adapting to the gravity and Kenjaku's womb perfusion at the same time. In just a flash, Maharaga's body began to adjust. He slowly started to stand up, the effect of the gravity on him diminishing without limit. Kenjaku didn't stay to watch and immediately shouted to Yuram. "Retreat." A fish-like cursed spirit appeared beside him. Kenjaku and Yuram quickly jumped onto it and swam toward the sky. As Kenjaku took flight, Maharaga's figure already reached his feet. The sword of extermination slammed violently into the spot where Kenjaku had stood just moments before. Unfortunately, Maharaga didn't fully adapt to Kenjaku's gravity yet, and couldn't hit Kenjaku while he was already in the air. As Kenjaku fled into the distance, the effect of womb perfusion vanished. Renji and the others finally escaped the crushing gravity. However, even though Kenjaku was gone, a very serious problem remained for them to handle. Maharaga was still there. The ritual Megumi used to summon Maharaga was a special exorcism ritual. As no one in the history of the Zenin clan ever tamed Maharaga, they developed this specific ritual. If the user forcibly summoned Maharaga in an extreme situation, Maharaga would kill every participant in the ritual. This would mean a user of the 10 Shadows technique could take an unbeatable enemy down with them. This was why Megumi apologized before using it. He dragged everyone present into the ritual. However, the problem now was that Kenjaku escaped like a coward. He fled before Maharaga adapted to his gravity and moved out of the creature's attack range. This left Yuji, Panda, and Renji as Maharaga's primary targets. In other words, it was now Renji's turn to fight Maharaga. After the continuous pressure disappeared, Renji finally repaired his body using the reverse curse technique. He slowly climbed up from the ground, looking at the Maharaga in front of him, and finally lost it. What the fuck? Chapter 45, God of Thunder of the Modern Era. 1,166 words. In the distance, Uram sat atop the fish-cursed spirit, looking back with lingering fear. Even though they had traveled far, the overwhelming pressure of Maharaga still felt as if it were right before his eyes. Uram asked, "Are we safe now?" "How could that be possible?" Kenjaku explained with a darkened expression. "The Maharaga exorcism ritual has no range limit. Even if we run far away, Maharaga will track us down on its own unless we leave on this planet. It's only a matter of time. If they ran fast enough, they could technically lead Maharaga around like a dog on a leash. However, Maharaga possessed the ability to adapt. He would eventually adapt to their speed. Given enough time, Maharaga would inevitably find a way to catch them." "Then what do we do now?" Uram asked solemnly. He didn't care for his own life, but he cared deeply for Sukuna's safety. Sukuna still had tasks for him to complete. Kenjaku glanced behind them. Maharaga should be fighting Itadori and the others right now. That brat named Rinji should be able to stall him for a while. Since we are moving far away and Maharaga cannot teleport and won't find us that quickly, we just need to find a vessel to reincarnate Sukuna. With him around, Maharaga won't be an issue. I just need to stay out of that monster's reach until Sukuna takes over." Kenjaku's plan was to temporarily flee from the ritual's immediate range. Once Sukuna was resurrected, even if only for Uram's sake, he would step in to deal with Maharaga. As for the possibility of Maharaga being defeated by Rinji and the others, Kenjaku never even considered it. Even hundreds of years ago, the head of the Gojo family, who possessed both the six eyes and the limitless technique, couldn't achieve such a feat. Rinji was merely a beginner to the jujitsu world, and how could he possibly possess such power? Upon hearing the name Sukuna, Uram's heart immediately steadied. Sukuna-sama will surely destroy that monster. To Uram, Sukuna could definitely kill Maharaga. Besides, resurrecting Sukuna was his main goal anyway, even without the threat of the Shikigami. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and resurrect Sukuna-sama. Kenjaku shook his head helplessly. Don't be in such a rush. We need to find a decent body for Sukuna, don't we? Uram, I assume you wouldn't want to see Sukuna incarnated into a pathetic vessel. Hospital. Rinji and the others had already engaged Maharaga. In just the first exchange, Panda was beaten directly out of his Triceratops form. Yuji's divergent fist was useless against Maharaga. Even when he managed to land a black flash, it only made Maharaga stumble back slightly. Maharaga's combat power could only be described as terrifying. Even though they were both Shikigami, Maharaga treated Megumi's divine dog, Totality, like a stray dog, nearly kicking it to death with a single strike. Seeing that they couldn't leave a single scratch on the beast, Rinji knew they couldn't let this continue. This thing can adapt to anything. If I keep letting them adapt it, it will just keep getting stronger. Eventually, even Sukuna won't be able to handle it. He used a lightning speed kick to temporarily force Maharaga back. Everyone, get back. Stop giving Maharaga a chance to adapt. Can't you see he is getting stronger every second? After hearing this, Megumi lowered his head in guilt. He didn't expect that summoning Maharaga would not only fail to defeat Kenjaku but also drag everyone into grave danger. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have summoned it. Rinji waved him off. I wouldn't say it was a total mistake. If you hadn't summoned him, that old bastard Kenjaku might not have left. Yuji looked at Maharaga with a grim expression. What do we do now? Fushiguro, can you unsummon your Maharaga? Megumi shook his head with a grimace. No. Unless Maharaga dies or I manage to defeat him, I can't dispel the ritual. Panda was sent flying back by a slap from Maharaga. Before he could even stand, he yelled, "Stop chatting. We need to figure out how to fight this thing." Rinji took a deep breath, his eyes fixed solemnly on Maharaga. He gestured for everyone to back away. All of you, back off. Get far away. I'm going to take him on alone. If we're leaving, we leave together. How can we leave you here alone? Yuji instinctively refused. He thought Rinji intended to sacrifice himself to stall Maharaga so they could escape. However, Rinji simply ripped off his shirt, cracked his neck, and tossed the garment to the ground. You're overthinking it. If I wanted to run, I would have been gone. I just feel like I have a shot at killing this thing. That's impossible. Megumi countered instinctively. In his mind, no one besides Sukuna and Satoru Gojo could one-shot Maharaga. Rinji didn't respond, but a massive amount of lightning suddenly erupted from his body. He spoke to Yuji and the others without turning his head. I'm about to release a finishing move. The power is too high for me to control the radius. If you stay here, I can't guarantee you won't be caught in the crossfire. The overflowing lightning surged out and shocked Yuji and the others. After realizing that he was not joking, they scrambled to retreat. Then we'll back off. If you fail, I'll come save you immediately. Yuji shouted. Whatever. Rinji replied nonchalantly, if I fail, I'll be dead. Whether you save me or not won't matter much. The moment the words left his mouth, even more lightning surged from his body. Yuji and the others fled for their lives. Panda, who was a bit slower, accidentally got caught in the sparks, and his scalp tingled from the shock. Even Maharaga, standing not far away, was briefly stunned by the lightning erupting from Rinji. The wheel on its head spun continuously as it tried to adapt to Rinji's electricity. Rinji stared at Maharaga. I was saving this for Sukuna. I didn't think I'd have to give a mindless puppet the premiere. Well, think of it as a rehearsal. If I can't even handle you, there's no point talking about facing Sukuna. That was it. Rinji was about to activate his curse technique release. To defeat Maharaga, Rinji had to kill it with a single blow. He knew that only his curse technique release might have a chance. In the distance, Panda, who was still running, suddenly looked up at the sky. Look! The sky is going dark. Yuji and Megumi looked up. They looked toward Rinji and realized instantly that this was the finishing move he had mentioned. What kind of technique is this? Rinji no longer has the properties of an electric current, but he is the electricity. Suddenly, a shout echoed that sounded less like a man and more like a god. Curse technique release, Mythical Beast Amber. Chapter 46, Mythical Beast Amber. 1066 words. As the roar subsided, a mass of gathered electricity formed in Rinji's body. After a few moments, a giant beast made entirely of electricity appeared before Yuji and the others. It was a giant beast in the shape of a bear, standing over 5 meters tall, with lightning flowing across its entire body. The beast threw its head back and let out a long howl. A violent shockwave instantly radiated outward from the center of the field, blowing away massive amounts of building debris. Panda. Rinji-san turned into a lightning panda just like you. Yuji shouted, slapping Panda's shoulder, his eyes wide with shock. Panda irritably slapped Yuji's hand away and corrected him. What's wrong with your eyes? That's not a panda, that's clearly a literal beast. Beside them, Megumi didn't care whether it was a panda or a bear with his eyes filled with disbelief. Having lived for many years and seen many jujitsu sorcerers, he had never seen an innate technique like this. What kind of cursed technique is this? How can it turn a person into a literal giant beast? Panda grabbed Yuji and Megumi under each arm and continued running outward. Stop worrying about what kind of curse technique it is. Hurry up and run farther away. We're going to get caught in the crossfire. A massive amount of lightning appeared alongside the giant beast, repeatedly striking the surrounding buildings. In the middle of the battlefield, Maharaga stared blankly at the 5-meter-tall beast. The wheel on its head actually stopped turning for a moment. It couldn't adapt. However, Rinji didn't care whether Maharaga could adapt or not. Maharaga, who was usually very tall, looked like a tiny child in front of the massive Rinji. He reached out and grabbed Maharaga with both hands. Then, a massive amount of cursed energy gathered in Rinji's palms. He continuously shocked the Maharaga in his grip, attempting to exorcise and destroy him in one go. Maharaga suffered from the excessive electricity attacks, and his skin began to char rapidly. In the distance, Yuji and the others reached a safer spot. Relying on their enhanced vision as sorcerers, they clearly saw Maharaga being crushed in the hands of the giant beast. After watching Maharaga struggle, Megumi asked hopefully, "Will he win?" "He'll win." Yuji nodded firmly. After all, they had no better choice but to believe in Rinji at this point. Suddenly, the wheel on Maharaga's head began to spin frantically, and his charred body started to heal at high speed. On the battlefield, Rinji's heart sank. "You adapt way too fast." He clearly felt Maharaga begin to struggle in his palms. It wouldn't be long before Maharaga fully adapted to his electricity. Rinji's mind raced as he quickly thought of a solution. In the next moment, a move he had only ever imagined flashed through his mind. "If this doesn't work, I'm done for." As they saw Maharaga start to adapt to the lightning and struggle to break free from Rinji's grip, Yuji and the others were overwhelmed by despair. Megumi collapsed to his knees. "Is it still not enough? Is it truly impossible to defeat Maharaga?" Just when they thought the battle was over, Rinji suddenly lifted Maharaga and held him above his own head. Then, the beast form Rinji tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide. "Ah! Is Rinji-san going to eat Maharaga?" Yuji shouted instinctively, terrified by his own thought. Maharaga probably isn't edible, right? Obviously, Yuji was overthinking it. Rinji soon showed them exactly what he planned to do. A blue light of cursed energy began to glow from Rinji's feet, moving up through his body, arms, and neck, his entire being radiated a blue light. The light gathered toward his upper body and finally concentrated into a giant sphere of light inside his open mouth. Could it be? Yuji and the others had a vague guess. In the next moment, the sphere of light in Rinji's mouth exploded outward. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a violent breath of electricity surged from his mouth, striking Maharaga's head with perfect precision. The light was so blinding that even from hundreds of meters away, Yuji and the others felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They instinctively raised their arms to shield their vision, squinting to stare at the battlefield swallowed by white light. The moment the sonic cannon hit, Maharaga let out its most violent shriek. The wheel on its head spun frantically, as if it were desperately trying to adapt to an attack of such unprecedented intensity. However, it was useless. The sonic cannon Rinji unleashed by gathering all his cursed energy was completely different from the electricity he released earlier. The power contained within was on an entirely different level. Maharaga tried to repair its body, but the cursed energy output in the sonic cannon was too overwhelming. As soon as the charred skin began to regenerate, it was destroyed again by the following surge of electricity. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be pierced by Rinji's sonic cannon. Yuji stood with his mouth wide open, unable to say a word. Panda's pupils contracted violently as he watched the continuous sonic cannon from the beast. "We're both bears, but the gap between us seems a bit too large." Beside them, Megumi felt that he would likely never forget this image for the rest of his life. After a few moments, Maharaga's head began to melt, peeling away and evaporating layer by layer from the outside in. Its body began to collapse, cracks appearing across its torso like a spiderweb, with blinding blue-white lightning leaking from every fissure. Bang! Maharaga's body was completely shattered. Aside from the time hundreds of years ago when the head of the Gojo family died along with it, Maharaga suffered its second defeat in its history. The sonic cannon in Rinji's mouth slowly stopped and silence fell over the battlefield. The electricity on Rinji's body faded and dissipated, and his giant beast form shrank bit by bit until he finally disappeared from Yuji and the others. In the distance, Megumi couldn't help but fall to his knees. It wasn't that he couldn't accept someone defeating Maharaga. But hasn't Rinji been a sorcerer for less than 20 days? How could he defeat Maharaga? Is this even logical? Is he really just a genius? Chapter 47, Candidates. 1255 words. Fushiguro. Fushiguro. Yuji's cheering voice rang out from the side. Megumi turned his head stiffly. Yuji's face was filled with surprise and excitement. We won. We won. Rinji-chan won. He slapped Fushiguro's shoulder and pulled him toward the battlefield. Let's go. We need to go check on him right now. In the center of the battlefield, Rinji lay on the ground, weak and unable to move a single muscle. The curse technique of mythical beast Amber had reconstructed his flesh and blood, transforming him into an electrical phenomena. Normally, Rinji would have died the instant the release ended. However, Rinji's RCT was inherited from Sukuna, and his level of knowledge about RCT was exceptionally high. Moreover, Rinji had already been thinking about how to survive this technique long after he defeated Kashimo. After fighting a lot of sorcerers, he managed to understand curse technique reversal by channeling positive energy directly into an innate technique. This would undo the evaporation of his cells and allow him to turn the technique off safely. Rinji couldn't exactly practice it in his spare time. He had to activate it for the very first time in his life, leaving him zero room to experiment with a reversal. This was only a gamble and fortunately it worked. However, the cost was devastating. Rinji had only managed to patch together his vital organs, and the rest of his body was a fragile, charred wreck. A simple punch from a low-level curse could kill him right now. Just then, Yuji's voice drifted over from the distance. Rinji-san, what happened to you? Through blurred vision, Rinji saw Yuji, Fushiguro, and Panda sprinting through the shattered concrete ruins. He shook his head slightly. I'm all right, just exhausted. Rinji forced the words past a throat that still tasted like copper. Before Yuji could offer a relieved smile, Rinji gripped Yuji's sleeve with what little strength he had left. Leave this place. Now. If Kenjaku comes back to check the body, we're all dead. At the mention of that name, a heavy chill fell over the group. Megumi's face paled, and Yuji nodded fiercely. Without a second thought, Panda stepped forward, carefully hoisting Rinji onto his back. Hold on tight, Rinji-san. Panda muttered, kicking up dust as he bolted toward Jujutsu High. The traces of the battle Rinji left behind were incredibly obvious. In the distance, Kenjaku, who had already fled far from the battlefield, suddenly looked back. He stared at the sonic cannon breath that pierced the sky, and couldn't help but cry out in shock. What level of cursed energy is that? It's almost on par with Sukuna, isn't it? Even Yuram, Sukuna's most loyal servant, showed a flash of solemnity in his eyes. Even though he never believed anyone could compare to his master, based strictly on the level of cursed energy, that attack really was getting close to Sukuna's level. Did they actually defeat Maharaga? Thinking of this, Kenjaku hesitated. Even the fish-like cursed spirit carrying him, and Yuram stopped moving instinctively. Yuram glared at him, who seemed tempted to turn back. Why did you stop? Keep moving, I need to resurrect Sukuna-sama immediately. Kenjaku looked at Yuram helplessly. Sigh, look at you getting all impatient again. Can't we even take a break? Ultimately, Kenjaku gave up on the idea of going back. What if that brat failed to defeat Maharaga? If I go back now, wouldn't I just be walking straight into Maharaga's trap? He decided to forget it and prioritize Sukuna's resurrection. While controlling the fish curse spirit, Kenjaku looked at Yuram with a smile and asked. I say, Yuram, don't be in such a hurry. Did you decide who will serve as the vessel for Sukuna's reincarnation? Yuram paused. This was a question he hadn't truly considered. This was to be Sukuna's future body. He couldn't just pick anyone. Uram immediately began analyzing potential candidates. Based on the situation when I arrived, Sukuna-sama must have voluntarily poured his soul and power into that brat's pinky finger. That means he was prepared to switch to a new body for reincarnation. After excluding Yuji as an impossible option, only Panda, Fushiguro, and Rinji remained at the scene. Panda wasn't human, and he couldn't serve as a vessel. As for Rinji, he probably never met Sukuna before, and it didn't make sense for Sukuna to choose him. Then there is only one choice left. Does Sukuna-sama want to use Megumi Fushiguro's body as his vessel? Seeing Uram sink into deep thought, Kenjaku nodded with a smile. Exactly. Think carefully about the candidate for Sukuna's body. There's time to resurrect him once you've decided. 2.5 hours later. Jujutsu High, Medical Infirmary. Shoko Yeri, who was originally resting, was suddenly called over. Looking at Rinji lying on the hospital bed, Shoko asked in confusion. Who is this? This is Rinji-chan. He's injured and feeling a bit unwell. I was hoping Shoko-chan could help treat him. Panda introduced him quickly. Since Yuji's situation was sensitive and the higher-ups had issues with him, it was not easy for him to return to the school freely. Thus, Yuji didn't follow them back. After he saw Panda to the entrance of Jujutsu High, he left with Megumi to return to Tokyo Colony No. 1 to find the angel, Hana Kurusu. Panda whispered a warning to Shoko, Rinji-chan's injuries are quite severe. They might be a bit difficult to treat. Shoko didn't ask questions, and just waved her hand dismissively. She had treated countless sorcerers over the years. What kind of injury hadn't she seen? However, the moment she began the examination, she shouted. How are you even still alive? The injuries on Rinji's body were catastrophic. There wasn't a single patch of healthy skin, and he was covered in electrical burns. Shoko couldn't keep her composure, as she had truly never seen someone with such severe trauma still breathing. At that moment, Rinji struggled to open his eyes on the bed. You don't need to worry about me too much. This is just a side effect of using my technique. A mere fatal wound is no big deal. Once my cursed energy recovers, I can use the reverse curse technique to heal myself. Dr. Yeri, just give me some basic treatment. Hearing the words reverse cursed technique, Shoko's eyes narrowed slightly. In the jujitsu world, the reverse curse technique was considered a very high-level technique. The number of people who knew this technique could probably be counted on one hand. She didn't expect that the men before her could actually use it. Shoko nodded, relaxing slightly. After giving him a general treatment, Shoko wiped the sweat from her brow and pulled Panda into a corner. She glanced at Rinji and asked about his background. Panda excitedly told the story. Panda immediately and enthusiastically introduced him to Shoko. After she heard that Rinji defeated Maharaga, Shoko's eyes widened completely. You're saying he defeated Maharaga? Yeah. Panda nodded enthusiastically, his face full of admiration. Rinji-chan is incredible. I can still see that giant lightning beast in my head. Shoko took one last look at him on the bed and thought to herself. The newcomers these days are getting crazier and crazier. They're all monsters. Oh, Satoru. I wonder what you'll think when you wake up and see these people. While Reggie was recovering, Yuji and Megumi, who were heading to the first colony, encountered a stroke of good luck. They finally found the angel, Hana Kurusu. Chapter 48, The Angel. 1405 words. November 13, 2018, in the afternoon. Tokyo Colony No. 1. After sending Rinji to Jujutsu High, Yuji and Megumi set out on the barrier to find Angel, Hana Kurusu. Yuji looked at Megumi beside him with some concern. Fushiguro, actually, I could do this on my own. Didn't Rinji-san say Sukuna is targeting your body? You'd probably be safer staying at Jujutsu High. Megumi's eyes flashed with a hint of worry when he heard this. He didn't know why Sukuna targeted his body, but judging by the situation at the hospital, Sukuna definitely tried to shove a finger into his mouth. Yuji's suggestion was indeed the more logical plan, but Megumi didn't want to be a mere vessel to be protected and wanted to contribute. I don't want to be a burden to you all, and I want to help. He looked at Yuji, his tone serious and firm. Besides, I'm a grade 2 sorcerer. I have confidence in my own strength. Megumi spoke with resolve. Even if Uram really showed up, he could always summon Maharaga to blow them to pieces before they could control him. Yuji scratched his head in frustration. What are you talking about being a burden? Stop talking like we're strangers. Yuji was highly dissatisfied with Megumi's casual willingness to pull a suicide card. Despite his frustration, Yuji knew he could not convince him. The only thing he could do was try his best to prevent such a situation from happening in the first place. Yuji sighed and quickly changed the subject. Forget about Sukuna for a moment. We need to find the angel, Hana Kurusu, as fast as possible. Uram stole the finger containing Sukuna's soul and power, and Sukuna could be resurrected at any moment. To stand a chance against him, Yuji had to find Hana Kurusu as soon as possible to free Satoru Gojo from the prison realm. Megumi nodded, worry flashing in his eyes. You're right, but where do we even begin looking for her? Right now, they had no idea where Hana Kurusu was. They only knew what she looked like based on Rinji's description. Just as Yuji was anxiously looking around for where to start his search, a figure suddenly flew into his line of sight high up in the sky. It was a young girl with small wings on her back, and a golden halo above her head. Ah! Yuji pointed up at the girl. Fushiguro, look. Does that person look like the Hana Kurusu Rinji-san described? What do you mean, Hana Kurusu? There's no way we'd just run into her like. Megumi didn't believe they could run into her so easily. However, the moment he looked up, he froze on the spot. Huh! It really looks like Hana Kurusu. Whether it was the wings on her back or the halo above her head, she was a perfect match for the description Rinji gave them. Seeing Angel about to fly further away, Yuji didn't waste a second. He immediately chased after her and shouted toward the sky. Hey! Angel Hana Kurusu. Hearing someone call her name, Hana Kurusu glanced down casually. After that single glance, an unbelievable figure appeared in her eyes. Megumi Fushiguro. Is that really Megumi Fushiguro? Hana's heart skipped a beat, and she paused midair. What Megumi didn't know was that a cursed spirit had once kept Hana captive when she was a child. The person who ultimately rescued her back then was none other than a young Megumi. The moment she saw him, Hana recognized him instantly. Just then, Megumi's anxious shout reached her from below. Hana Kurusu, wait. We need your help. Megumi's voice nearly made Hana fall out of the sky. Ah! It's really Fushiguro-kun, and he's actually looking for me. Suppressing the sheer joy in her heart, Hana let out a light cough and slowly descended from the sky. Once she reached the ground, Yuji and Megumi rushed over to her. Yuji looked at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. Excuse me, are you the angel, Hana Kurusu? Hana Kurusu nodded. I am Hana Kurusu, but I am not Angel. Huh? Just as Yuji voiced his confusion, a small mouth suddenly opened on Hana Kurusu's face. I am Angel. What do you want with me? The sudden voice and the mouth appearing on Hana's face gave Megumi a huge fright. Yuji, however, felt a sense of familiarity. Ah! This is exactly the same situation as Sukuna. The situation between Hana Kurusu and the angel was identical to how Sukuna used to reside inside Yuji's body. Sukuna, too, could manifest a mouth anywhere on Yuji's skin to speak. After the angel heard the name Sukuna, the previously calm angel instantly changed expression. What do you mean by that? You've met Sukuna. The major reason for the angel's reincarnation was to kill other ancient sorcerers. In her view, when people die, they should stay dead, and they should not resurrect to interfere with the world. Among all the ancient sorcerers, Sukuna, the king of curses, was the angel's primary target. Hearing his name now, Angel became incredibly urgent. Yuji rubbed the back of his neck and gave a slightly awkward nod. You could say I've met him. Sukuna used to be living inside my body. Sukuna was inside your body. Angel's gaze sharpened and she instinctively prepared to activate Jacob's ladder to purify Yuji, but she caught herself a second later and spoke in disbelief. What do you mean by used to? Since he needed Angel's help, Yuji didn't hide anything. He briefly explained the history between himself and Sukuna. When Hanakurusu heard that Sukuna had attempted to take over Megumi's body, forcing him to summon Maharaga in a desperate attempt to blow himself up along with Kenjaku, her face turned pale. She looked at Megumi in a panic. Fushiguro-kun, is your body okay? I'm fine, thanks for asking. Megumi blanked for a second, completely unable to fathom why Hanakurusu was so overly worried about him. However, Angel cared more about something else. You're saying someone destroyed Maharaga? I thought Sukuna was unrivaled, but to think someone else is just as powerful. What kind of sorcerer is he? Even though Angel was a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, Maharaga's fearsome reputation hadn't spread back in her original era. However, after Kenjaku started the culling game, she heard during her search for Sukuna that he once had a massive battle with Maharaga in Shibuya. Even though Sukuna had won in the end, it apparently hadn't been an easy fight. It was Rinji-san. Angel-senpai, you might actually know him. You mean him? He's actually that powerful. The name Rinji immediately triggered Angel's memories of Tokyo Colony No. 2. At that time, Angel heard the explosion of lightning and followed the sound, only to find Rinji shortly after his battle with Hajime Kashimo ended. Previously, Angel could only sense that Rinji Akuta was strong, but she hadn't realized he was this monstrous, capable of defeating an opponent that even Sukuna had to exert serious effort to beat. Yuji's voice interrupted the Angel's shock. Angel-senpai, Sukuna could be resurrected at any moment. I need your strength to help save our teacher, Satoru Gojo. Gojo-sensei is the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. We can definitely defeat Sukuna with him here. Nothing was more important than defeating Sukuna. Originally, Angel wanted to make Yuji defeat Sukuna first before agreeing to help, but with the risk of Sukuna's immediate resurrection, there was no more time to delay. All right. Where is the prison realm you mentioned? I will help you undo the seal on it. Really? That's great. Yuji almost jumped with joy. The prison realm is at Jujutsu High. I'll take you there right now. He couldn't wait to bring the angel back to the school, break the seal on the prison realm, and get Satoru Gojo out. He firmly believed that as long as Satoru Gojo was here, Sukuna wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. However, right at that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the building ahead. To think you all are actually still alive. How surprising. Yuji's and Megumi's hearts skipped a beat. They had seen this person not long ago, and not only had they seen him, but they had nearly died by his hand. Yuram. What are you doing here? Chapter 49, A Poisoned Gospel. 1,676 words. Yuram didn't answer Megumi's question, but instead shifted his gaze toward him. He had come to the Tokyo No. 1 colony, specifically to find a suitable vessel for Sukuna. However, this vessel was not as easy to find as he had imagined. It wasn't a simple task for a sorcerer turned into a cursed object to reincarnate through a vessel. A cursed object wasn't like a battery that could just be plugged into anything, and compatibility had to be considered. Originally, as the fingers of the King of Curses, Sukuna's fingers couldn't be consumed by just any ordinary person. If a normal person forced one down, Sukuna wouldn't be able to reincarnate, and the recipient would simply die instead from poison. As Sukuna wanted to change his body, this specific finger, which housed Sukuna's soul and power, no longer possessed the traits of a special-grade cursed object. This now allowed ordinary humans to consume it, but there was a downside. this finger no longer possessed the indestructible nature of the previous ones. Euram had to hurry up, find a suitable vessel, and place the finger inside it. However, Euram faced a serious problem. The stronger a sorcerer was, the stronger their soul. If a cursed object tried to reincarnate in a Jujutsu sorcerer, Sukuna had to defeat the vessel's soul first. If Sukuna's soul cannot overwrite the vessels, the resurrection would likely fail. This was exactly why Kenjaku chose ordinary people as bodies for the ancient sorcerers he brought back in the Culling Game. If he chose sorcerers, there was a high probability that the reincarnation would fail. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, if the sorcerer refused to die, their soul would constantly interfere from within, suppressing the power of the reincarnated sorcerer. In the original plot, a similar phenomenon occurred when Sukuna took over Megumi's body. Megumi's soul constantly interfered with Sukuna from within his body, which prevented Sukuna from using his full power. To completely prevent this situation, the only way was to find a sorcerer who was completely depressed and had a very low will to live. This kind of sorcerer would lack the will to resist, and their desire to survive would be extremely low. However, these kinds of sorcerers were too rare. Euram had circled almost the entire Tokyo no. One colony and failed to find a single one. He looked Fushiguro up and down. I don't really understand why Sukuna-sama chose this person as his candidate for a new body. He doesn't look like a person without a will to live at all. Isn't Sukuna-sama afraid that Megumi's soul will cause trouble inside him? While Euram was observing Fushiguro, a figure stepped in to block his view. Hana Kurusu stared at Euram, visibly upset. Even though Euram's psychological gender was male, the body he had reincarnated into was female. When Hana Kurusu saw a girl in a monk's robes suddenly step out from a corner and stare at Megumi, she became frantic on the spot. How rude. You just show up and start staring at him. Kurusu, what are you doing? Megumi asked, looking at Hana Kurusu blocking him with a puzzled expression. Hana let out a startled gasp and spoke quickly and anxiously. This girl doesn't look like a good person. Let me protect you. Thanks. Megumi managed to squeeze out a reply after a long pause, but I don't really need protection. I can protect myself. Euram surveyed Hana Kurusu. After seeing the halo above her head, and the small wings on her back, he nodded in realization. So it's you, Angel. Angel was also a sorcerer from the same era as Sukuna. As Sukuna's personal servant, Euram naturally recognized her. At that moment, Angel's mouth grew out from Hana Kurusu's face. She looked at Euram. Is the finger housing Sukuna in your hand? Why do you ask? Euram looked at Angel coldly. To purify it, of course. Sukuna should no longer be allowed to exist in this world. Euram's face fell, and he shouted, arrogant. How dare a mere loser who lost to Sukuna-sama 1,000 years ago speak such nonsense? Euram stopped holding back. He raised his hand and blew sharply toward Angel's direction. Ice formation, frost calm. A violent blast of cold air surged toward Yuji and Megumi. The battle broke out instantly. Megumi formed a dog shape with his hands and summoned his divine dog, Totality. Yuji rushed in from the side, looking for a chance to attack at close range. Meanwhile, Angel took off directly from the ground, preparing to launch her cursed technique, Jacob's Ladder, from the sky. Euram didn't care much about the attacks of the first two, but he didn't dare underestimate Angel's Jacob's Ladder. Jacob's Ladder was a derived ability of the Angel's innate technique. When activated, a pillar of incredibly dazzling light would descend from the sky, and any target struck by the light would be severely injured. Moreover, the pillar had an extra special effect against curses. As an incarnated being, Euram possessed the constitution of a curse, meaning the ladder's attack would deal extra damage to him. Most importantly, the finger holding Sukuna's power was still tucked inside his robes. If Jacob's Ladder hit him, the finger in Euram's possession would likely be purified instantly. If that happened, Sukuna would truly be dead. Euram's frost calm directly repelled Megumi's dog and raised a frost barricade in front of him. Seizing the window of opportunity, Yuji bypassed the ice wall, let out a loud roar, and threw a punch straight ahead. Euram snorted coldly. As his figure drifted backward, he swung his hands repeatedly. Ice formation, ice spears. Several sharp ice spikes condensed in the air and shot toward Yuji with a whistling sound. Yuji dodged to the side, but there were too many spikes. One of them pierced his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and ignored the pain as he continued to charge forward. Divine Dog, Totality. Megumi's voice came from the side as the black and white Divine Dog lunged at Euram. Euram's eyes narrowed as he slammed a hand onto the ground. Ice formation, ice wall. A thick wall of ice rose from the ground, blocking the Divine Dog. The Shikigami slammed into the ice, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear instantly, but it didn't shatter immediately. Now. Yuji seized the gap while Euram was casting, circled to the side, and threw a punch filled with cursed energy. Yuji's punch directly triggered a black flash. The attack, resembling flashes of black lightning, smashed squarely into Euram's arm. Faced with the critical hit multiplier of a black flash, Euram was sent flying backward through the air. We did it. Not only that, but at the very spot where Euram was about to land, a pillar of light suddenly descended upon the ground. The light was pure and piercing, as if it could purify all the filth in the world. Angel's voice echoed from high above. Do you believe in God? I highly admire the very first person who believed in God. They must have been thought of as a lunatic. Sukuna, once I find you, I will definitely purify you. The humans are meant to go to heaven after all. I'll say it one last time, the ladder is about to descend. O light. O all-purifying light. Erase his sin, guilt, and sorrow. And guide him. A massive pillar of light fell from the sky and blasted straight toward Euram. Euram's pupils contracted. Ignoring the severe injuries inflicted by the black flash, he immediately threw himself into a side roll to dodge. However, the radius of the pillar of light was too massive. Even though he retreated quickly enough, the left side of his body was still brushed by the light. The moment the pillar of light made contact, Euram felt as if his entire body was burning alive. So this is Jacob's ladder, impressive. Euram gritted his teeth, reached into his robes to grab hold of something, and immediately bolted backward. He knew that with his strength alone, he was certainly no match for the three of them together. Yuji saw this, and alarm bells rang in his head. What is he trying to do? Megumi also realized something was wrong, and immediately ordered his Divine Dog to follow. Euram's body leaped between buildings before he charged into a room by the street. Inside the room, an ordinary player left behind in the culling game was hiding. Seeing the sudden intrusion of the injured Euram, the young man shouted in panic. Who are you? What do you want? You'll do. Euram dragged his wounded body toward the man and forced his mouth open. In the next moment, the finger housing Sukuna's soul and power was shoved directly into the man's throat. Stop him. Yuji and Megumi tried to intervene, but they were too late. The man's throat moved as he swallowed. The next second, black markings spread across the man's face, and a terrifying pressure radiated from him. Ha! Ha ha ha! A wild laughter erupted from the man's throat. I have finally been resurrected. Ha 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 ha! Yuji and Megumi stopped in their tracks. A flash of despair crossed their eyes. The king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna, had been resurrected once again. Note, I read that no one wanted to touch/eat Sukuna's fingers because it would 99% kill them. But how did Megumi survive when Sukuna forced him to ingest his finger? The author stated that Yuji's eating Sukuna's finger and surviving was a 1 in a million chance, but Yuji was an exception because he was specifically made to be a Sukuna vessel. That would suggest then that Sukuna's finger could be acceptable to someone with a strong or something, right? It's giving a plot hole. Or is that statement of a 1 in a million chance more like how, as a vessel, Yuji is still in control, but Megumi, not being a vessel, is the one who gets trapped in the body with Sukuna in control. Chapter 50, Shattered Hope. 1109 words. Sukuna's lips curled upward, and he flashed a wild, predatory smirk. Yuram knelt on one knee, head bowed respectfully, and spoke with a voice heavy with apology. I am terribly sorry, Sukuna-sama. I failed to find a suitable vessel for you. To think you were forced to reincarnate in a body like this. I beg for your punishment. In an instant, the memories belonging to the original owner of the body flooded Sukuna's mind, including the memory of Yuram being pursued to this location. Sukuna waved a hand dismissively. He understood that Yuram had no choice but to use this person as a new host. It doesn't matter. You brought me back to life, that is enough. You've worked hard. Hearing this, Yuram lowered his head even further. My life belongs to Sukuna-sama. To be of use to you is my greatest honor. It was no trouble at all. Sukuna ignored the flattery and simply shook his head with a laugh. Whatever. Just before Sukuna and Yuram began their exchange, Yuji and Megumi, who had been chasing Yuram, immediately turned to flee the moment they witnessed Sukuna's resurrection. Itadori, Kurusu. Retreat. Megumi shouted at Yuji while turning to face Sukuna alone. He clenched his fists and assumed the summoning stance. With this treasure I summon Furub Yura. The familiar figure of Maharaga appeared once again. However, Megumi had grown smarter this time. Ever since seeing Kenjaku flee before him, Megumi realized that he could actually run away during Maharaga's exorcism ritual. He didn't need to be faster than Maharaga, and just had to be faster than his enemies to ensure Maharaga targeted them first. Taking advantage of the moment while Maharaga was still wrapped in its summoning wrappings, Megumi turned around to run, leaving Sukuna within the radius of Maharaga's exorcism ritual. Sukuna, who just finished his conversation with Yuram, smiled as he looked at Maharaga appearing before him once again. Oh? Is that brat Fushiguro here too? Sukuna had originally intended to take over Megumi's body, but it didn't matter much now. It had been a long time since Megumi found out his sister was dead, and his mental state had likely recovered. If Sukuna tried to force Megumi to swallow a cursed object now, he might not be able to occupy the body completely. He just didn't expect that his first battle after resurrection would be against Maharaga again. As the wrappings binding its body shattered into pieces, Maharaga descended upon the world once more. Since Megumi hadn't yet officially tamed it, Maharaga was a new Shikigami every time it was summoned. Therefore, the adaptation to Sukuna's slashes that Maharaga built up in Shibuya no longer existed. Looking at Maharaga wielding the sword of extermination, the smile on Sukuna's face gradually faded. A pity. I know enough about you already. I'm not interested in playing with you anymore. He raised his hand slightly, flickered next to Maharaga in an instant, and placed his hand gently on its back. Cleave. Maharaga was struck by the full force of Sukuna's cleave. Maharaga's body trembled. The wheel on its head didn't even get a chance to turn once before cracks appeared all over its body. After a few moments, Maharaga's massive frame collapsed and vanished into the air as ash. Yuram, standing nearby, showed no change in expression. To him, it was perfectly normal for Sukuna to defeat Maharaga, and there was nothing to be shocked about. However, the instant Sukuna defeated Maharaga, a pillar of light that reached the sky enveloped him. It was Jacob's ladder. Megumi, down on the ground, hadn't noticed that the angel flying in the sky didn't follow his order to retreat. As a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago, Angel's judgment was very sharp. She stayed hidden in the sky and launched a maximum output Jacob's ladder the moment Sukuna spent a large amount of cursed energy on one-shot Maharaga. As Sukuna had just released a maximum output cleave, and was still adjusting to the motor controls of his new body, he actually failed to dodge in time. However, just as the pillar of light was about to make contact, a figure lunged from the side. Sukuna-sama, watch out. Eurom leaped into the air, violently shoving Sukuna out of the path of the light. The maximum output of Jacob's ladder crashed down. Eurom, who was already injured, didn't even have time to scream before he turned into white ash and scattered in the air. In the final moment before he vanished, Eurom saw that he had successfully pushed Sukuna away from the attack, and a rare sense of relief flashed in his eyes. Sukuna stood up and stared at the spot where Eurom had just disintegrated. After a second of silence, he turned his head and looked up at the angel in the sky coldly. "Angel, I didn't expect you to be reincarnated as well." Angel looked at Sukuna, whose eyes were filled with rage, and mocked him. "Sukuna, I never thought a monster like you was capable of feeling anger over someone else's death. The absolute strongest and the solitude that comes with it. Who is it that will teach you about love?" Sukuna didn't answer, and his only response was an overlapping web of slashes sent screaming into the sky. Angel's mouth manifested on Hana Kurusu's face, and she spoke to Hana apologetically. "I am sorry, Hana. It seems I've dragged you down with me." Tokyo Colony Number 1. Yuji and Megumi didn't stop running until they were well outside the colony's barrier. They panted heavily and looked back with lingering fear. As the summoner of Maharaga, Megumi clearly felt that his summoned Shikigami didn't last even a moment before Sukuna instantly killed it. He couldn't begin to fathom how he and Yuji were supposed to fight such a monster. He forced his heart rate to slow down and turned to Yuji. "We have to unseal Gojo-sensei immediately. He's the only one who can deal with Sukuna." "Yeah, we definitely need Gojo-sensei." Yuji nodded, looking around frantically for Angel. "Where's Kurusu?" "We need to take her back to Jujutsu High immediately." However, no matter where Yuji looked, left, right, up or down, he couldn't see any sign of the angel, Hana Kurusu. Yuichi's movements slowly came to a stop, and cold sweat dripped down his face. "Fushiguro, did you see Kurusu follow us out?" "No. I didn't." Megumi shook his head, his face turning deathly pale. The two of them swallowed hard as a terrifying thought entered their minds. "Angel didn't escape with us. Is she still back there with Sukuna?" JJK The Culling Game. 1075 words. Copyright web novel. Win over the one you've always loved or gain special grade power and enter the culling game. Renji, who was lying on the sofa scrolling through a short video app, grinned at the silly video. Is that even a choice? Once your special grade, who cares about love anymore? He casually chose the second option out of boredom. He wanted to see for himself if Sukuna was really that hard to beat. However, the moment he posted his comment, a blinding white light suddenly burst from his phone screen. He felt a massive suction force pull at him from the device, and in the next instant, his entire body was sucked into it. After a few moments, the room was left with only a phone lying on the floor. Renji Kuratsuki had vanished without a trace. What the hell just happened? Renji groggily opened his eyes. The intense white light had blinded him earlier. When his vision finally returned, he realized he was no longer in his room. He stood in a space where every wall was stark white. There were no windows and no lights on the ceiling, yet the room remained incredibly bright. Where the hell am I? A confused Renji cursed under his breath. He stared at his surroundings, completely unable to understand how he'd ended up here. Just then, a beep snapped him out of his confusion. A semi-transparent interface suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Renji Kuratsuki. Level, Monkey. Cursed energy, non-sorcerer. Technique, none. Skills, none. Evaluation, your cursed energy is incredibly low, only a tiny bit stronger than a regular human monkey. You can barely see cursed spirits. You can at least know what killed you. Along with the screen, an emotionless, mechanical voice rang out in his head. Congratulations, host, on arriving in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. You will now become a participant in the culling game. Your objective is to defeat the King of Curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Wait. System, hold on a second. Where did you say this is? Before the voice could finish, Renji hurriedly interrupted it. This is the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. The system answered calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. You said what? Jujutsu Kaisen? He asked again in disbelief. To be precise, this is not yet the actual world. This is an independent space that cannot be observed by outsiders. You may rest here briefly before being sent into the Culling Game barrier. As soon as those words fell, Renji jumped up in a panic. Why the hell would I go to that world and join the Culling Game? This is kidnapping. I'm reporting you to the authorities. Didn't the host choose to go to the Culling Game and challenge Sukuna? The system's words immediately choked him up. He finally remembered what he did before he arrived here. He chose the option to gain special grade strength and join the Culling Game. He instantly panicked. No. I was joking. Why did you actually send me here? It was fine to talk big online, but who would actually want to go and pick a fight with Sukuna in real life? This wasn't just a challenge but a death wish. I was wrong. I actually want to go back and be with my lover. Can you send me back? At that moment, Renji was filled with regret. I made similar joke comments countless times before, but why did this one actually come true? However, Renji's hope of going home was never going to happen. I am sorry, I cannot fulfill the host's request. Please prepare yourself quickly. You will soon be sent to a Culling Game barrier. The system's cold voice shattered his last bit of hope. He stood up with a grim expression, pacing back and forth across the room in a frenzy. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and pointed at his status panel. Wait a second. Didn't you say I'd have special grade strength? This isn't special grade at all. You didn't pocket my rewards for yourself, did you? The system remained unfazed. The host has infinite potential waiting to be tapped. Once the host adapts to that world, you will naturally possess special grade strength. Will I really adapt? He asked hesitantly. The host will. The system's random confidence made it hard for him to keep a straight face. He didn't understand why the system trusted him so much. Did it think I was Daddy Raga? That I could adapt to anything? Even Maharaga has limits. If I don't adapt, does that mean I die? Yes. If I die, then everything's over. The system's blunt reply left him helpless. However, just as he fell into despair, the system's next words pulled him from hell back to heaven. Not everything. After the host dies, you will return here and rejoin the Culling Game. Huh? Renji's eyes widened. You mean if I die in the Culling Game, I can start over? Yes. Is there no limit on how many times? There is no limit. The host can resurrect and try again infinitely. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? He jumped up in excitement. That was originally part of the explanation. However, the host actively interrupted the conversation and assumed the host didn't want to know. How could I not be interested? After further explanation, Renji finally understood everything. Renji's current situation was similar to Saburo Natsuki's return by death. The ultimate goal was for him to defeat Sukuna. Once he defeated Sukuna, he could return to his original world. If he died during the process, he would return to the very beginning and start the challenge over again. Moreover, Renji's skills, experience, and memories he gained during the Culling Game would be kept. After each death, the system would evaluate his performance and grant rewards accordingly. In other words, I could continuously challenge Sukuna to increase my strength until he was finally able to beat me. Damn. What is there to be afraid of now? Renji was pumped. System, send me to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen right now. I want to join the Culling Game immediately. Understood. The host is about to travel to the world. Transporting, please be prepared. He was eager to see just how strong Sukuna really was. But the next second, Renji's smile froze. He realized that he had appeared high up in the sky, and he was falling at a terrifying speed. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.